fill up a seat. Everybody got a prize round here to play. Make me an offer, what will it be? Oh, what will it be? Welcome to the playground, follow me. Tell me your nightmares and fantasies. Sink into the wasteland underneath. Stay for the night, I'll sell you a dream. Welcome to the playground. Welcome to the Welcome to the playground. Welcome to the playground. Welcome to the playground. Follow me. Tell me your nightmares and fantasies. Sink into the wasteland underneath. Stay for the night, I'll sell you a dream.
You walk along the edge of danger, and it will change you. Why would you let this voice set in your head? It is meant to destroy you. You summon storms, you play with nature. Now watch it hurt you. Why would you want to shape the world in your hands? You will never make it through. Catch the fire burning out your soul. Just make it ashes and blood. To ashes and blood. To ashes and blood. To ashes and blood. To ashes and blood.
Hey, what? Hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Waltzing through the storm, feel the vibe align. Radiant rebels in the silent fray. In the pulse of dawn, we embrace the day. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze with laser focus, dancing through the storm. We become the light. Against the lies, we'll stand and play in this never-ending fray. Eyes alive in the pulse of dawn, we find our beat when the chances take form through the noise. Hey, look down at the tide, it's our warning sign. It's time to rock the wave or get swept aside. Crash through barriers, our destinies untied. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze with laser focus, dancing through the storm. We become the light. We become the light. Against the lies, we'll stand and play in this never-ending fray. Eyes alive in the pulse of dawn, we find our beat when the chances take form through the noise. Hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Radiant rebels in the silent fray. In the pulse of dawn, we embrace the day. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze with laser focus, dancing through the storm. We become the light. We become the light. Against the lies, we'll stand and play in this never-ending fray. Eyes alive in the pulse of dawn, we find our beat when the chances take form. When darkness falls, you are my light. You take my hand and hold it tight. You are my home, I know it now. Don't let me go, we're safe and sound. I see your beauty shine, you radiate with light. Our hearts dancing time, you're one of a kind. Shine on and feel my heart.
Wait, is he switching lanes?
Approaching the final pick, and what a ride it's been.
A moment of hesitation, but we're getting closer to the game changer, and what a legendary journey we've been on.
I mean, there's so many excellent options, but one of them has to be a perfect
They're about
fit.
to lock in.
Oh, what a pick!
What a way to close things out.
Join Marriott Bonvoy for a chance to claim a free Hextech chest and key. Marriott Bonvoy, a check-in at every checkpoint.
Red Bull gives you wings.
No, on to 5! What an ulti!
What an incredible play there from
Oh, that was incredible! You love to see it.
Right, yeah, let's really
What
get into
a move! He's just so good. I mean, the persistence, the patience to find the angle. You just don't see that from rookies. I think he's got it all. He's got the pizzazz.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Ooh, that looks good. Do you want to maybe share a little bit? Yeah.
What a move!
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
If you had it all, would you look the fall in the eyes? Could you walk away this time? Will you realize, recognize it's never over? And the flame that once had died, awaken. Will you rise above the days to come? Will you be enough? Will you walk away this time? Look to your left, to your right, leave the pain behind. wash away what used to be. Will you make your stand? The world in your hands again. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Turn the page and make it right. Feel that rush, feel the tides. Can you feel it? Rip the pain, wash it away, and stand again.
G2, the perfect teammate! They take it all! Here comes the Crow's storm! Knocked back, instant call, person, what is people? Oh my God! Claps! Everybody! You know the story, you know the legend!
Welcome everyone to the LEC Spring Playoffs. It's day 2 live from Berlin, Germany. My name is Shox, joined by Finn and Goldborg for our second best of 5 Fearless. As Las Carpas están aquí. They've been singing the whole time. I'm sure they will keep doing that, and I'm sure the KC fans are on the other side. That's Pantheon though, and that is us. You can be a little creeper and look through the window at us.
What?
I don't know. Anyways, this weekend really is the proving grounds to remind people whoever wins the best of 5 tomorrow, G2 is already waiting there, will punch their ticket not only to the spring finals, but also to MSI. It's quite unique, right, Finn, that you have such high stakes in the first week of playoffs?
Yeah, I think everyone really wants to get to internationals. I think as a player, internationals are all that really matters, except the title, of course. But I think really getting that MSI is just a great chance for a team moving on to summer to really improve from the international competition. So that is what everyone is looking towards. And winning today is the first step to that.
Yeah,
Yes.
absolutely. You want to see them in max performance, top form here as well. Because if you drop it now, sure, there's a lower bracket. But if you can just perform this one weekend, so much pressure is off your shoulders.
I mean, it's a good point if we look at the bracket as well, because the lower bracket, it's just very long. You got to win so many best of 5s to get back to the point where you could have been already, and I think that's definitely the name of the game for Fnatic for me. I really had this feeling that they could overcome G2, or basically anyone probably in this first best of 5 because of their regular season form, GB. But yesterday, again, it was G2 who reigned supreme.
Yeah, absolutely. I think actually G2 came into that matchup for the first time in a long time as the underdogs, and they sincerely rose to that occasion. I think the level of play they displayed was immaculate. But I also think that Fnatic, man, they keep disappointing once they are in that spot, and that cannot be understated. Massive disappointment for Fnatic yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, I think our hopes, we kind of fell for it again, you know? It's a classic, fell for it again award. I don't know, I was really flabbergasted watching that series. It really felt like after that Game 3 ending, Fnatic kind of fell apart in the series. And I really wish we would see a little bit more mental fortitude in the team to kind of show that they can bounce back from those losses. But I really want to see if they now can bounce back from that loss into the lower bracket run.
Speaking of that loss specifically, we do have a little bit of a recap of what happened yesterday.
Ja, there we go. Oh, nice there. Yeah, Alice on the flash. Yeah, nice. Look at the Kali. I can block. Yeah, kill him. Boom. Run.
Like, I actually think that they will actually conquer the demons, and they will be able to beat G2 this time around.
And Cam still has a spear of us to spare. Flashes in. They're in a flash. Nice, huge. I'm going. Nice.
Oh my god, nice.
Upset flashes forward. The pace call will be enough, but with the end. Flash away from the Rob, but the follow-up from Mickey.
I think they're going to continue to play extremely well against G2. I don't think they're going to throw.
Going off last as well.
Sorry, it's good. Hey, Nico flash. When you're looking at the mid to late game, they have some of the best way of gaining leads. So I'm extremely excited to see what Fnatic will do.
No, Drake. They're going on you.
I flash.
Twist now. Nice!
Why not?
Button. Let's go! Good job, guys.
Good job.
Flash place.
Nice! He thought he could kill me. He could kill the Troll King, bro.
Well, spicy little mic checks there as well. And we had some themes for this weekend because there is so much at stake tomorrow and throughout this whole weekend. We already, I think, saw that Fnatic didn't really prove themselves yet. But I do want to move on to our best of 5 we have today. It's also our match of the week. And it's a modern classic, I feel. KC versus Mad Lions Koi. And they both have different things to prove this weekend.
No, absolutely. And I think, you know, for MKOI, they want to prove they belong at the top. That's not just top 4. That means they are definitively in that top 2. They need to prove that they can contest for a title. That's what this roster has been made for. And I think today is the first opportunity they'll have at that.
Yes.
Yeah, and I think at the other side, we see KC really trying to cement themselves as the king of Europe right now. I think winning that winter title, which is one step in their way, their eyes are on Worlds. I've talked to most of the players. They really believe they can go far this Worlds, and they really need to keep that momentum going from winter the whole year.
They've got high aspirations. Yaiko also gave some really, really spicy quotes, I want to say. Or I love when players do this because people are always like, this is going to backfire. But you have to be like this. I think specifically when you are the king of the hill. He also said, he ended the G2 era almost, right? And he wants to start that KC era right here, right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And while they have been somewhat inconsistent in some of their series, the fact is they haven't lost a series since they lost to Fnatic in week 2. They've been undefeated in their best of ever since then. So coming in to this first playoffs match for them, they are absolutely the one favorite.
In series score, they're 3-0 in 2025 over MKOI as well. So MKOI need to step up today. And let's hear about that with Ginny and Elioya in the Marriott Bonvoy pregame check-in.
Thank you, Afia. Welcome, everyone, to the pre-game check-in with Elioya from MKOI. Appreciate you taking the time to join us ahead of your game against KC. This is probably going to be a really loud one from the fans' perspective because I feel like both MKOI and KC have a huge fan base. They're also very similar in terms of when it comes to how the organization started, with the content creators behind them, representing huge regions here in the LEC. Do you feel like, considering KC's performance last split, and the similarities between the orgs, that there is a little bit more pressure on you guys to perform?
Well, I think pressure is on both. I think whoever loses today, yeah, I mean, we'll get bullied in Twitter from the other side. So for sure, the pressure is on both of us. I don't think we have more or they have more. I would say it's quite equal. Again, it's quite important for both of us today.
When it comes to you coming into the matchup today, you've already secured top 4 so far in the regular split. You had top 4 last split as well. There still seems to be a little bit of doubt in terms of people thinking that maybe there are some question marks behind MKOI. What do you have to say to those doubters?
Well, I think it's fair, the doubts. I would say we didn't show up in last playoffs, so I would say it's quite fair. But honestly, we are here to prove them wrong again. This is going to be our playoffs, this is our LEC, so it's just a matter of time that we end up winning it.
How do you think this one is going to be different then for the playoffs? Because we've seen you guys improve a lot over the regular split, individually but also as a team. Is that the foundation there?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we've been working hard in practice to make it work, basically. And yeah, I mean, just over the last weeks, we know that today is going to be a good day.
And when it comes to the best of 5 being fearless, is there anything that we can expect that might be a little bit creative?
Having Mirwin in your team, you know that there is always going to be something. So yeah, maybe we don't pull it out today, but either tomorrow or the next day, it's just going to come up. So it's, yeah.
Oh, I like how you say tomorrow, you know, because you're going to play maybe G2 tomorrow. You're assuming it's going to be a win. I respect the confidence. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much.
Good luck in your game against KC. And Afia, back to you.
Thank you so much. Always candid, Elyoya, and he does say, yeah, I see your criticism, and honestly, maybe it's fair because this is a team that we built to get to great heights, greater than we did last playoffs, and we want to definitely beat KC here. Also, welcome Odewame.
Hello.
You look really great.
Thank you. So do both of you.
You're so floral. It's so cute.
That's great.
I guess everyone will see soon.
So, because I buttered you up, let's talk about All-Pro because you both voted for it, and not everybody was as happy, but do you feel that the All-Pro voting as it fell out is representative of what you picked?
Hey, I was on track, okay?
I abstained, by the way.
I got around 90% of these ones. The only maybe big difference that I had was that I put Skimon instead of Elyoya on third, and I would have put Hans Samuel slightly above Kales, but I do think
the Spanish you're typing.
Maybe, but it is an accurate representation, and for me, it is a welcome change because right now I feel like the top 4 is so diverse in terms of quality of players. Because before you always had first All-Pro team is G2, second All-Pro team is Fnatic, and then it's Fnatic versus G2. But right now, I feel like this is a little bit of a mix of everything. Naknako, the obvious outlier here, but it is spicing up to be great playoffs for us with so much diversity in the top 4.
I agree. It's awesome that Naknako is in there, I think, for him, right? But I want to focus in on the players, Finn, that are in here, that are KC and MKOI players specifically. I think it's a real representative of how much work they've done throughout the regular season already.
And if I bring your eyes to here, the beautiful graphic behind me, we have Kana, Yak, Vladi playing today, and then we have Mervin and Georgespin and Alvaro in the second team. So a lot of players playing today in the first and second team, and especially for me in the top and mid part. Because I think the solo lanes today are going to be crucial and paramount to conquer, and I really want to see MKOI come in against KC with a good plan, because I think while KC has the better solo lanes on paper and maybe like individually, I do believe really highly in the potential of MKOI solo laners to really come in and like find a creative edge in, for example, draft or a really cheeky laning phase.
Exactly, and even though there's a lot of stylistic mismatch between the jungler and support and how they want to play, I do feel like a lot will come down to the top lane matchup with Kana versus Merwin, because I feel like they are the two, I wouldn't really say engines, but they are quite different in that sense, because Kana is definitely the engine of KC. I feel like when he's on a champion that he's enabled, he provides a lot of value in the mid game, while Merwin, he's kind of the X factor, where you can see already in the champion bubble bat over here.
Oh, okay.
You see at Kana, he has the big meta picks. He has the Gnar, he has the Besta, the Jace, the Rumble. That's been his bread and butter. While for Merwin, I wouldn't really look at the big blobs. I would be looking more at these small boys over here, because all of these champions, this is his identity and how it has been built over time from last year until now. He is the one who likes to playing reactive and countering the stable meta picks. But is it going to be enough today versus Kana? I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think the question also is, Finn, for me, is that when you look at Kana, he is so incredibly stable in lane. I wonder if it's kind of, seems to be enough for him in Europe.
Yeah, I mean, I also think that these are the meta picks. If you look globally, in LCK, in LPL, the champions he's playing right now are the most contested picks globally. And I feel like no one in Europe is really challenging him in this ground. I feel like he has mastered the meta, and he's by far our best meta-playing top laner. And that's what I really feel like Merwin has to find a creative edge in draft. Because I think if you give Kana a Jace versus Rumble matchup, and then Besta versus Gnar matchup, he will run away with that game. And as someone that is on the All-Pro top 1, he has a surprisingly big impact in every game. You always feel Kana's presence.
I also think it's fair criticism to say that every time we see him off the Jace, off the Gnar, off the Rumble, I feel like there's a pretty significant drop-off in his level, because I feel like when he goes into mid-game, he's not finding the same amount of impact, because going back all the way to finals, the Gnar, the Jace, these are picks that, when he picks them, they will carry. But I still feel like he needs more now going to the best of 5s.
Oh, I love that we have 2 top laners here to go through this day, so we'll take a look at that specifically. I also do want to parlay it a bit into the mid lane, because Vladi, he is king and master currently of the mid lane in LEC, but I do feel like Jojo, for me, is one of the most improved players coming into this year.
Yeah, and I, as someone that was very critical towards Jojo in the beginning of the year, don't look at my tier list, I want to say he's really earned his flowers. Is that a saying? I think that's how you say it, because I think he improved so much throughout the spring, and I think coming into these playoffs, he's ranked as the second best mid laner by most analysts, and I think that it's really impressive to see how he's grown. And I think coming in, this is what we wanted to see from Georgespin. We had high expectations when he came to Europe. Didn't really show us in winter, but now going up against Vlad, this is really his time to prove that he's one of the best laners in our region.
Is there anything that you can pinpoint to me that has gotten better? Because what comes to mind for me kind of is like, you would kind of see him die in unfortunate situations sometimes on timings in games. I don't feel like that happens that often anymore.
I don't think so, no. I feel like the biggest improvement he has been the things that he does with the resources, because even in winter, he was getting a lot of attention from Alvaro and Elioya. He was the engine of the team, but the engine was malfunctioning a little bit. I don't feel like it was having the greatest impact. But right now, I feel like everything that he gets from the team, he gives it back. I feel like his consistency in the team fights, the way he's moving around the map, the way he's enabling pretty much everyone and gelling together, I think is something that is not really that easy to do.
Okay, we'll see for this matchup indeed. It's great that this is our match of the week, MKOI versus KC, representing France and Spain respectively, and also the fact that they are, even though they are newer additions to the league than some of our legacy orgs, they have insanely amazing and big fan bases that we saw on our respective road trips also this year. And as I said at the top of the Ready Check, Finn, this is a modern classic for me, right? This is the one that we've come to love because it's so exciting, but I do feel like KOI really needs to have a win to make sure that they can be named in the same sentence as KC, because they've kind of run away with it.
Oh, KC is definitely sitting on top of the throne right now, and MKOI really wants to sit next to them and even like trump them in the end right now, because I really think this is one of the best chances they have, and I think we just got to get to the games. It's just so exciting.
Exactly.
We still have 20 seconds, so you got to say
20
something.
seconds? Okay. And if not now, then when? Because I feel like right now is the time where MKOI is clicking well together, and even though KC is the top of the league right now, I still don't feel like they leveled up massively compared to their winter split. And right now, it's MKOI's game to win, I feel like.
It is. Maybe that's a little lapses because that is what you truly believe. I don't know. I know that the fan bases respectively believe in their teams. Let's see who will be able to celebrate today and who will live to fight another day versus G2 tomorrow. KC versus MKOI, our match of the week.
Of course, always playing KC into KOI is always a banger game. Both communities are insane.
In the beginning of the year, I was not sure how good I was going to be and my team and everything, but we look very good, we're very talented, and I'm proud of how far we've gotten so far.
Kaliz picks up the kill while Kana is getting free hit by Hansama, who's stacked up lethal tempo. Kaliz jumps in! What balls on this kid? That 18-year-old came to play!
I think KC is strong individually. I think Bloody and Kaliz are showing really good performance with Khan as well. They bring a lot of good ideas and they are able to get leads from it.
I think Joy is very strong, very consistent. He might be the most consistent jungler in the league.
Oscuinen is met by a pop. Lots of TP's coming in as well by Humanoid. Fnatic are looking for the win. It's all on Humanoid. Humanoid is dead. MKOI, magnificence, majesty in Madrid. MKOI, hold on.
I believe we're for sure the best team. I think we are a big step above all the other teams. If we stay consistent, I know we're going to win the league again.
I always had the remorse in a way of losing into them in the finals of MEA Masters 3-2 in their home in Montpellier. I just want to win into them and destroy them, you know.
I know if we play our game, we are always going to win against them.
It's a blessed weekend, isn't it, when you look at the matchups ahead, and especially when you have KC and KOI going head-to-head in a best-of-5 Fearless in the LEC arena to decide who faces G2 tomorrow, who looks towards that first MSI spot, and who looks towards the grand finals already. My name is Sterks, I'm joined by Dagda and Nightmare to run you through what should be, gentlemen, one hell of a series in this new rivalry matchup.
And just going into this round one of our playoffs for this split, we couldn't have gotten better, more hype matchups. We had El Clasico yesterday, El Clasico today, KC, MKOI. Always an exciting matchup for both the fan bases.
Yeah, it's kind of the old blood gets it yesterday, the new blood gets it today, but I'm very excited to see some blood on the Rift, because this is going to be an absolute barn burner. Both these teams, a tenured history, whether it's been in the LEC or in the MEA Masters, both of them with a lot to prove here today.
We've got some bibs though, because we're wearing white in KC today. We've got a new jersey on the field. I don't know if you guys saw. Looking fresh as anything there. We've got the white jackets over the top as well. I don't know if I'm new to this or if I'm just like, hang on a minute. But also, we've got white on both sides. So got to wear it fresh here for playoffs as we go on to pick and ban. Now, 25.10, you would have seen it yesterday with G2 versus Fnatic. Not big changes overall in this patch, but We've started talking about things like Senna coming up a little bit more. There are some crazy picks in the solo lane that are also rising their head, but we still know that Gwen, that Maokai need to be banned away in Europe.
Yeah, still things like Varus, Rumble, I think Talia also starting to rise up kind of in the ban parties. We've got some nerfs coming through, but Xin Zhao also very top of the litter here. He's a very, very strong jungler and something that gives you a lot of control in those skirmishes in the early stages.
However, one of the other things which has continued to be strong, stuff like the Pantheon Talia, I think that is the strongest combo still, even with nerfs to things like Seraph's Embrace and to Leandri's as well. Talia is completely fine, especially when paired with that secondary global. And with the Talia banned, luckily, they still respect that. I was worried for a second.
You're right, though. The pairings are really important at the moment. As we've seen through this whole year, jungle has just been the biggest priority role. Let's wait and see what gets let through, because right now I'm seeing like Kalista open as well. What else you want to talk about?
But I think it's going to be a big question mark here on the junglers, because do you ban something like the Vi or the Xin Zhao? And then if you don't, okay, so it's going to be Zir. What is a priority here for KC? Because I feel like it's one of the two. Yike has been tending a little bit towards the Vi, and also we've seen a lot in LCK that Vi has kind of risen up as the big priority, but may not be the case here.
Still stuff like the Rumble available too. The question is, okay, lots of power pieces up. Would you rather lock in something that sets up for them well? Something like that Vi. There's no Varus, which would normally be a very safe blind pick as well. And of course, with that Azir off the table, hard to blind pick that one too. And is that Rumble?
I was going to say, if we get B1 reacted, I don't know what to feel at the start of this best of 5. But on the other side, Jace would take it away for the entire series. And you notice that Koi didn't ban this away. So again, that's two big Kana champions I was talking about on the desk that he will no longer have. They get the 5 that you guys are talking about, but I wouldn't be surprised if we do get something like a pairing like a Jace.
Yeah, I think you've got flexibility here, even if you want to. We've seen a lot of the Vi and the Kai'Sa trying to set up for Super on the bottom side of the map. He's played that Kai'Sa 3 times as well, so it's not like it's something that he's not been open to. But also, I just like the Vi takeaway. Vi Rumble, a very strong pairing for just getting access and burning down one of those key AD carries.
And now you need to think about what's going to follow up with it. And it is the Ahri for me. I think Jojo top 2 Ahri within Europe. Of course, I pay attention to all our Ahri players. I think Caps is obviously up there too. Fantastic game just the other day. And particularly with stuff like the Malignance getting some AP. Ahri is someone who actually benefited from some of the AP changes as opposed to some of the more control mages who played on the defensive side of that, which maybe had a bit more of a negative side. Shin's out locked in, and the Sylas, so the Sylas gets to steal that Ahri ult as well.
I was also going to say, just a good matchup and something that Vladdy has been practicing a lot coming into the split. So I think already you're setting up for KC with, I was about to say, a very heavy melee composition. So I love the adaptation coming through from MKOI. Slamming the Rumble, or the Galio, which is good into Rumble, but also just great with Vi being able to use that ultimate to follow up. But in a composition from KC that you have 3 melee carries, so Galio works perfectly there.
We do have that potential though for the BLG HLE game for double Galio ult now into the fights with like double melee junglers flying in. You got the heroes entrance, you got the villains entrance on the other side. So I'm really excited to see now Jojo versus Vladdy with 2 very big playmakers and the Ahri and the Sylas trying to work their way in amongst these big, what is likely to be very scrappy, high-octane fights.
Let's watch out how it pairs in, because Senna's already taken away. 80 carries still away from the field for now. The biggest question is how they adapt and how they move into compositions. You guys are already talking about the Kai'Sa. I want to start there, because with a lot of dive comes a lot of responsibility on that set pick.
I was actually going to say, I feel like KC and early helping out for a potential Kai'Sa pick coming through from MKOI, because MF can do a lot of work into it, keep her at range, be a nuisance every time she tries to step up, use that double up through the minions to try and hit a bit more damage. So it looks like at least, on MKOI's side, they're setting up for a early support pick with the Nico band away, and then potentially Kai'Sa 5th pick.
Wonder whether there's value locking in an early Leona here for MKOI or something like that. They could lock in the disengage too. What KC currently lack is an easy way to get onto the backline. That becomes even harder when you have the Xayah. Now I think even if you do lock in something like the Leona, of course you'd like something like a Nautilus, but you've now kind of been left with the Leona or the Rel. Even then, I'm a little bit worried about KC's ability to pin someone in place into the Equalizer. You don't have the Vial, you don't have a Varus or something like that either. That was banned away in the first round. KC need to find a way to make their damage stick here.
Yeah, I'm curious, because there's always the option for a Xayah Rakan as well on the opposite side for MKOI, so I think going for something like an Alistar here could make sense, or looks like they're going to try and take away the Rakan, yeah, so I think Rakan can work in this situation because you can actually use the Sylas ult to steal away some of the engage tools from MKOI, like the...
You don't have the Vials, but actually you do.
But I think it's you're definitely in a bit of a precarious situation when Targamas may have to be that soul engage tool and something that's not exactly tanky into a lot of lockup coming through an MKOI side, so... honestly, with kind of both drafts being seen, I think MKOI have adapted well to the triple melee that we're seeing coming through in KC. To have a lot of things that can self-peel, a lot of things to get value in these close quarter fights. And I think MKOI, if they can get to those late game fights, actually have a decent spot here.
But before we get to that late game too, this is going to be fireworks. We have Vladdy on Playmakers. He's been doing way more of that this split than the last one. Jojo on the Ari, one of the best in the region of this too. Tons of engage options, tons of abilities to just throw yourself at the enemy team. And when it's KC versus MKOI, tapping into the emotions of this matchup too, I love that.
It's funny that I'd look at these with eyes closed and say, okay, well, Koi and KC really fit the identity that we're going to be selling to you today. You're going to be sitting home and opening the book because for KC, look at the individual mechanics on that roster just based off draft. You look at Koi and like, wow, they can really pull triggers early as well, which we've really known and come to know of both of these teams. These identities are fitting with the draft today.
But I think it's also kind of MKOI plugging some of the maybe pain points or pressure points that I think a lot of fans were looking towards. When you look at the top side, Kana has been voted the best top laner in Europe. He has had a phenomenal split. And I think a lot of people are like, well, can Mirren go up well against him? Well, let's just take the Galio. It's a matchup that you don't need to necessarily win. You can kind of just hold your own there, use the fact that you have that magic damage, survive the lane, and have big impact in fights. You don't really have a pushing with aim for KC to play off. I think MKOI kind of plugged a lot of the issues in this first draft.
I'm excited for it because a best of 5 in Fearless with the Spanish and French fans alike in the studio. This one sends you to G2. This one sends you to the MSI qualifier. It's our match of the week here in the LEC starter playoffs. First seed versus third. Both teams with a lot to prove, especially since KC already have come out of the woodwork in winter, have done so much better than their debut in 2024. And in 2025, KC is the be-all, end-all of the LEC. Long have gone the narratives of G2 owning everyone and taking down the league with it. Like, KC are bringing it back up.
But it's a case of, is it a flash in the pan, or is it here as a new era, as Yike would like to entail it to be? And I think that becomes a big question. Like, we've seen teams in the past pop up and take down a G2, take down some of our top teams. Like, we had Rogue in the past. We've seen Mad Lions previously had a couple of splits that they were able to pick up, but it's about creating that longevity. And a win here against MKOI in a decisive manner for KC would definitely put a lot of hope into KC fans.
And also, KC chose this matchup. They got to choose their opponent for this. And despite the fact that, yes, you know, MKOI were coming in as third seed, they obviously saw this matchup as one that they thought they were even more favored in compared to G2. Of course, exploded that matchup yesterday, and that's obviously very terrifying for the rest of Europe.
And I think MKOI have set themselves up well with the draft, as we we're kind of saying. Like, you have pushing mid that you can play well around Elyoya and Jojo Pyun, get into the face of Yike, try and disrupt him in the jungle, and I think that kind of takes away a lot of the scariness of KC in the early stages, because Yike is very good at just facilitating lanes, letting them play through the trends, but if you're able to disrupt that kind of support system, I think that's where MKOI can look to crack open the early game.
It's really important because on the other side as well, Elyoya is this kind of jungler who as well, once he gets rolling, which we know with Koi, he really take over the map as well. Now, it is a brief history considering that, you know, Yike, how many years been in the league, Dr? 3 now in total? Yeah. And this guy has been a bit of a prodigy. Elyoya, when he came in as well with his debut, was also a prodigy as well. Like, both these junglers have hit insane highs on their individual teams.
This graphic is a bit of a product of the teams that Yike was on, but I still think that given Elyoya has been, ever since he came into the league, an absolute star within our jungle role within Europe, that's a hell of a head-to-head to hold, actually. Yike trying to prove that he can be more than just that G2 player. Won one title with KC already. Doing that well with some of the matchups against some of our other top-tier junglers across the region.
I also feel like it's a little bit of a stylistic mismatch, because when we look at Yike, he has been, as we said, like more about, hey, I'm going to facilitate my strong laners to do the things they want to do. Whereas when I look at Elyoya, he is very much a, I want to take over the early game. I want to get into the lanes, I want to interact with them, I want to make sure that I can set up like Supa for success, get Jojo Pyun into a decent spot, and even Mirren an awful lot of the time. So this is where I want to see, how does Elyoya get the game rolling for MKOI, because he has a ton of lanes that he can play through in this sort of position.
By Ari as well, we know mid jungle is going to be a big turning point, talking point at the very least. Good little engage from Targamas as Bliss gets a good trade on Alvaro to follow up as well. And Supa's just relegated back here in the 2v2.
I mean, game 1 of the regular season, MKOI and KC, it was Targamas and Kalista got the 2v2 kills, so trying to see if they can replicate it, but keep your eyes on both Elyoya and Yike, because they're on this bottom side.
So, it's been a while since we've seen these two face up against each other, but recent history massively favors KC. So, MKOI will have to go against recent trends with that. They played back in week 1, I want to say.
It was week 1.
So it's been a while, considering that we've had best of 3s. They've had a lot of game time to try and figure things out. MKOI arguably should have won that series, question mark. They had the game 3, but they had the Ivern.
I'm with you there. I mean, that was the only individual game, as we just showed you in the short head-to-head, that they've actually won. So maybe it shows the development of Koi. Maybe it just shows that for week 1, KC was still trying to work it out after coming back from first stand. That's the thing I want to give credit to KC, is like they went to an international, they went to an international finals of the first of its
just
kind.
a small thing.
And yeah, and it might have only been a 5-team tournament, but like, NA fans would like to forget that actually, even though we didn't win to them directly, we actually got to the finals. Like, don't forget that, Alvaro. Cheeky chunk, but not going to hurt too much. Arcane shift forward. Kalist going to dodge away from the stun as well. He steps up. He has PTA there, gets a really good trade from Super.
A continuation of something that Rob was just talking about. The 2v2 for Kalist and Targamas against Super and Alvaro has been good. Now, I actually think in general that 2v2 hasn't maybe been as good as Winter. That's something that maybe they'll look to ramp up again coming into this playoffs, and we'll see beyond that if they do, of course, qualify beyond just the LEC. But right here, Super and Alvaro losing that summoner early. We'll see if that becomes anything more.
Also, I mean, it's just great play from Targamas. He's consistently been able to hit these ground entrances and set things up, so definitely been putting the pressure on towards MKOI, and I think it's needed, because already you can see like Elyoya and Jojo Pyun, while we're kind of looking at that bottom side, we're already looking for plays around the crab, kind of pushing Yike off that on the top side. You can see they're starting to get that vision into the top side of the jungle as well, so there is a lot of pressure coming from this mid jungle on Movistar Koi, and if you're not getting control over this bottom side, it can very quickly start to bleed over into that whole bottom side of the map belonging to MKOI.
Just want to highlight something. On the first back, by the way, Jojo really going into the individual matchup. First item, Oblivion Orb on the Ahri. Now, if you wanted to get the most out of this, by the way, there's some Ahri main tech for you. You can actually go for Airy as your arena if you really want to dunk on like Vladimir, Silas, or Swain, because then that means your auto attacks do magic damage and proc it, but with your W uptime so much, it can also be very impactful. If Silas gets a load of Ws in lane, obviously he really hurts you. That's why you've got to try and reduce some of the value of that.
Just watching quick first trades. Yike is down bottom in the meanwhile, though. We can look at mid shortly, because I'm sure that matchup with the CS difference needs a bit of talking about. Nothing happens in the bottom in the end. Vladdy has to send it and all in. Chain Lash doesn't connect with the second proc. Goes into Conqueror, but Vladdy's trading is done. He's got to wait for cooldowns. He's got his hijack available as he now just turns 6, but Orbiter section narrowly avoided as this mid gets spicy. Shove, charm, actually, no chance. Yike has to get on out, but he hasn't flashed until he gets over the wall, but Helio has no way of getting back. Spirit Rush taken, Yike gets away on a narrow health bar.
I cannot believe Yike got away with that. Jojo with a great follow-up on the flash charm, but just not quite enough damage in the tank. Oblivion Orb maybe coming back to bite him a little.
And it's such an important moment, because we were talking about how important the early game is to MKOI and how fragile KC have sometimes been in that area of the game. That could have been a play which snowballs through a very powerful mid-jungle, but they can't quite get that kill, and Vladdy actually has the Ariel to use against them now if it comes into the next few minutes.
It's also the fact that now both flashes on Elyoya and Jojo printed down makes them way more vulnerable in a team fight, because you are trying to go and dive in onto the backline. Maybe not so much for Kalist, but looking for a Vladdy, looking for someone that you can try and pick off very quickly as the fight starts. But now you're kind of going in that one-way ticket, especially as Elyoya, and when you've got all flashes available on KC apart from Yikes, it makes it very difficult now to use and get value from some of these ultimates and MKOI in the early skirmishes.
Just love how we get to watch another Silas game versus Ahri, where it feels like one of the nicest ults to steal. You know, you have 4, maybe 5 dashes with the Abscond Abduct connecting. Like, you're a very mobile mid laner with that stolen ult.
And sometime last year, there was quote-unquote a bug fix. I'm not a fan of how they did this as the Ahri side of this matchup. Silas never used to get the Ahri resets on the ult when he stole it. Now he does as of last year. And I'm just saying, he already has like 5 dashes. Not really sure he needed another one, but hey, I'll sit and eat that matchup, I guess.
I mean, you will have to see if he gets value out of them, because just had to use it there, as about to say, right as the Void Grubs is up and available. It means that Vladdy won't have an ultimate available for this. Jojo's will be just up. So I think a little bit of unfortunate timing there for Vladdy, as both bot laners have moved up towards his top side, but it's Elyoya first to play.
Okay, well, Wave's pretty neutral in top as well. As you mentioned, Elyoya is hovering by with the cease and desist now unavailable. Cancels that back as well, but Yike is also mirroring this, so both jungles still here.
But I've also got Kana moving from this bottom side, looking at mid lane.
Charm connects though. Vladdy won't be able to abscond Abduct, and there's the second part. Orb Deception chunks him. Kana now over vision, spotted walking up towards Grubs.
So, is anyone really going to be responding to this? We do have Mirwin Mo walking up the river. Could come in with that Hero's Entrance as well. Vladdy would have to teleport in, so he's not there immediately for the fight. Does get the 2 Grubs to KC first.
I mean, that's huge for KC, especially when you already had Mirren had the TP advantage, he had the ultimate, and Vladdy was pushed out of mid. the fact you get 2 is honestly a bit of a miracle there.
Yeah.
So KC going to be very happy to be able to back into the lanes that they need to. Even the push didn't come through from Mirren on the bottom side, so in the grand scheme of things, you're not losing out on the wave states either.
Yeah, particularly when you go for the demolish instead of something like the phase rush, which you can sometimes see on the Galio, depending on the team comp, and if you need to run away from players more than just all in, you can just demolish that tower. Galio never really gets to hit towers, but when he does, he hits them really hard with that passive. And you can see that a little bit behind the matchup. If you get even slightly ahead of the Rumble can really struggle there. So Mirren choosing not to get that plate and get that farmer bot side could be impactful.
I think also though, MKOI now in a difficult position where they kept Stupa and Alvaro on the top side. Kana could equalize the wave if he needs to, doesn't need to because having to get the pressure. But now Kalist can push in bot side, and you can see the KC are in position to look for the Dragon setup as well. So I think MKOI fumbling their lane assignments a little bit after the take, and KC now in a position where they should have first access to this Drake.
And if they get Drag as well, if you like feet, then this is the game for you, because KC already starting off with 1. You get another one here. 3 feet would be crazy if you be able to
just
pick
wait
up
until at least it's all 8 of them, 8 legs.
My God, that's a lot of feet. I'll tell you one thing though, I'm still on the train of they don't really matter. I'm just going to say that blandly, like,
I think there's...
I am talking about League of Legends.
No, I'm aware now. I'm aware that you said it's right towards the current pad.
Yeah.
They are better on patch point 10 than they were in the last one. They are slightly less powerful, but they're cheaper, so they're more efficient, is my understanding.
The actual shoes, yeah.
The actual shoes themselves. If you get the feet,
nice.
getting for 500 can be quite important, as the Dragon is going to be looked at by KC, but they can't finish it, particularly with the terrain. They don't want to put their backs against the wall as a blue side team taking Dragon.
Jojo TP'd in as well, so MKOI fully investing to try and make this happen. Looks like KC just going to back away. They're going to leave the farm in that top half of the map to try and get Kana a little bit of a lead. And you can see it's already opened up, right? He's actually been able to farm up effectively because of the way the lane assignments had come through from MKOI. Now you're getting the TP from Merwin up towards that top side as well. So at least KC, when that TP comes back up, will have a teleport advantage when it comes towards the next couple of objectives.
I do like that when we get, a TP in for an objective contest, potential is Targamas in River for the time being. Charm connects Orb Deception for the runaway. His grand escape is successful, and Bloody's there to give moral support. But for now, Jojo just there to accept the wave. I was going to say, I love when one TP is used aggressively, one's used defensively. Catches the wave top, as you were talking about, Dagda. But yeah, quick mention on kind of CS advantage is, look at them. Are we really just chilling? Kalista's going to spot him out while that wave, not going to be any sort of a dive.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if they wanted to go for it, because you can see Yike was actually in the top side. And Kalist was a bit on his lonesome, but not going to try and go for it. I think at this stage, MKOI's best bet, though, is to try and play through Jojo Pun in the mid. You already see he's opened up a nice little CS lead for himself, has been consistently getting shoved. And I think if you can then rotate that pressure down to the bottom side and try and look for Kalist, that is your best bet. You've got the point-and-click CC. He hasn't really got anywhere to go. But at the moment, KC are doing a decent job of just constantly rotating Kalist around the map, avoiding the Supa and Alvaro matchup, but also getting Kana out of the Mirren matchup, which is making it difficult for them to actually play through mid-pressure into a side lane correctly.
I think the earlier a fight comes through from KC, the better. They do have the 1 item mark coming through for the Ezreal soon. They do have it on the Silas Red, and as you're already saying, a couple of these matchups getting a little bit more difficult to navigate in terms of your lane priority. I really want to see if KC can unlock an area of the map. They tried to go towards that Dragon earlier. They couldn't really feel like an angle towards the fight there, understandably so. They hadn't hit those item breakpoints just yet. However, on the other side, the 1 item spike from MKOI is also very, very strong. This is the point of the game where you feel like the Tinder's about to get a spark put into it.
And a quick note as well, new patch, this item and AP items got their nice little, let's just say nice little buff. 50 gold more, hell of a lot better stats. And, Silas is cheering. Silas can build a Proto Belt, he can build Storm Surge. He's got to pick of the litter. No more of that Rod of Ages rubbish.
Yeah, I like how both of these champions were like the rower build. The champion identity is not really about row. I know Silas did it way back in whenever, the season or whatever. But I am glad that they're going more towards like that 1 item skirmish burst kind of thing. Also, I want to see if they will build the Lich Bane, which has also been changed on this patch for the next one. It's very efficient, much easier to build as a second item. Cap's got it on Ori. I've always been a big fan of Lich Bane. It's a fun one, really. It allows you to get some really unexpected damage, and particularly when the fights are going to be scrappy. Sometimes as an AD carry, you're sat there thinking, oh, that auto attack won't hurt. Oh no, the auto attack hurt. So we'll see. We'll see.
About time AD carries got put in their place a little bit. You know?
Don't you play AD carry?
No. I moved away from that. I realised.
Oh yeah, you got too used to getting put in your place. That's what I was AD carries.
As a top laner, I just wanted to be myself again. You know, I don't want to be an AD carry for long. No.
And you had Oriana tattooed on your arm because you were a mid laner.
But that's even more Chad than AD carries. Any AD carry mains will take offense, and I don't mind really. They
and Jack Spectre is not in the studio today.
That's all right. He'll listen in after 14 days straight. That's Ghost out from Super. All it took was Kalist running at him as no Ghost for the 55 seconds till Herald spawns.
That's a very cheap summoner, but Super wanting to make sure he wasn't chunked out. This actually highlights one of the better parts of Kalist's game. He's very good at sitting in mid lane and controlling the mid wave and taking very, very good fights around it as well when the opportunity arises. All of the montage plays that came from Kalist were actually around that part of the game in the last week or two. Getting that summoner there, another example of it.
It also, though, kicked MKOI out of this bot side jungle because they were kind of setting up for a play on towards Vladdy with both Elyoya and Jojo Pyun looking at that bot lane tower, but now you've got a position where you could potentially try and look for the Rift Tower take when it spawns, but it looks like KC want to just defend this pressure from MKOI on the bottom side and make sure that Vladdy can farm up successfully.
All right, finally with Malignance, let's see how this party gets started. 5 seconds, TPs are back up, Soul Laners are in action then. But I'm just looking across the Rift to see if there's any irregularities. Trinity Force for Kalist is nice instead of going for Manamune first. And first ping is coming up from Yike as well as Vladdy's getting pushed in. And Jojo hits 11 first.
Yeah, I'm trying to keep my eyes on where Alvaro's going because you can see now Rift Trial has been started by Yike. This is what we're talking about. You kind of push MKOI into that bottom side. And now Yike has first move up towards that top half. But a reset coming through from Vladdy means that there's no real counterplay. Actually, they're going to move Targamas in to help cover him in that bottom side, but Alvaro and Elyoya are not really in a position, so the cross maps for MKOI haven't really been finding much when KC are getting these objectives.
Easy peasy. I mean, this has just been all objective game for KC in the early game. Obviously, outside of that Dragon, we're going to start here for the swap.
And if you're KC, I think this is where your comfort zone is, right? Like when you think to KC's victories, it hasn't been, hey, we're going to get a big lead or maybe even a lead in these stages of the game. It's been, hey, we rely on these late game fights.
Optional.
Yeah, but as you can see there, I think MKOI have been significantly better at getting these early leads and powering through them to try and find the success.
I love a good ramp,
at the moment, it's been a fairly even affair. With MKOI, at least, I think having these extra dragons should secure them a little bit of a buffer when it comes towards the team fights.
Especially when they have the one true tank on the Rift who has an extra mountain dragon with them too. Just the base stats really nice onto that Galio. Obviously, getting a little bit bullied around by Canna here, actually, dropping a lot of CS. I wonder, actually, whether that's just due to the lane allocation and missing waves, and instead giving over to Super and Jojo across the map. But that's something to keep an eye on. Can't afford to fall too far behind. Because we're in an even game, we do get that wonderful part where we get to see two of our top bunch of teams fighting for potential international qualification if they were to win tomorrow as well and go up against G2. It's a team fight against each other. It's not just about just all of the strategy and the big brain thoughts. You actually just get to see some fist bared and some bare knuckle fighting, especially with these comps. It's what I wanted to see out of them, and we're getting towards some real explosive moments eventually in the game.
Yeah, I think it's just the pace that KC are playing. It's like you can see here, they've already pushed in bot, immediately rotate mid, now ripped out onto mid tower, forcing the double TP actually from MKOI, but it means now you're MKOI are kind of overreacting to the play because Khan is still pushing in top side. So now as you filter back out as MKOI to the side lanes to try and manage the pressure that KC have, KC can now just recollapse a mid lane and get the mid lane tower anyway, right? So I think these are where it's small mistakes on the map plays where KC are just, not a huge amount, but just slowly whittling themselves a bit of a goal.
Just did a bit of replay here. Kalista, he spams up his emotes, right? He's got a Smolder one in there. He's also got the BLG emote on right now because Kalist and Elk from BLG have been messaging across the off-season and coming into this one as well, saying that they want to meet each other internationally. And of course, Elk had great many montage play on the Ezreal, but Kalist is doing that incredibly well in this split.
18 minutes in now. I've just requested longest first blood in history of LEC.
Look, I know that we came out of that draft.
It's way longer than
this. Actually, it was in a road game.
We came out of the draft thinking, oh, triple melee, top side, surely we've got to get a load of fights. We have been very,
We've got EU Zeka running one of his champions now,
But, if I'm KC, I'm happy with this because I am avoiding these moments where MKOI can look for picks. Again, like Elyoya and Jojo, as this combo is incredibly strong. We're not playing in towards, hey, we're all going to dive in and Mirwan's going to get a ton of value out of this ultimate. It's been slow and methodical, and KC kind of playing through their map states. And I think this is the correct thing to do as KC, is just work through it. And I think it's now an MKOI to look for pick on Kana, which would actually be perfect.
I mean, the Vice cease and desist being used. Kana being caught out with 1.2k gold means that he flashes away and the turret goes down in response. KC get the gold, Kana down as summoner. Still no blood on those white shirts.
And MKOI haven't found that moment to pull the trigger on the Vi ultimate and punish someone who's out of position like that more heavily than that. This is a problem. KC have been getting the better of the plates. They've been getting a huge advantage in this top lane. Yes, the Silencer's behind against the Ahri, but there's still loads of good ults still. You're not too worried about that matchup. MKOI, you can't afford to die by 1,000 cuts like this.
I do think, though, like, MKOI's team fight is still absolutely disgusting. So if they can find that window to play through that, I think that's where it's going to be most dangerous. And I think for MKOI, the fact they have these 2 dragons, now a third up at a minute 40, this is where you can find this moment to blow open the game as MKOI and find this successful fight. If you can get 3 melees, even the Targamas as well, caught up in the middle, you're good for us.
Finally, at 19.5 minutes, it's a dive where Jojo can't move. He flashes away. Spirit Rush followed up, though, by Vladdy. First blood goes over because Elyoya takes down 1, not 2, a third! The dive going wrong. They were hungry for it, but now their stomachs bloated.
Jojo gets so much value out of the Ahri passive, getting the empowered heal, which keeps him alive. No kills to 3, and the blink of an eye, and MKOI find their opening, but it was given to them.
That was so cool from MKOI. Like, so Jojo, as he gets here, like, well played to just kind of ult away, but it's read by Targamas, who ends up getting the interrupt. But as they go into the tower, watch the health bars, because Vladdy's chasing Jojo, but one goes down, you get one more dash, which then separates him. Another goes down, one more dash to keep Jojo out of the hands of Vladdy. The 2-man unit from MKOI. This is what we wanted to see from them.
Yeah, cheeky bring after that as well. Double kill, and Jojo getting blood. 1k gold lead for the mid laner as well, and all of a sudden on its head, KOI, they've equalized the goal that was coming flat out of Kana's lead.
And also important that Jojo lives there. He has 4 Dark Seal stacks, one of the most important things to an Ahri who's often playing for that burst. Malignance has a bit more AP on this patch. You get 4 stacks, which gives you 4 AP per stack, so 16 up on that too. So he's actually ahead in terms of the intangible gold as well.
But it's also the flashes that are gone in KC. Yike gone, Vladdy gone, Targamas gone. And now none of those, like Targamas, no ultimate for the 3rd dragon in a couple of seconds. This is a bit of a disaster from KC. That could have been the gameplay that breaks the back of this game.
Let's see, how many more straws have you got? Teleport in, 3rd dragon. KOI want this in case you don't want to give it away. Alvaro zone controls Jojo's teleport position now revealed. 4K. There's an engage. Equalizer on the back. Yike is right in the middle of the pit though. He ults in front of Elyoya and they battle it out. While meanwhile on the backside, Mirwan gets stunned, but he's in front of 4KC members. Jojo, his damage not to be underestimated, jumps back in because the jungler is dead. In the interim, a smite now only available for coming core. They sit there rather with KOI, the ones that take it. They're the ones who lost it. It was KC in the end who got split apart.
The split fight works out in favor of MKOI. 1, because the equalizer doesn't tag onto anything important, and Yike feels... Hang on a second, we've got a continuation.
Aftermath hoping for Kalist to get something done here, and with the mount up, Alvaro now no longer in range, and Kalist makes sure of that. As he runs for his life, Elyoya just keeps on going. He gets out in the end, but KC, it's only a remedial kill.
I mean, it's nice to get something on the back for KC, but MKOI coming out clutch. The fact that you get this fight so spread out is perfect because Supa and Elyoya are just have to deal with the people in the pit. And then the bot space coming through with the Galio ultimate was huge. Jojo ripping through Kana. You get so much of that damage just nullified by MKOI.
Honestly, even though Mirwan dies, the impact he had was so much more than Kana in that fight. The equalizer hit no one. Even if it just tags the Xayah, maybe it slows them enough and stops them from getting the extra damage to flip that jungle 1v1. Of course, there's an overstay afterwards, and Alvaro goes down, and Yora's actually under threat here too. It's a good pickup from Kalist and Targamas, but it doesn't. It's not much of a silver lining.
But it also just bodes well for MKOI. One of the big question marks we had was, what does the team fights look like if you don't blow up in the game early for MKOI? Well, it has been a very slow, methodical game, and MKOI now find Targamas in the pit.
Might be able to get out though, and does so with the grand entrance out. The jury's in, and KOI with 3 dragons, 500 gold lead. They've definitely got this bull by the horns, and I feel like for KC, you know, confidence was coming out of the fact that Kana had a lead after he got taken down in that last fight after we looked towards mid-jungle. Koi moving this mid game so much stronger.
There's also just a lot of standing gold still there for MKOI as well. Like, they can look towards mid turret. They're starting that rotation down now to collect that bot lane turret that was incredibly low. They're going to pick it up here. So that gold lead is actually going to start to accelerate a little bit more over the next couple of minutes.
This is such a fat Ahri, man. Worth noting, I used to hate this item before on Ahri. I like it a lot more now because Horizon Focus gives you 110 AP for very, very efficient stats. Already talked about the Dark Seal as well, which is also ticking along very, very nicely. So Jojo gets that out of turret gold. And for once, Vladdy is not in the driver's seat in the mid lane matchup. So often we've seen him on Kali, Yone, Silas. In this split, he moved away from more of the majors, more towards the more dynamic, engaging playmakers, and he is very far behind now against Jojo on one of his best champions.
But it's also been KC trying to make plays with Vladdy at the wrong times that has kind of come back to bite them. Like, we look at the early boy group fight. It was Vladdy having to take that early Ahri ult, so then they could try and save the mid lane play, so he's not really as effective as they could have been at looking for these early skirmishes. Then they also look for that dive on the top side, doesn't end up working out for them, and now you're down the flashes and you're down the ultimates that you need to try and fight these dragons. It's KC kind of trying to force plays right before big objectives, and then struggling to come back. Now, obviously, MKOI forced the first fight, but it's still having these long-term effects.
Might have a bit of a collapse as the mid lane. Super does have ult flash.
Equalizer slows down Super. Wind becomes lightning, the quickness, but perfectly timed ulti with the feathers out and a double root. Super's made fun of them. Koi will walk forward or at least swim in the direction of Yike with an easy knock-up and a double kill already.
With the
Charmed up again. Jojo in full force. This ain't the Jojo you knew from Winter, with 3 already in the bag. Koi running away because their jungler's dead, their support hitting the ground as well. Vladdy finally spirit rushing, and with a reset, Nymira told you he's got more in the bag. Double down KC. Turn up that frown.
Start of the fight is magnificent by Super, who does disengage very well. But as we go into the replay, yes, this is good, but I do think that MKOI once again overstay, and they massively disrespect the damage and mobility that a Silas and an Ezreal give you. This bit is fine, but Kalista is just continually free-firing, and Vladdy gets the Ariel. This time it is in the right timing for him to make the play.
Yeah, and I think it's also the fact that Kalista and Vladdy just so untouched the back of the fight, and unfortunately not willing to step forward to be able to take that fight. So it ends up being 3 back, as MKOI will have to try and look for something more in a minute's time. So it's kind of the flash on Ioya gone is going to be a bit of a burden for them, but it's kind of answered with Yikes as well. So this will be a pretty even fight in the next 50 seconds.
That kind of fight is exactly what we've known from KC across this split, where, okay, maybe the early game's not gone as well. It's happened a little bit later, I suppose, than this one. But they always have that hidden knife in a team fight where you think you've dealt them the killer blows. It's not the case. Yoya does have his ult. Dragon spawning in 30.
Let's just arcane shift into a Vi with ult up available. That man has no fear, and in this mid lane, neither to KC. They run in, they charge. Elioya hit up against the wall, but a re-engage imminent. Jumps in on top of that bad Kana, no more. Another kill down as well. Yikes hit the ground, and with a perfect engage, Alvaro makes them sing. KC don't know what hit them until they get hit by the mouth of the horse. It's Koi running him down again.
KC thought they found their moment to jump onto MKOI, but MKOI smacked them down where they stand and will pick up the soul as their prize.
I think a lot of people looking at KC versus Koi would have maybe thought, okay, KC, you're just above them now. First stand finalists, champions of Europe. I think MKOI giving us a great reminder here that all the way through this split, they have had great games versus the top teams. They are very much in this conversation. Initially, it was an overstate, but of course, it was not as simple as that.
But it's the fact that they went in without having Vladdy in the picture, and also into this choke point where you have both Miran and Alvaro being able to play forward and keep that follow-up from KC from really being able to do much. Like, Kalista had to overextend so much to try and follow up there, and MKOI punish fantastically. MKOI with this soul now, and Dragon up and Baron up and available for them as well. This is a tough battle for KC.
1200 gold lead. She mentioned soul. Baron stares them in the face. KC having blue side. It's kind of the nicest part of this where they can just walk in, get some defensive vision. But Koi right now running the rift with an 80 carry. He's not even ahead, but an 80 carry who feels like he should be because he is also running the game.
Just compositionally, so much easier for the Xayah to play out this game. Yeah. And now the Hex Soul is in. The mobility we said that was really, really helping Vladdy and Kalista in some of these earlier fights. Going to be hard to play around. You get tagged by that slow suddenly, maybe Vi can get in range for that second Q. Maybe someone like Jojo can land a charm a little bit easier because you're slow during that time too. KC, the barrier for execution just got a lot higher.
Yeah, and you can see that they're trying to find these plays where they can look for picks. They started to, like, they're moving Vladdy down to try and move into position here so they can look for plays on mid lane, but you're actually having a match on the same side by Jojo Pyun, and MKOI just saying, look, as long as we don't actually separate on the map, there is no world where they can try and answer for our plays, and we can just play for these next objective fights, try and push in waves nice and slowly, and just not give KC that moment where they can find just one person off on their own.
However, if that fight does happen in about 4 minutes time, and they do get that one person out on their own, KC could potentially, with the early soul being taken by MKOI, going towards an Elder. Normally we do see at least one dragon split across the side of the map. KC, while I do think compositionally they're in a difficult point now, especially with the Hex Soul coming through, a nasty soul to play against, that's the timing window that they might look to play around.
Yeah, I think it's just difficult for them because they need Vladdy to basically steal Elyoya ult or something to try and make that pick happen. And even then, it's like, who do you go for? Jojo Pyun has that ultimate to try and scarf her away. Supa has the nullifying ult as well. It's just your target selection on KC is so difficult to find these picks, and it heavily relies on, well, one of these big core people ultimates being available.
Yike. He is lucky to get away from that. Charm isn't going to connect, but Yike walked blindly into 3 people and lives to tell the tale.
Actually, observers, can we just toggle over to KC Vision right now? Because it feels like, yeah, it feels a little bit different when you see it like that, doesn't it? Because it feels really, really scary for KC. They are having to group up very heavily in the mid lane. MKOI do have the Vial, they do have the Ahri, and that brush is really scary. There might be no one there, but how are you to know?
I think they're all there. I really think they're all there.
Charm shows it, doesn't it? No time to move. Target Mr. Target, but Vladdy goes golden in the middle, equalizer through a choke. Yike re-engages, might be okay for now, but KC are rooted in place again. They can't touch Super, and Jojo knows it. He runs forward with the Spirit Rust, with the charge. Yike in the middle, flashes away. Mirwin has done his own controlling for Koi. They've got 5 standing, but the charge keep on hitting. Jojo washed away. No, this guy's here to stay. As Koi chases up Yike, he's a remnant. He got caught before, but now he dropped to the damn floor. Can't use his last splash, but I think that's the last one of the game because Koi are taking us away for a brisk game 1.
Jojo's got 9 tails and like a million charms. The skill shot accuracy from this man in the mid lane, absolutely exemplary. Jojo has had a magnificent game on the Ahri, and it's really helped MKOI roll through these picks into the fights, into the objectives.
And it's just great positioning from MKOI, taking the fight where they can get full value from things like the Galio ult to get separate out the fight. But as you say, charm hits onto target. Albro using that position again to buy space, like KC are so split, Kalist can't really get in. But even as we start to roll through this, they go on, turn onto Vladdy. KC still not really in the position to push forward, but also Jojo getting this charm onto Kalist. Look at the cooldown on Kalist's cleanse. It's just about to come back up off the cooldown. So the fact he's able to hit it sets up perfectly, and then MKOI are able to turn through onto the rest of the fight as well. Great play from MKOI. And this has kind of been what MKOI have been doing over the course of the split, leveling up their patience, leveling up their teamwork, looking for these pick plays. And we're starting to see it come to full fruition against the LEC champions.
KC have definitely been put up against the ropes in this first game. Hex Soul, great snowball coming through from MKOI. This wasn't off the back of that early lead, which we thought might be the key to success for MKOI. They've done it in mid-game and going to late game instead, and now it feels like this one is kind of done. I guess we said that against KC before, though, so dangerous to say that.
I think it's so difficult with the comp. Like, I really like the draft that MKOI went for. It showed great understanding of what the priorities were going to be from KC, how to turn them around. And honestly, I think KC kind of surprised by the Galio pick. I really don't think Mirren had it in his back pocket, and it's become a bit of a staple, but it feels like Mirren really has just leveled up now to be such a strong top laner in the LEC.
I think the important thing with the Galio in the draft is it doesn't matter if you win the lane against it. Galio in the team first just plops the ult on top of wherever you put the equalizer, just gets rid of that magic damage, and is just so much more useful as a front line, which KC just don't have.
And also against Kana, when we talk about him having 3 major champions, we know Mirwin has a myriad. This guy's one of the most flexible top laners in the league, and it's picks like this that make you think, oh, hang on a minute, bro, he offers so much to the team.
But it's also across the board magic champions for KC. Yike Sinzel, Vladdy on the Silas, Ezreal for Kalist, Kana's Rumble, they're all big picks and they're about to die.
It's a charm again, but you know this one's already over. The story is done, and Jojo running down another target. Charm connects right in the middle of the quickness. He has had a flashy game, and Super has been the one picking up all the fame. Koi with another triple in the bag, this time with the Death Timers. this game 1 might be done.
It's another couple of pages put into the Magi. MKOI once again find a pick. It has been very good from the mid-game onwards. As soon as MKOI got control of this game, they haven't really let go of that control of the game.
The last defense going to come through. Vladdy has a Spirit Rush once again, but this Silas has not been Zeka-like, to say the least, in this game 1. There's been a story of Koi as Vladdy pops it out, but 1 Nexus turret remaining. Baron Buff has done good work, but Koi don't want to end it here, or rather, aren't going to risk it with Yike coming back up. If Skond of Duck, he jumps in, goes Golden Mirwin. He's going to shift out, but Vladdy again, Protobelt, but he goes a bit far for that one. He thought he could kill him, but Mirwin, he's got the finger out. I can't even do that noise on broadcast. Double kill again, and Koi, they're just going to come right back in, all a ruse, so that this game can be in the basket.
MKOI showing up clutch in game number 1. KC went for slow and methodical, and MKOI just kicked the damn door in.
A lot of people, I think, thought that KC would be very, very favoured against this. MKOI proving they've got a lot to give in the matchup.
Let's get more of that. Koi versus KC right after this.
He doesn't like that. Look at him, he's a good boy, but he don't like that.
Maybe we could play some A-rounds or something like that. I mean, this is map, right? New tower, new objective.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat. Red Bull gives you wings.
Approaching the final pick, and what a ride it's been.
A moment of hesitation, but we're getting closer to the game changer, and what a legendary journey we've been on.
I mean, there's so many excellent options, but one of them has to be a perfect
They're
fit.
about to lock in.
Oh, what a pick!
What a way to close things out.
Join Marriott Bonvoy for a chance to claim a free Hextech chest and key. Marriott Bonvoy, a check-in at every checkpoint.
Along the edge of danger, and it will change you. Why would you let this voice set in your head? It is meant to destroy you. You summon storms, you play with nature. Now watch it hurt you. Why would you want to shape the world in your hands? You will never make it through. Cast the fire. blood. You waste your life to gain power. You shift the game rules. How does it feel to reach the line that no one ever got to cross? Does it make you a god now? Every sin will be forgiven if you lay down your weapons to the ground.
Finally, at 19.5 minutes, it's a dive where Jojo can't move. He flashes away. Spirit Rush followed up, though, by Bloody. First blood goes over because Elyoya takes down one, not two, a third. The dive going wrong.
No rock and W. I hate Rumble. Ramble, no flash. No, kill. It's right. Okay, Ramble dead. Let me get down. I charm. Yeah. We go Nash, go Nash, guys, go Nash. Nice.
How do you like them apples, KC? It's MKOI that comes out with the first win. It's better if you don't call it out. But Odo, you were saying when we were watching those clips, you said, wow, the comms are actually surprisingly calm.
Yeah, because the fights became so chaotic, and I felt like, you know, when it was becoming this weird backline versus frontline fight splitting everywhere, you know, 2v2s, 3v3s happening on the sideline, I would expect a little bit more chaos. But the fact that it was so controlled, or it seemed so controlled from MKOI, because maybe before, you know, it was chaos before that, it was quite a pleasant sight, because now it gives me a lot more confidence looking at MKOI, because I'm looking at the skirmishes, they were really tough to navigate, but them being so calm, that's just another thing that it goes on my check mark on why MKOI I think is going to be better today.
Absolutely, and I think that prep has been really solid in terms of what they gave KC, because now they can't even play Rumble more. KC can't play the Silas anymore, which has been Vladdy's best champion. So the fact that you've already got this out in game 1 and you won against them with your own plan, Elyoya and Vi, really beautiful from MKOI.
Really beautiful start from them. We do need to call out a specific play. We tried it yesterday, but we have a bigger hand today. Shout out to Missed But Hit on TikTok, because that's where we got this idea. But we got to talk about this top lane dive. Okay, so here's the plan. You got Jojo. You got 3 of these, yeah? Here, oh, he's airborne. He's airborne. He should die.
He must be cooked.
He has to die. Or? Oh, what's happening here, guys?
Yeah, it goes all over the place, because I feel like there's been a little bit of mixed execution.
I can't actually tap this, I think. Yeah.
It goes... honestly, from this, it felt like before this point, K-Corp had everything secured.
Yeah.
And this is the play that just breaks the lull of the game. You have right. They had everything secured, right? It was a very calm game, but it was a game where KC were gaining leads just through their lanes. And so they were slowly but surely driving the game forward. But that play into top lane completely breaks it apart. And huge credit to Jojo because he makes the most of it with the lead.
I wouldn't even say it breaks it apart. It just brings MKOI back in the game, because even after that fight, the gold was even, but this sort of momentum, this sort of, how to say, confidence boost moving forward for MKOI was exactly what they needed.
Absolutely, and I think it's nice that you called out that the gold stayed stable for a very, very long time, even in this next Drake fight that we're going to see, but that you see that the individuals are ramping up, and I feel like this is something we call out on KC specifically. Their individuals are on point. But in this game, Supa had a monster of a game. Jojo had a monster of a game.
No, absolutely. I think they just come together in the team fight in order. You wanted to break this one down.
If we pause it right here, this is just beautiful, because what's happening here is that a little handy over here. So what's happening here is that this area right here is very contested by MKOI, because what's going to happen is you have Jojo on the side, Galio's mid lane about to ult in, but this is crucial because this is effectively going to be splitting up the fight. Thank you, because now I have 2 hands. But right here, this is going to be the area that Jojo, Alvaro, and Merwin are really going to be controlling so well. So if we roll out the clip right now, Yike goes in, Targa goes in as well. Pause right now. The Rumble ult is in the backline, zones Supa. And now they think, K-Corp thinks that they're going to have a very good fight. But what does Jojo, Alvaro, and Merwin do? They buy so much time. It's going to become so hard to go past this Galio. He's buying so much time. And in the pit, the 2v2 is completely winning. And Supa is unhit this whole fight. And it was just a masterclass of zone control from MKOI's front line.
And in general, I think Super has gone so like under the radar for a lot of people because MKOI has started using Super almost like Kasi was used back in the day, where he's just a guy that you can leave down in the bot lane and he's just going to chill. He's going to make the most of it by himself, absorb as many resources, while Alvaro is linking up together with Elyoya. And I think he's been doing a phenomenal job at just staying stable until he can pop up in the late game team fight.
This is a very historically loaded matchup, Kalist versus Supa in the bot lane as well. Of course, we remember EMEA finals, rather, and the chip on the shoulder of MKOI. And I think generally you probably look at a chip on the shoulder of Supa as well, right, Oduwamne? Because he's looking at Kalist as this guy who's doing everything he wants to be doing.
Exactly, but even though we give so much praises to the backline of MKOI and pretty much everyone else, this has been a game of ADCs. I feel like both of them are stepping up. And even though this goal difference looks at like it's been plus 100 or minus 100 at 14, throughout the game, they both have the highest CS per minute globally. They walking into the series, they're the ADCs or the players in the globally who get the most farm in the game. So this just shows me that they go toe-to-toe so well, but Supa has been having a masterclass of a game today.
What stat did you just drop?
Well, that was a stat that right now, you know how there's Chovying, right? The CS minute and all of that. If you have a look at your screen, these are the global rankings currently for farming CS, not just in the AD carry role. And it's Kalist and Supa in the top 2 currently. You even see it in a game like this where they're falling behind. They're still able to stay relevant for themselves.
It's hard for me to kind of pinpoint where it went extremely wrong for KC because I feel like they fell back on a Kalist that still was able to do some impact, right? If he had a little bit more to work with. And a lot that went right for MKOI, including that top dive. What is the biggest problem here, or the biggest hurdle for KC to overcome as they choose blue side?
I felt like there was just not enough proactivity from K-Corp. Even though they kept it under control, the Xayah does eventually outskill the Ezreal, and when it becomes this sort of front-to-back team fight, when you have 3 big tanks on MKOI side, it just goes really, it becomes very, very hard for the Ezreal to just blow through them. And now going into game 2, I feel like now with these tools out of the table, we can readjust a little bit.
Absolutely, and I think AD carries in general, you can put them on pretty much whatever. They can still find a way to be relevant. The main factor for me has to be in the mid lane with the mid and jungle support, mid and jungle linking up together. We saw it in this game as well. Yike almost got killed in the beginning. That could have propelled a lead from MKOI. You need to get an edge here. It was so important for KC as well when they got their leads and parries. It was playing through Yike and him getting the leads for his team.
It's getting worse. It's not just when he's on Vi, it's also when he sees the Vi. Aye, but luckily, no more Vi. Something else, please. Let's head over to our casters.
Thank you very much, Shocks. Welcome back to the casting desk. I was hoping to phone KC, you know, like, hello, can I have something, you know, something from...
KC phones home.
Yeah, KC phones home. I'm going to put him in the basket and hope that we can go to the moon together. I don't know. That was ED. Yeah,
anything about the game you want to talk about? Or we're good with
I think I'll start with the fact that, you know, Kana had a big lead, didn't feel impactful. Vladdy, you know, on this champion that he's really been handling since coming back from first stand, didn't feel impactful. Close had 53% of his team's damage in that game 1. And that was about it.
But the thing is, it's removed so many of these big picks from KC. We kind of talked about it at the end, like Xin Zhao huge, the Sylas huge, the Ezreal, I mean 53% of the team's damage. Like so many of these big picks for KC have just been removed and you just lost with it. So it really does open up now MKOI to start to flex into that kind of zany cookie picks if they really want to. Now maybe not in game number 2, but it certainly alleviates a lot of the pressure and drops.
It means, you know, if KC were to mount a comeback, it would at least go to game 4, and if it opens up in the future, which is the big thing you just have to have in the back of your mind. Now, in terms of the here and now, though, had this question back in game 1, what's happening with the Taliyah and the Pantheon and things like that. Potentially, KC could ban the Taliyah on 3rd again. They did so the last time, and MKOI banned out the Azir as their 3rd ban.
And that's the thing, I think if you take away 1 in the Azir, I think you have to ban the Taliyah on the opposite side.
Yeah.
It means that Yike will more than likely go towards the Pantheon, as it does feel like kind of the go-to very strong jungle pick that's still open, but at least nullifying some of that pressure with the Taliyah, or even just leave the Pantheon so you can get the Taliyah yourself.
Flying the ointment here, though, for some of that. What's happening with the Yone? Because maybe you think, no, but then if we give them the Taliyah or the side of the Azir, blah, 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 then we need to get one of those 2 picks.
Yeah.
So now we have Taliyah open, we have Yone open. Those are 2 big ones which are on my mind.
Yeah, I think... Oh, okay. They are going to go... I was going to say, I think I'd leave the Yone for later in the draft, simply because a lot of your AP companions have kind of been taken off the board. Like, your Gwen and Rumble are now gone from the top lane, your MKOI is now gone, so you're going to end up going towards something like a Lilia or a Xayah or something along these lines, which may not be the best of times for you here.
I think, okay, so wow, very different. I was actually wondering if we saw the Pantheon Talia slammed in right now for MKOI. Now, they might just say, you've already picked up the Yone.
Yeah.
We can go towards our global combo. It's going to be the Kai'Sa and the Pantheon threatening the Talia on 3, and that is a triple Avengers Assemble going somewhere on the map.
Let's see if we get something like Sejuani for KC, because for Yike, third most played, but even more importantly, as Ivan gets a thought about, this pairing is still just so good. Melee top laner as well. I mean, yeah, okay, you got a bit of AP in the Sedge. And Bessa locked in, powerful 3-pick for KC. The Slam Akali.
My question is now, does Kalist play Ziggs? Because if you got an AP bot laner, could work out relatively well. Also does well into the Kai'Sa in the 2v2, but I think you're going to struggle a little bit against the Akali is the only thing, but I feel like you need some sort of AP in KC's draft.
Because the worry is, if MKOI lock in and slam in something like a Scion and you're full AD, that's a problem. Now, if MKOI don't have a tank, can maybe get away with it because you'll have enough damage with Ambassador and Vladdy on the Yone as well to blow up the Kai'Sa if you catch them out. Doesn't really work that way when there's a Scion charging at you and he's full armor. That doesn't really work out. They ban away the Renekton instead. I'm really worried about a tank lock-in for MKOI. That could cause some big problems for KC.
Ornn's also available as well. Let's question that. I mean, Brom might be a consideration here for KC as a response, but for the time being, Misfortune's taken away. So Dagda, really good call out before. Let's see if the Ziggs is just the direction for KC to mitigate some of that all-or-one damage.
Yeah, I just feel like it's going to be a bit of a struggle if you just end up with the full AD, but we'll have to see. On the other side anyway for MKOI, it's going to be something like an Alistar. It's going to be the Leona more than likely coming through just to try and facilitate the Kai'Sa. Actually, maybe even the... Oh, I was going to say Nautilus now banned away, but still think you set yourself up relatively well, although Nico not banned into this many melees.
Yeah, and Nico tends to carry the weaker laning phase of Kai'Sa compared to, say, Varus, Kalista, and your S-tier picks like that, and of course the Misfortune on that list too. If you lock in the Nico, yeah, it gives you a lot of peel against the triple melee as it currently would be flying into it, as you've just mentioned, very good at that, but hopefully shores up your 2v2 and it would give Muin that last counter pick top lane, which of course we know he has the flexibility to make with it. We've highlighted tanks, it is Muin, he might just pick whatever the heck he wants to.
Well said. Muin could bring out
wasn't he, didn't he do the Vex versus the Ambassador? Was that the thing he did?
Okay, let's get back to that thing. I mean, there's also things like Aurora top as an option as well, right? We've had Annie top from him. We've had Gragas. We'll sit there and wait and see what we actually get. Kalista, though, is available and locked in by Kalista. Love it when this happens, when the Leona goes alongside it as well. But a CC seems like a simple enough comp. But what does Muin have? That's the question of the day. Akali could go top. Just saying as... Okay, we get Jax. We get something a bit more normal.
All right, goes towards the Jax. Again, we were worried a little bit about the tank stuff. I mean, Jax can still get tanky, but it's not quite the same problem as going, full AD into a massive tank in that top side. So, Muin choosing a bit more agency, wants to get a bit more damage himself. Kalista, very lane dominant. We will see whether Kalista and Targamas can get a leg over Super and Alvaro there. The Nico was meant to prop up the laning phase, but Kalista always throws some problems down that way.
Yeah, especially it's one of Kalista's highest win rate champions as well. Nearly 82% win rate on the champion all time. So this is definitely something that he's going to want to try and punish on in the bottom side of the map. But I think the problem is for KC, you've definitely put a lot of your eggs into the, hey, we want to snowball this from the bottom side of the map basket. And because even the Jax can go towards the Zhonyas, you can get the early tabbies as well, and just make sure that you're going to be in a perfectly fine spot. So I think that's where you're just going to struggle as it goes on a little bit.
It's just so funny to me that we come back from first stand and Vladdy, like, after playing against Humble Life, is like, you know what, I'm really feeling Silas, Akali, Yone. I'm really feeling these champs.
What is a ranged champion?
And he has become like a Uzeka, but that's why game one was disappointing for me, because that Silas, we got 20 minutes, no action. We got past that. And the action was going so negatively that Vladdy didn't even get to contribute into the game.
But the thing is, he still has these other picks in his back pocket. You've got like the Victor that he brought out only a little while ago, and he popped off on it, right? So it's not like he doesn't have them. It's just kind of he's now starting to flex his muscles a little bit more.
Let's hope they do that in game number 2. KC, a game down, not what I expected to say coming into today. If there were favorites from the fan, if there were favorites from analysts, around the world, it was that KC, our first seed, our team that represented us at last International, we're going to come guns blazing, getting ready for the G2 best of 5 that lands with them tomorrow if they win.
No, I wasn't entirely sure. Hang on, that's very BM there, Jojo. We're dancing in mid lane, much like the last game anyway. It's that cute level 1.
Jojo's fired up, bro. He's warmed up. He's like, hang on a minute, that's not happening this time.
I'd say I wasn't sure if we'd get to talk too much about Kalista versus Super in this matchup, in this split, I think compared to some of the other roles, we've seen Jojo and Vladdy really step up, Kana versus Mirwin, you know, there's a lot of fun stuff around there. I do wonder whether we'll see a lot from these two undefeated champions in this split for our 280 carries.
Life swims on. Oh, Mirwin, hang on. He didn't get any gold yet. He didn't get any gold. That's a shame, but I have been told that standing by behind stage is Ginny with a quick interview. We're just going to check in.
All right, a quick check-in ahead of the second game. Last time specifically, the Galio didn't feel like KC was expecting it too much, so could you give us a little insight behind the philosophy for the draft for this best of 5 Fearless?
Yes, we were knowing that they have a high priority on Rumble, and they might end up being without Yone with an AP mid laner, so it was pretty easy that Galio will be having 2 AP junglers in front, and like, they need to engage. If not, they are not a team that play that great. So it counters what the playstyle they want to do, and also Galio has an ultimate global, so also they can do the classic picks that they try to get.
Yeah, it was very difficult for them to get onto Supa that game specifically. Thank you so much. Good luck with the rest of the game. I'll let you go. And guys, back to you.
It's interesting because I feel like the defense mechanics of that game 1, yeah, were so well drafted out. Again, that Galio pick ran KC into the ground. And against double AP, as he was saying, it was like, yeah, super easy with the global.
Yeah, so game 1 countered the double AP. We'll see now whether they can deal well against our full AD comp coming now out of KC as well. They don't have that much tankiness to deal with, but see if Jax manages to stack up something with steel caps and see how nasty Mirwin can be with that in mind.
Now, come back to the game. We're talking a little bit about how it was set up for KC and seeing Vladdy on the Yone in the second game versus the Akali, which means we're getting 3 Zeka champions out of the way in 2 single games. But seeing Kana back on this Ambessa, that's one of the 4 champions that was mentioned at the start of the day. Alongside his Gnar, Rumble, Jace, this Ambessa sits in a tight, you know, nice little grasp that Kana's been wrecking with for the time being.
Yeah, and I do think it's something that you can get a huge amount of value out of in this game, because the carries are all relatively short range, which means something like that public execution can set up for a lot of these plays. But I think for KC, it is going to be much more about trying to enable both Vladdy and Kana on the sidelines to try and get some work done, but it is going to be a little tough. Like, it's not exactly like the Akali and the Jax are weak in the side lane, so I think it's going to be on Yike now to try and get active in these lanes and actually set them up for success.
Big bop. It's grasp versus grasp, by the way. And Ambessa early. It's the time where you really get to punish her, but having said that, I feel like Ambessa is seldom between weakness in lanes these days. Vladdy's getting pushed in as well. In the second game, I want to draw attention to the fact that Super and Kalista pretty even down bot side, as we were talking about before. Alvaro's really going to be the one adding pressure in this lane. Doug, you were mentioning it here. It kind of sways a lot of bot lane matchups these days, I feel, where you don't really look much at AD carry, and that's true historically. But like, Nico is like one of the strongest 2v2 pairings right now.
And that's why I think Nico is the kind of champion which allows you to play so many different other kind of things as an AD carry. Because one, yes, you can dunk down with the lane dominant stuff, but Nico is so strong within laning phase, it allows you to play stuff you might not be able to survive otherwise. I don't like playing Kai'Sa into Kalista normally, if it was, you know, vaguely even support match. Because Kalista is so annoying in that early game, it can be a big issue. Yike top side.
Flash. Mirwin pays respect. Really good gank timer from Yike. Free summoner.
And this is what we're talking about. Like Yike needs to get into these lanes and make himself known. Burning that early flash now from Mirwin means that he can probably try and desync himself from Elyoya and move back up into this top side and punish that. But obviously, it's 4.5 minutes, so AD carries are going to the opposite poles to just go and explore and see what the other side of the map looks like.
Okay. Oh, I like this. It's going to the other side of the world, isn't it?
You've done that once or twice.
I've done that once or twice, and it is exciting. It's more exciting than lane swapping, I'll tell you one thing. But we are just doing normalized, and it's interesting to see it. You know what? 5 minutes of the game, Dragon's obviously up, Grub's on up to 8 minutes now, but it's like we're kind of stuck with that a bit. I just hope we're not stuck in the same kind of cycle as the last game. This is a 21-minute first blood.
Yeah, it did take a long time to get a first blood in that last one. Speaking of kills, deaths, and other things like that, I believe Kalista, we've got a little bit. In this game, rather in this split, Kalista's unkilled on Kalista. Currently undefined KDA. I believe he's 3-0 in this split. Super on the other side, 22 KDA in the 2 games he's got on the Kai'Sa. Of course, not the highest sample size, but both of them finding a lot of success within the few games they picked up of the champions within this split.
Yeah, and I think, I mean, for Supa, it gives him the opportunity to be a really key part of the follow-up for MKOI, because it's Elyoya kind of sends himself in, or Alpha goes in.
Helping.
Yeah, but it's like setting up with these big ultimates from the jungle support, which has kind of been that focal point for MKOI, with Supa then able to follow up, even Jojo Kun as well. The assassination onto someone like Kalist going to make the game a little bit difficult, I will say, for him in this one. Whereas when you look on the opposite side, it's very much a case of, okay, well, we've got Kalista as one carry, but at least for KC, Kana and Vladdy can do a lot of that heavy lifting as well, if Kalista finds him on the business end of some of these spears from Elyoya.
Yike makes his way towards mid. Jojo, fate's going to be sealed. Here comes Yike, no ulti available. Permafrost is one away. Jojo will be hit, but Vladdy's already out of there. Elyoya's going to be the one to add the damage next, and Yike has to be careful because Elyoya, his chase is imminent. Won't be able to find much more. Yike gets away with barely a health bar.
A brief reminder that Sejuani with melee combos does a lot of damage and locks you down very, very quickly. But still, Jojo from that Akali, if he slips the noose there, can be very, very powerful. Maybe taking a hard trade on boss side.
Pops out the health bar too. Kana still holds onto his ult, his flash, but there's also a Pantheon who's edging towards level 6. Half the way there. Won't find anything just yet, but early game is just going to be chill. Now, I did not sign up for this. I'll be honest. I don't mind. Like the team fights we got last game. They were good. They were good, boys. They were good. But
I think it's like we're laying the foundations of the moment, right? Because you get the flash burnt on top side. It's like, okay, we can try and rinse and repeat. We're trying to get the play in towards the mid lane from Yike. Try and set something up there as well. Don't quite burn the flash because Elyoya was there for the answer. But this is what I think Yike does have to do, is try and look for these scraps around the melee carries and see if he can open up the game through that. So I think we will continue to see Yike looking for these plays.
But I think in the difference, the way Yike is looking for them right now, is in how he's able to connect with his lanes. Because in fact, we were talking about this before we came through to the cast. Yike has been very, very good at using the fact that he has 3 just bloody lanes. They just hammer you time and time again. They've been winning lanes very, very hard. Vladdy's been losing early matchup in both games now. 10 CS down against Jojo. It is a very competitive matchup, the Yone versus the Akali. Of course, the last game, the Ahri is getting advantage. But you know, Mirwin's doing well here in top lane this game. Yike doesn't have 3 de facto winning games to play around to make it much easier to make that impact.
But I think it's the fact that he got into towards topside, right? And what was already a bit of a losing matchup for Kana, he's now actually set up at least a wave advantage for Kana when it comes towards the CS. Same when you look at towards that mid, trying to put pressure on towards Jojo, and now using his bottoms, his AD carry having push, he's able to now set up for Grub. So I still think there are windows that KC are looking to punish through, just haven't quite been able to find that full success. But MKOI,
hey, Umbro with a flash away. Glacial Prison does it.
This is what I mean, is like, I don't think you need to pressure as MKOI, but it's KC now burning more summoner spells. I think this is where, again, KC are just going to continue to keep this pressure up in the early stage, try and find some form.
Well, let's just walk forward into that, by the way. Umbro punishes him well, but Super unable to step any further forward with Targamas by his side. Meanwhile, camera goes down here. Observers, do you know something we don't?
Yike is coming.
Ulti for ulti, maybe. Mirwin pops his, but Khan with a health advantage. Waves there, but a Pantheon in the midst. Elyoya coming to defend. Yike's already burnt his ulti. All he can do is Arctic Assault forward, and he finds a man, part mortal, part steel, all hero, and all the 6-pack in the world. KC aren't able to find anything more than rock-solid abs.
That was a really good reminder that Pantheon's in the game with the global, because I was thinking, okay, Yike's got the first roam quick towards that bot side. Of course, the Pantheon has the ultimate in there too. So, you know, Yike heading towards that lane earlier for Kana, very important. I think that is something which he's achieved very well in this early game. It means that if they can be in a competitive and better Jax matchup, that potentially helps you a little bit more, but will have to be so far ahead to make sure they can also deal the potential Pantheon coming in.
Jojo thumbs in the air like he just don't care. The Banner Knives are out. It's good damage from Vladdy, but he doesn't have Vladdy the Ruined King. Maybe it would have been a difference maker as Jojo able to step up to the wave now, just clear it and fall back.
I do think the fact though that Elyoya didn't get value from that Pantheon ult is pretty crucial for MKOI though. Again, the way KC are trying to play is through their solo laners, and Elyoya in a position where he could have ulted to protect the side lanes makes it very difficult for KC to try and actually put pressure on through Vladdy and Kana. So now that that is down, you've got this window of opportunity to at least try and punish on some of the waves, and you have Kalist with push in mid. So you can already see KC push mid, they lean bot, and Mirren has gone for a little bit of a jump in on towards Kana, but with no public execution to try and follow right now. I think he should be safe, but Mirren's overextended. Oh, he jumped in.
Oi, oi, oi. Well, he's now going to be caught, isn't he? Yike. Should be an easy kill, but how long will it take? Mirren buying his time. I say that though, the Koi Cavalry coming in. Would have been easy if he could burst them, but they can't. Kana's still down with his ulti, and KC on the defense.
Look, okay, Mirwin is playing to the limit here, but luckily doesn't get punched, doesn't even lose that flash. Good step back, even stops to the back. You cheeky Jax, you. The the Dragon is going to get started up now, might have a bigger fight.
Yike as well, he's got something in the tank, his ult is back up and available, stunned up against the wall. We don't wait as long for first blood because Clint secures. Pop Blossom though coming in only on the target as well. Yike is zoned off by Jojo in the face, hitting everything. I remember when this guy used to miss, but today he ain't missing a beat.
MKOI able to fight back. It looked like a nice pick coming through from KC, but Yike flashing into the territory did not want to be in. Vladdy will at least TP to the top side to get a plate, but place secured for KC, but it's Dragon for MKOI.
As we look into this fight, we get a good look at what Akali can do in these kind of games too, where you start the initial fight, you take out someone like the Pantheon. Okay, now you do not have those cooldowns for the Akali, who in this case gets to chase out one target and very nearly kill two, actually. The Cholesterol coming in, very powerful there to save Targamas' life. So Jojo, reminder of what he can do on the champion this game.
I think Yike could have flashed over the wall, and maybe with Targamas coming out of the Fate's Call, they could have actually prevented Jojo from being able to find the kill on towards Yike, but a bit unfortunate. Also the fact that Kana didn't have control over that bot side because of Mirwan's trading patterns. Oh, hang on, Jojo.
Ulti, yeah. Jojo gonna get hit. That's the power of Shield Bash, baby! Down into the ground, the Sundered Slayer lets him know who's in town. Kana's gonna run away because Elyoya's just committed the ulti. That is the Kana we know and love.
But look at the top side, and maybe a dive on towards Mirwan as well. Yike in behind the turret. Alvaro trying to make his way topside to try and cover for this.
Just a montage roll, isn't it? Spotted out. Yeah, Alvaro sees him now. He's trying to cut away. Tangle Barbs doesn't connect. Permafrost, mid-air. Do you want a free heart steal stack, or do you want to live? Yike has got an option here, but I think there's really much threat. Mirwan gets a stun up, and Vladdy walks back.
Kana gets given one of his top string of champions, and yeah, deals with that Akali. We're just saying, ooh, could be really powerful this game. Yes, there is still an ambassador, and it's still piloted by Kana, getting plates on this matchup too, which means that he's now going to be near enough 1,000 gold ahead
again
onto Mirwan, which is something which happened that last game. Last game, the Galio was something that could at least just plop an ultimate down on the fight and just be very, very useful, regardless of the gold behind it. In this game, as the Jax versus the ambassador, that gold lead will directly translate into side lane pressure and ability to impact the game.
And I think it's also crucial that he's doing it without the help of Yike. Like, he was able to find that solo kill, which then sets up for Yike to actually cover for the topside play. Now they're having Kalista and Targamas cover for a topside play. They're putting so much pressure on towards Mirwan.
Right, Jill. And that pressure is going to mount to maybe a kill. Zenith Blade to follow up after the solar flare. Flash forward from Vladdy. Beautifully done. Mirwan will get away only by the tip of the spear from Kalist. He says no. Elyoya is coming to defend this while members from KOI are moving up, but KC have got the drill. And the drill is to give Kalist all their gold.
KC are making plays much better than the first game. I think particularly with Yike being able to very easily start plays. Targamas and Vladdy, of course, coming up in that top side. Across the map now, we're seeing KC having more agency to impact the game. I think last game, they found it a little bit hard to thread the needle with trying to steal the ults at the right time on the sides, trying to combo up like that. And it made it a little too difficult to execute. This time, much easier to pull the trigger, and they're doing it effectively.
It's Yike and Targamas with these plays across the map are just making it incredibly difficult. Yeah. And I think especially when we look at MKOI as Elyoya and Alvaro, they had control in game number 1, but this game has been KC very much putting their foot down.
And then the ambassador rolled at the public execution. Let them know once more. Kana, kill number 2. With a lead this time. Now, Mary, just talking about it, there ain't nothing in his way to get as annoying as the Galio.
But this is what I mean, it's this revolving door, right? It's, hey, Yike, you go top, make a play, burn the summoner, great. Kalist and Targamas, get the push in mid, you're gonna be the repeat play towards the top side to make that play happen. Then KC send Yike to the bottom side, and now they set up for another kill. They're just revolving door over and over to these side lanes and making it so difficult for MKOI to try and play. And a large part of this is Supa on the Kalista cannot fight against Kalist on the mid lane.
Maybe at some point he can join in with the combo, but MKOI actually haven't been the ones pulling that trigger. It's been KC doing that, and much like last game, until MKOI are going to pull the trigger, they are slowly bleeding out in terms of the plays being made. KC have now multiple points across the map. Got some really good value. A lot of it has just been Kana just doing it all by himself, by the way. It's not necessarily what you meant to do with the Ambassador. When Ambassador was released, it was meant to be, oh, you CC someone with a Vi, and then you ult on top because it's too hard to hit the Ambassador ultimate. And Kana really just does not care about that. True. We'll see whether he can impact with a teleport in with his next ult cooldown as well. Unlikely to happen here.
It looks like KC just don't want to fight it. They're just like, hey, we can just get this bot lane turret and give all that gold over towards Kana, so let's just pay for that. also avoiding that moment where Elyoya has that ultimate up and available and you can threaten the side lane. So I still think Vladdy has to be a little bit careful here as there's multiple members of MKOI there, but...
Soft contest turning into the actual thing. Koi, 4 members. The advantage only until Vladdy gets here, which he now is on top of board. Level 11, Pop Blossom comes in. Alvaro, great engage in the backline, but who's there? Fate Sealed is a whiff and a miss, but front to back, Alvaro just cops it straight away. With Kana here first, they have to flash away. It's Koi running for their largest. Elyoya is caught in the thick and the thin of it, outside the realm of possibility, with a double going down again. Kalist set up for success, and KC aren't taking any prisoners.
KC saw their moment and they took it, slowly looking for that contest, waiting for the moment where Jojo tried to TP, but a little late now. Kana onto Miran.
Yeah, again, he has the clips, he's got a shield, and he's got Vladdy by his side. It's not a strict 1v1 under the turret, they won't care. Vladdy will walk it in. KC finally alive in the series.
Oh, KC are just completely airborne now, taking off. As MKOI, they don't know what to do with any of these individual powerful members on KC. The counter matchup with the Jax into the Ambassador has completely fallen apart. 1.5k down. Your mid lane matchup has now swung in the favor of Vladdy on the Yone, and now he can be a playmaker. And of course, 4 kills on the Kalista. Kalist very, very happy with that too. MKOI, how the heck do you make plays against so many individual gold leads?
And I think they kind of needed to have that control coming through from Elyoya earlier, but unfortunately the first Pantheon ult a little bit late, the second Pantheon ult a little bit late. It meant that they didn't really have that control to cover for sides, and KC have been playing so well around this mid-pressure into side lanes, and now Dragon going to be secured, 3 grubs, the Rift Herald as well. And the beauty of this is that now you get your side laners to pay you back, where you have push inside, now translating to push in mid and look for the mid lane turret.
That's going to drop pretty soon. Alongside it, Kana finally getting that turret that he worked so hard on.
Oh, ult into mid?
Maybe. It's going to be a setup from Elyoya, but he's in the middle of everything. Slowed down, Fate Sealed. He's caught out. Elyoya jumps into this. Pop Blossom to save his jungler. Targwith is absorbing all the damage. He'll eventually be traded, but mid now a little bit exposed. Bot's going to drop down as well. In a 1-for-1, if Koi keeps, or rather KC can keep pushing here, it'll end up being a French win.
Alvaro really airballing the ult there. Not what you want to see from the Nico. Can't quite make that teamfight impact. It's already hard enough to get onto the targets when you're behind this amount of gold, but missing ultimates like that still stings.
Bot turret drops down in the end, so I guess French win indeed, but 5,000 gold lead. That's what we're cresting here for KC. A very different looking game too, as Yike lies in wait. Mirwin moves into a brush, tries to buy a bit of time as level disadvantage now he faces, with Vladdy walking up to the wave.
Keep your eyes on mid though, public execution available and Super's on his own.
He is indeed, and it hits again! You're right, he doesn't need CC setup. Kana runs under turret, won't be able to find the damage to finish off Super. Luckily, only burn the ulti for ulti.
Why is it only Kana that gets a point and click Ambassador? What's he done to get this? He is so accurate with those.
Korean.
And he's really, really good at this champion. Just every ult seems to be so threatening. Kind of using the mind game of saying, look, if I hit this, you're going to die. So the enemy opponent's like, oh, well, I better step back. Because you are likely to step back, he angles it slightly that way, and it makes it so much easier to hit it. Now on the flank, see the Mega Cone into mid lane.
Launched him in. Look at the damage on Super. That's just one little lash from the Q2. Turret goes down eventually. We're now at 5,000 gold, and Atakan spawning in 50. Dragon far away, but KC really hold this game in the palm of their hands. Again, I have to say once more, a different feeling from what we experienced at the slow burn of game 1.
Yeah, but the thing was, you kind of looked at MKOI's comp, as we already alluded to, and you kind of were like, hey, in team fights, MKOI have this major lead. But with the position that MKOI are on, they are very much a shotgun comp. Try and kill off someone very quickly. And when you're in the deficit that you're in, it makes it very difficult to successfully set up for that play. And even the fact now as well that mid lane tower has gone down, it makes it very easy to use that push you already had with the Kalista and the Leona, lean that into top side, finish off this top lane turret as well. And then you can always fall back down into that bottom side and just look for Atakan to get the last of these objectives on, and looks like actually maybe right now.
Jojo, it's a whip though. Yike gives him a little bit more time, plays with a shout, ulti's out, nicely done. That's an escape, but even though Atakan spawned, it'll open up topside turret for KC.
So another play for KC, just removing cooldowns from MKOI. You'd love that Akali ultimate to fight around the next big thing of the game. Not going to have it, it's going to be another turret down. KC getting huge territory on the map. And that, of course, leads into the vision play that you were talking about before, Rob, but also means that the Pantheon ult, you can't dive into deep territory like that. You don't have that many opportunities to use your own map play.
You know, while you guys are here, while Mirwin's just trying to batter down this turret, won't get there because Kana's going to defend in time. I was going to say, this comp on Koi, this looks like something I'd see at BLG like 2024.
Yeah.
You know, this feels like a very much, you know, Dag, you use your words, a shotgun composition where you expect the lanes to start snowballing, like you expect Bin on this Jack, you expect Knight with something like the Akali. They're always making rapid plays, try and get that first pick you talked about, and escalate the game from there. Koi are very good at that in the early game, but it just feels like this game, they've been very stymied with what options they've been able to use.
Yeah, and I think that's a great comparison, because what also happens with teams like, you know, your BLGs and stuff like that, which play this kind of comp, is yes, they get ahead early through the lead, through those lanes and whatever. On the other side of it, you can't play these comps if you make too many mistakes in mid-game, because the snowball against you is so hard. If you fall behind, you go into a free fall. KC found those couple of moments across the map, forced the Jax behind, forced the Akali behind. It's really hard to come back from that.
And I think that's why, like, Yike and Targamas have been the heroes of this game for KC. Even if Kana gets to be the flashy one, it's Yike burning the summoner spell on Mirwin on those early stages, repeat ganking on the mid to make sure that Vladdy is in a comfortable position, then finding these plays towards Kana as that level 6 gets hit, kind of forcing Elyoya to try and save his team with these ultimates. But now you're kind of too far in the ditch at this stage. MKOI trading a tower for Atacon for pressure on this bottom side, and maybe even a public execution on the mid wave as well, as Supas be very careful about how he gets back to mid lane.
Can't pass through, Kana's going to get the push here, and I was going to say, like, Elyoya game 1 versus game 2, very good at punishing on the buy. Game 2 here on the Pantheon, we've talked about some of the missed ultis, but he's been very quiet otherwise. And we like, in the LEC currently, talking about engines, machines. We're very much trained people, apparently. But what my takeaway is, like, every team has an engine and driving force. It feels like, for the longest time, it has been Elyoya with Koi. When this guy's not ahead, when this guy's not driving Koi, it feels like a very different team. Game 1, game 2 are points an example. In this game, still 5,000 gold behind. We have to see how he can drive them to a potential comeback as Third Dragon spawns.
Really hard to approach this, just as Dagda was talking about before. Like, you are very much not able to push in too easily through these side lanes, because there's a tower there, and it makes it harder for you to walk into the right points of the map to get towards this. You then have the wrench on the Callista, so you don't get to approach very easily, you don't get to contest very easily. Very easy Dragon take, MKOI, no real option available to them.
And it gets to continue from this. Kalista can just shove in mid. As soon as you start to actually control this bottom side and top side jungle, like the pathways through it, KC just get to very quickly swap into either side. And even if you just end up missing a Beast's MKOI, or you end up overextending into one of the side lanes, you can just immediately take the mid lane turret as well. You have so much damage and just opportunities here as KC to try and play at this map. And the pick potential for MKOI gets very limited with the map state as it's in.
I don't know why I thought, yo, Jojo wants to 1v1. He wants to try. And to his credit, even in this game, like, Jojo has kind of been on point. I feel like, you know, some of the fights getting caught out, it has been hard to play, but at the start of the series, like, Jojo has shown the progression that he's made, despite having a rougher game 2 because of the map state. Yeah,
this is if you're MKOI side laners, where you got to kind of like ruffle your feathers, puff out your chest a little bit, and just bluff the fact that at least Pantheon is somewhere on the map, and he could be topside, which is why he saw Vladdy Soul Unleashed to try and get access to the wave. So it's just to do whatever you can to pretend that we are there, and maybe we can buy some space back from KC.
You know, I watched Lilo and Stitch for not for the first time, but again, you know, like, it's 20, 25 years old now or whatever. You know, the aliens go up and they go, yoo-hoo! You know, that's kind of what you have to do. You have to be like, I can't even remember the aliens' names. It's a good movie. They're remaking it. I'm not sure about that.
I remember Ohana means family.
Yeah,
and that means
that's the important thing. But, like, you know, new kids, I want them to watch the old one.
The old one is fantastic.
The old one is fantastic. Now, hopefully we don't get a lawsuit from Disney from this. But if I do, I am cancelling their service. You know?
Well, you're playing a dangerous game there, Jay.
You know what? It might be worth it. Maybe it encourages the fight. Not from them, but from Koi and KC. We've got a 5k gold lead, but I want to see KC do something with it. As Kalista gets back to the old emote spam, and Baron spawning is a very good excuse.
KC are not overextending. You can see that Kana has pushed him bot side and is like, there's no one here. That means that everyone is somewhere on that top side of the map, and until they actually start to show, KC are going to play it slow. And now Kana, as he gets to push in that wave one more time, KC know that they can move over towards the Baron.
That's just stacking up the Q from Vladdy, making sure he can go for a little bit of a delaying play if he wants. He can also hop in back inside the pit. Sejuani takes Baron surprisingly quickly with the Yone beside them.
Vladdy, zone control. Alvaro doesn't get the tangle barbs. Elyoya now spotted out. They look for the turn instead. Forget the Baron when you have free Tucker. Elyoya goes for the engage, and it's Alvaro who turns it back. A shutdown onto Gliss. KC's turn is going devilly wrong. A double kill already, and one into Super. The ulti from Elyoya. He zones them off, but Koi have already got the damage down. KC, it looked good till it wasn't.
The setup was perfect. Their approach towards the Baron should have been what they needed, but they go too far, and Jojo cleans up with the rest of the follow-up from MKOI, and it's going to be MKOI which get the Baron.
Big throw. Big throw, Dagda. Give me your big energy.
I'm in shock. I thought that this was going to go perfect for KC, but Vladdy ends up trying to move in towards the top side. He's now stuck in the pit, which means that as the rest of KC go through, it's just a 3v4. And the fact that you're so far forward trying to kill Elyoya just sets up perfectly for the Nico.
Super is free hitting for the entirety of that fight. And I know it's not the most fed Kai'Sa, but a Kai'Sa free hitting is still a Kai'Sa free hitting. Jojo Pion gets to clean up, and KC, I mean, yeah, you got to just say what you just said. It's a big throw. That was a perfect setup for them. They actually still have a gold lead, but now it is a much more interesting game.
France, don't kill me, but I don't want to see the white flag. I want to see competition coming through here. Red Bull Baron power play now picked up, and for Koi, 1,500 is only the beginning here because it was Dragon sacking territory. That feels like now as well, with Koi being able to get some gold back. They'll start being able to contest this. I mean, Jojo got a lot of gold in that. He was 0-3 before. 2.5 items now.
It's the fact you can buy access to the map as well. Like, you're going to get mid lane tower here. You're going to be able to push in bot. You're going to be able to get access to the map where you can use Elyoya's ultimate, get access into side lanes, and this is crucial for MKOI's success.
Now, I'd say about 10 minutes ago, we were talking about, okay, KC, they took the mid lane turret first, they took the side lane turret. Yeah. Great for KC in terms of vision, bad for MKOI in terms of using their global pressure and making plays on the map. That is suddenly reversed. MKOI have opened up that map in the way that we were just talking about. Yeah. Now with 30 seconds till Dragon.
Kalist jumping into everyone! The Prodigy becomes dust! Into the back line, it's great from Vladdy. He found some access into Super, but Super once again live while Jojo takes his name. Running for the Canadian mid laner. Just have to get the rest. KC have thrown it all out the French window.
KC trying to make the play in mid lane, but they've no TP on Kana. They have no AD carry left. And they may have just taken this control of the game, and as you say, tossed it out the window.
When I think of Karmine Corp in the last couple of splits of the LEC, I think about discipline. I think about very, very high level of execution in the mid and late game. And what has just happened around the Baron and in the mid lane is not what I know from this team. They have massively taken a one game and thrown it completely out of the window, as you said.
It goes good cheese, good bread, good wine, good team fighting.
And it's good God at the moment. What is Kalist doing in this situation? Going way too far forward. Jojo in a great position in the bush to immediately kill off the AD carry, finishes off the mid laner as well. And look at Kana.
He's nowhere near.
He has no TP. Mirwin is the one with the teleport advantage, and KC are trying to make that play in the midway.
Yeah, because normally you try and play devil's advocate a little bit. Think, okay, well, what were they thinking of? But Kalist, you should never really be the first person jumping forwards there too. And if you are, you probably need your ultimate charging up already. So if someone jumps on you, you can throw the Leona immediately in their face and then cleanse through it.
But he didn't even have the cleanse. It was only the flash, which is why, like, it did not, like, even if you weren't sure if Jojo was in the bush, still, that is way too far of an overextension. Super, what we find, is going to back away. And now, for the MKOI, getting a gold lead in this game, getting some control, and it's off a little mistakes now, Jojo.
Kana, is he really the one caught out, though? It's playing slow. Jojo jumps back in. His range, great execution now, but he's caught out. Goes gold in the back while Mirwin now joins in. Pop Blossom again. Alvaro with a trifecta. Pull him out to sweep him down, and KC run around. Super gets the jump in, and it's happening again. KC went from great to good to under Koi's thumb. This bitch is swimming again.
Alvaro, you beauty! Magnificent Pop Blossom, and MKOI completely take down the entire team of KC.
MKOI look down and out in this game, but now with incredible picks from standout performances on Jojo Pion, they are going to look to crack open the base and potentially push them to 2-0 in this series.
And they end.
These have been some magnificent team fights from MKOI. I don't think it's the end. Kalista's up with Flash in 10 seconds. That should be enough to save the base. But it has gone from a significant gold lead for KC to 6,000 gold in the advantage for MKOI. The fact that this starts off with Kana, the person with the gold lead, taking so much damage is already a problem. The fact that you use so many cooldowns to allow Alvaro this ult later on is even worse.
But it's again like Vladdy trying to get in with this fade unseal, or sorry, the solo bound, not really in position. The great follow from Alvaro, Supa, that reposition with the killer instinct, immediately shutting down the backline for KC. It is everything trying to be used in the wrong places. And again, like, not actually this 1-2 combo from KC. Like, fights should be, hey, Yike set up for the ult, Vladdy, Kana, follow up, immediately destroy Supa, immediately kill Jojo, but KC are so staggered coming into these fights that MKOI are finding ways to outplay them.
And I think, again, I can't remember who was sitting next to me on our meetings on Wednesday. It might be Gildyborg. I'm not sure who was there. But calling Alvaro one of the best supports in the split, whoever was next to me on that right-hand chair, I couldn't agree more after watching this game, after watching this series. Alvaro, not only in the regular season, his engagement is good, but these pop blossoms are insane.
He's top 2 without a shadow of a doubt.
It's without a shadow of a doubt, I can now handfully say myself. 5,000, 6,000 gold. KC were up almost 6k gold about 10 minutes ago.
And that gold specifically on Alvaro has given him this nice item there, going towards Azonius. That is so powerful for these kind of fights. Yike is luckily tanky enough to face check that one, but I'm not sure Vladdy is as happy.
Jesus. And the trading is huge. Now Zonya's fully completed. Jojo's got that up and available. And you saw how he played last fight with the invulnerability. Played like a madman, possessed Kana, main found Mirwin, but this trading ends here. Elyoya with a position, but he's got a ward on the side. They spot him out, TP coming in. We want to fight again. Baron's up.
Jojo on the flank potentially. He's on a really dangerous angle. We already talked about Alvaro having that Seekers, also has the flash too. Alvaro could look for another real montage, real play.
It's a mega blast cone. It's a mega blast cone. Vladdy sees him out. He's taken it already. He's buying time. That's what Sonya's will help do, but he's knocked up into the air. Then uses it. Fate sealed out, but Jojo, how does he get on out? Like that! Alvaro's back in again. Yike is the target though, so it won't work. Solar Flare on the right there. Look at Jojo taken out. Kana finally comes alive. KC finally spring up. And look at Vladdy on the right-hand side. He's put Mirwin into a stasis, into a state of mind. KC were down, but do not forget, they were not out.
The carries were collapsed on by KC and immediately taken out of the fight. KC found them with Vladdy just catching barely Jojo Pyun in that push and setting up everything.
It has been two very different Barons for both teams. MKOI got them back into the game, and KC used it to slingshot right back at them. So, biggest part about this is Jojo on the flank. Vladdy has the sweeper, and it allows him to see Jojo and immediately force out one of the defensive tools. The Shroud goes down very quickly. The Zhonya's goes down very quickly too. Has to fly out of the play, and it forces MKOI to kind of panic and try and protect their mid laner. Flying in at that last bit to get caught by Kana, that's just the cherry on top, isn't it?
Yeah, it's the defensive tools being used by MKOI, not really getting the value that they would have hoped for. And KC getting on towards Supa and them being able to separate at the fight sets themselves up perfectly. And because I was like, a lot of what I was about to say was the window is closing for KC. Because look at the, like, oh sorry, wrong button. But the look at the items that you have. You got so many armor items starting to come through. So it just means that, like,
that's a great amount of armor items on that graph right there.
You should be able to set up really nicely for being able to take these fights. Like the Zonya is now completed from Mir. When you're getting that cloth armor, all of this armor is starting to come through after the core items have been completed. But KC, they found the fight they desperately needed to maybe suture that wound.
However, looking forward to the next fight, we still think that MKOI are a better 5v5 comp. I think on the whole, unless Jojo's caught out magnificently like that again, where KC managed to blow so many defensive tools so well from that mid laner, I think MKOI are likely to solo out those carries a little easier than KC can do on the other side. We do have a very late game Kai'Sa that has the Rage Blade build and has the Terminus to be a little bit tankier. So you have some ability to really go man mode in that backline.
Yeah, I think it's just the... I feel like with the Leona being there, it's really difficult for Jojo Pyun to kind of burst Kalista out. And I think that's why he has to go for these like big flank places and trying to set himself up to find access to Kalista. And I think the safety of Vlad as well, when he gets towards like the solo and bound and being able to kind of move in and out of fights, just makes things a bit easier. But it comes so close down to execution, and also now Super having that GA, like at least that'll give him a little bit more wiggle room in these fights.
Yeah, I completely agree on that execution, because I completely agree. Leona against one Akali, one Kaiser who flies to the backline, that's a problem. If it is the Nico blowing the ult and also knocking up Leona, if it's two people diving at the same time, Leona can't deal with all of them. So MKOI needs to be coordinated. Got to bring a wingman when you're diving into the backline.
Topside, the next thought. The inner turret that is currently only standing in the map. Can't see towards mid. I can't remember either. This game has been so back and forth. It's standing, but for how much longer? Tunnel will make sure it eventually drops down thanks to double cannon. Mirwin jumps in. That's just to zone him off, but still falls all the same. KC doing the same kind of damage in top as well as Alvaro tried to zone out. There's a Glacial Prison sent out. Elyoya with a good stun on Targamas. He sends the Mortal Shield up. Spike it down. Now, that turret eventually going to drop. It feels like Cannon doesn't get the last shot in, but KC still. Gold back in there, caught if only just, and it does feel like we're going to chill for the next Baron, next Dragon.
They are separated on the play. They haven't gone for the resets properly. Can have gone. I wasn't sure if Elyoya was immediately just going to ult in on top of this, but you have to be very careful, KC, with the resets, because if you are like in any way separated, MKOI can pounce.
Yeah, and I think particularly because you did point this out earlier, but just really want to highlight this again. This is not the components you normally see on a Pantheon. This is heavy armor stacking Pantheon because it's a full AD team. Yep. The Bramble Vest, Frozen Heart, and then also the Chain Vest. Yoya can go for those dives a little bit more brazenly, saying, okay, I have a bit more bulk to survive a little longer and take those one-man missions.
Frozen Heart versus Kalista, painful. I'm sure any AD carry main will tell you.
Yona as well is just...
It's, yeah, I mean, Yona, you're the same. And especially, you know, that mortal peril, that being able to move your tootsies, you know, up and down in the fight. Like,
is that the scientific term?
That is the scientific term for feet. We've talked way too much about feet, and I'm sorry for
No, it's you that talk too much about that.
I said we.
There are 3 people here. You are one of them.
I don't even like feet, bro. Anyway, let's get into this. A 1 minute 30 to Dragon, and while I do have my job, I want to kind of point out the fact that 4-item Kalista with a bit of tanky stats as well will help Kalista survive in the fight. Also, the GA for Super. That's a Kaiser who's going to be jumping in with Zhonya as well. There's a lot of time-bending abilities. Now with Mirwin having one as well.
For sure. So we're getting to the point where the carries are not convenient to kill. There is no one who's going to cleanly one-shot if they use the defensive tools, while every single carry has an extra life or a bit of tankiness to play around. And with a minute on the Dragon and some macro to play around, those cooldowns being so powerful must be in consideration for both teams.
KC took a bit of a gamble here. They tried to see if they can contest MKOI as they're looking for vision towards Dragon, but MKOI kind of played the reset button maybe with Jojo Pyun, but because KC have sent everyone towards the Dragon, now you've got Jojo who can look for the tier 2 and top side, and KC now answering mid, trying to put pressure back, but because of this clone, it's just been constantly able to check the brushes for MKOI without actually causing anything. And now Terror still not responded to on the top side. So I don't know if Jojo wants to just continue this play as the next wave comes through.
Now the clones and the W's from Kaiser, so much extra free vision control for the side of MKOI, which means that when you are doing these kind of tricky vision plays, MKOI have a bit of an advantage.
TP onto that ward as well, so Jojo back in towards the fight, just finished off his magic pen item as well. So MKOI now in a good spot.
Can he pick the angle? He tried it before, but this time closer to the mid lane. Kalist was the target before. Mirwin tried to get a flank as well. KC moved into this choke. Kalist is spamming emotes. Must be feeling confident as he gets tagged out by Super. Both AD carries on the back wings of their team. Now spawning on a ward as well. Mirwin doesn't want to back there. He's on full vision as this Dragon gets started off.
So for KC,
Artemis, he's the target. They re-engage. They find themselves Elyoya. Pop Blossom is good again, but this time KC has started the fight with blood. Jumping in. Jojo doesn't get to play. Plays slow, goes golden. Mirwin jumps in as well. Super ran into the back line, and with GA, he looks unstoppable, but KC have already taken care of business. Young poked out, not dead, kiting back. Super flashes over. Mirwin tries, but he too will fail. KC by inch, by mile, whatever country you're in, it was a close call. I can't take an 8 kill.
I thought Super had ended up diving into the backline and killing Kalista. I thought that would be the end of the play, but it wasn't quite.
Keep your eyes on Vladdy in this fight, though, how he ends up playing it. As this stun and the Pop Blossom comes in, he's already buffered his ultimate, so then he doesn't get set up. Then as he snaps back, you get another follow-up as this Counter-Strike tries to come through, but he preemptively flashes it and gets away once more, then gets the shield to keep himself alive, and he's the one that finally ends up going down with the GA, but he gets so much work done in this fight alongside Kana. that there just isn't enough in the MKOI camp to keep them standing.
The fact that Kana being alive at the end of that fight is just terrifying. He's got a 4.5k advantage over Mirwin. The top diff has been insane in this game. Kana has been utterly brutalizing MKOI. I thought Super would be able to clean that up. Was just not the case because Ambassador was just running back.
I feel like watching that fight back, Super's positioning was insane, but you know, again, I guess the part of having something like a GA, you also sacrifice a bit of damage as well, right? You got the survivability, that wasn't popped. You got in the backline, not targeted. Didn't do as much chunking damage as I
think it was just the problem is like, you get this big Alvaro ult that is then dodged away from by the key KC guys who preemptively, by Vladdy who's already used his ultimate to buffer it. Then you get the follow-up counter-strike from Mirwin, which is preemptively flashed by both Vladdy and I think was Kana in that fight as well. It's just the game-changing moments that could have happened, KC were already prepped for. And I think that's what's made them such a terrifying team-fighting team. They already know what you're going to do, and they're that one half step ahead. And now for MKOI, with this Chemtech zone now picked up, they have to find some way to get and execute and assassinate people in the backline when they just got these extra resistances.
Can I just say, like, if you're sat here watching this at home, just enjoy the moment. This is such a banger of a game. The fact that we get it between two teams which have a rivalry between them as well. I'm loving every second of this. I'm not sure my heart rate is at the same time, and I think it'll be even worse for the people who are very invested in these teams.
Good dodge from Jojo. Koi right now.
Point and click's broken, folks.
I mean, I would say that, Casey in a good spot, but I've been proven wrong in this game already. You throw enough fish at a tree, they'll find a way to climb it, and Alvaro definitely gets up first. But it's only the Yike. Vladdy goes in, finds a good two-man ulti. Solarflare follows up as well. Super gets in position, but he's chunked out. Mirwin goes gold, and Casey running away from the fight because now Jojo has found another flanking angle, but Kana is at the helm of this one. Great burst damage. Casey looking forward. Again, reinvigorated. Koi running away. Push and pull. We continue to play because Baron is there at the top side of the map, there to stay with the TP, now being burned. KC going to start it up again.
The shotgun needs to be reloaded, and KC are aware that they're immediately going to move over towards the Baron and make sure that MKOI don't get their chance to find the kills that they need.
Baron will go down to KC, their second one of the game. MKOI, we thought they'd be stronger in the 5v5s at some points, but I do really feel like we have to question that now, especially with how strong Kana is. He has been so good at checking one flank and being a continual threat.
We get hard steeled. He's going to get permafrost. Mirwin jumps in for this counter-strike on a short cooldown. Arctic Assault in, ready to tank it up. His Jai gets Kana's angle. Counts out a right field into the GA. This might be the game-defining moment that KC finally climb back up on. Collects with a kill. Vladdy picks up another, and in the end, KC have used that top laner to fruition.
They had to sweat, they had to bleed, but they will get the game win. KC, actually, hold on a second.
Pop Blossom, it's a good defense. Super still here, might not be over yet. Jojo gets some damage down, but dies in the end. Vladdy, it's a whiff, but Super at half HP without a GA. Can't play as up as he'd like, and KC with all 5 members will take us to an even series, but working through it through thick and thin. This game was no cakewalk.
Ladies, gentlemen, and everyone else, the calming coaster has come to a rest with a win for them in Game 2, but God, that was an adrenaline rush.
It was indeed for KC, I'm sure. It kept them on their toes, but we've got a series, ladies and gentlemen. We'll go to a break and return with Game 3.
Damn it. Hey, Dragos, you ready for the... Oh, that doesn't look good. Wait, I have a solution, but you have a break. I will be right back. Just wait.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
See? I told you we'd figure it out.
I don't think this counts.
Come on, let's go.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Wait, is he switching lanes?
Hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Waltzing through the storm, feel the vibe align. Radiant rebels in the silent fray. In the pulse of dawn, we embrace the day. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze, we're laser focused. Dancing through the storm, we become the light. Against the lies, we'll stand and play in this never-ending fray. As alive in the pulse of dawn, we find our beat when the chances take form through the noise. Hey, look down at the tide, it's our warning sign. It's time to rock the wave or get swept aside. Crash through barriers, our destinies untied. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze, we're laser focused. We become the light. We become the light. Against the lies, we'll stand and play in this never-ending fray. As alive in the pulse of dawn, we find our beat when the chances take form through the noise. Hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Radiant rebels in the silent fray. In the pulse of dawn, we embrace the day. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze, we're laser focused. Dancing through the storm, we become the
Look how they celebrated game one. They don't believe themselves that they can win against us, you know?
Trolling that bot side because of Mirman's trading patterns. Oh, hang on, Jojo.
Ulti, yeah. Jojo gonna get hit. That's the power of shield back, baby. Down into the ground, the Thunder Slam.
Come, yeah. Nice, good job.
Nice, good job. You guys are fine?
Yeah, we kill.
Okay, we kill fan too.
Yeah. Guys are one.
Yes, I will.
Guys and ult no flash, go top.
Yes. I will get the mid. Go with the wave.
It's
maybe end with the top.
Wait for
I don't know if we need the mid.
Let's go! KC strike back. Targamas, the Oracle. He read them. He read them like a book, man.
Yeah, I mean, I think everyone in KC was just kind of locked in that game. If we don't talk about the slides, Frost, they were doing really well.
But we absolutely will talk about the slides as well, because what a game!
Yeah, we would be remiss not to talk about it. Could be like, oh yeah, KC, they just walked that one on the goal, didn't they, GB? Look at this.
Oh yeah, have a look at that goal graph there. And they should have, honestly, that early game from KC, they should have never thrown it. The fact that MKOI even had a chance to come back, my word. But then again, MKOI dropping the ball, and then the game started looking like as it should from the beginning with the KC lead.
And look at that Ambessa damage. I mean, I was talking about kind of how in both games just kind of is destroying Mirman in the laning phase, but also that triple kill in the like mid to late game and the snowball, he was just unkillable in those fights.
But at the same time, Super, who barely got any resources this game, who was out-div by Kalista in the early game, who still managed to stay relevant and even be a high carry for his team. I mean, what a game.
What a game. A lot good from like both sides, I feel like. It was very back and forth. I will say I want to give a physical representation of MKOI being the hands and Ambessa
That's me.
being Goldborg. Like, I feel like it really was like...
I mean, it didn't really do anything. Like, you can do it. I mean, I'm not really feeling anything at all. Like, I'm getting hit, but nothing happens. Yeah, Kana on the Ambessa. What a performance.
What a performance.
What a performance.
What a guy. What a man.
I did hear, I want to say, I'm a little tattletale, right?
Yeah.
Well, that's like, wow, that Ambessa's doing great. That Jax is doing nothing. Oh, the Ambessa's useless now.
That must have been Odo
wait. Oh, wait, the Ambessa's actually sick now.
That one was a little later. But to be honest, it was valid. I mean, he really did pop up after that triple kill, and I think every team, but ever since they got that soul, he was just all the healing, all the damage, every single time, just bam, 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 with the auto attacks on the backline.
But it's not just been this game, right? You just saw the stats on your screen. It's been this entire series right now. Kana is definitely the best top laner. It's showing it.
It is, and I want to come back to what we talked about in Reddit check, where we saw kind of the champion pools, and the fact that the champion pool for Mirwin is much, much bigger. He even added one with the Galio in game 1, but I feel like the amount of power Kana brings to his lane and to a game, like, it doesn't really matter almost if you get that kind of out-of-pocket counter pick or not. It feels like, yeah, it's really hard to beat.
No, you're absolutely right. This has to be the series where Kana proves that his champion pool is not slim and he can easily perform in a best-of-5 fearless scenario.
But I feel like for a top laner, his presence is just so... No, not enough to say it. This is, you can always feel his impact in the game. I think maybe not last game, but this game, I don't know, all the top laners always complain that they don't have any impact. But I feel like every single play KC made this game was kind of on the back of Kana. Those early picks onto Georgian, it was back of Kana. Those teamfights with it was back of Kana. He was just everywhere in this game.
Yeah, we need to take a look at some of the things that happened in the game as well, because there was a throw, right? I don't know if this is the one or...
Well, this is MKOI's throw, right?
It is.
It's Jojo who's trying to come in on a flank, and Vladdy, he's playing this so clever. He's keeping the sweeper active the entire time. And then the Nico ultimate, it's not good enough. Going on the Sejuani just allows Kana to find a perfect ultimate on 2 squishy members on the side and completely bring the game back in KC's favor.
Yeah, and listen, I think this was maybe not the brightest move by MKOI. I feel like they really had the kind of way back into the game.
Yeah.
But as we see here, massive ult by Alvaro, not really being enough. I think Supa really tried this fight to do everything he could. You're gonna see him dive into the backline here and almost assassinate Vlad and almost kill the entire team. But yeah, in the end, it's just not enough against the bulwark that is Kana here. You see he has to flash out when Kana rolls up here, and he just doesn't have the damage at this stage.
There's so many micro here. Yike's passive, or Super's passive on Yike just barely runs out. He misses one auto attack, which doesn't take Vladdy into the GA early. And then, yeah, of course, we also have to talk about this one, because this was KC in a prime position to win the game, and somehow their most important members find themselves in the front line. Easy for Alvaro to find that ultimate, and Kalis, I mean, it's the same story for these two Cliffs, just way too arrogant in the way he's pathing up.
I didn't even see Alvaro dodge Sejuani ult by turning into a minion. That was so sick.
Nice.
What a great play by him, honestly.
I mean, they did lose, but in the draft, when Nico got locked in, I did say we're in for a show. Because Alvaro and Nico is special. It wasn't special enough because KC was stronger because of all the throws. It's such a hard game for me to read, right? Because of the way the kind of the gold graph went and the game went, Finn. Like, I want to say congratulations to KC, obviously, because they withstood the throw and they came back in the game and they had, I think, great play also on Kalist, also on Kana. But on the other hand, I'm like, with a slightly different comp, perhaps MKOI would have just brought it home.
Definitely, but I will say I gotta give props to KC's discipline in the early game. I feel like they're not really giving MKOI any openings, and they're playing really disciplined. And I think this game was a little slight mishap in the mid game, but in general, I think KC can kind of be happy with this game because they really had such good planning in the early game.
Yeah, it's one of those things where they just did not make a mistake at all. You know, they're sieging a mid turret, fine, they'll easily get that. We regroup, and then they just take outer turret after outer turret, and MKOI could never find an angle. I would actually say, from a draft point, you're completely right, Ifya, because the moment that MKOI was behind in the early game, that draft had no business coming back, and had they not thrown at Baron as KC did, MKOI probably wouldn't have been back in that game at all.
It's true. There's a couple of things we can talk about before we get into the next draft. I think we need to keep bringing up this bot lane matchup just because of the history, because Supa tried his hardest, but this one went to Kalist.
It almost certainly did. I think, you know, Kalist early game for sure, but also Kalist wasn't consistent enough to really drive this one fully home, and that is on him as an AD carry. He was part of the throw too in that mid lane team fight, and that gave Supa the agency that he needed to almost be the pillar for his team to take it home.
I heard the word arrogant.
It was arrogant. It's cocky movement. Of course it's cocky movement, but that's what makes Kalist so good. He has the confidence to make these plays, and it's what that allows him to have that Ezreal clip that we saw in Paris, but this time around, it's what also allowed Super to come back in the game.
Can we talk about this?
Yes.
52% damage percentage.
Wow.
He is putting on a clinic that is immaculate. I've never seen such numbers from an AD carry before. What?
That's why he's allowed to be cocky.
What?
Yeah, that's why he's allowed to step forward. Exactly that. I also want to bring up a graphic in terms with the mid lane champion pool. It is one that we had in Reddit check as well, but we kind of darkened out the ones that were already picked with it being Fearless. How much is this matchup changing in front of our eyes?
Yeah, I mean, the most important thing you have to realize is that all the melee champions are out now. There's no Sylas, there's no Akali, there's no Yone, but that doesn't matter because despite Vladdy having brought out these champions all the time in spring, those were not his best champions. At first dance, it was when he got the hands on Taliyah, when he got the hands on Victor. So those are the two picks that I'm looking at in this draft, how they're going to shape up.
Yeah, and it's now back to old school Vladdy. Hello, I'm back.
What?
But
Yeah,
I just
are you here to take my spot?
No. It's fine. Those times have passed now.
Oh no, we're so
happy.
both washed.
Yeah, that is true.
Okay, looking on this draft though, I love that you brought up the Victor and the Italia, but for me, like, Vladdy is this kind of guy that we know him now for all these melee champions, but his Victor in Winter was his main pick. He was just winning every single game in Victor, getting these massive ults in the late game fights, and just carrying with so much damage. So I really wonder if they're going to look for it now in the early rotation, because I think it's such a power pick.
Odo's here.
We already did that.
Yeah,
my producer said, can you please make sure that people know Odo's here?
Oh, don't worry, he did that himself.
Okay,
He's
fun.
very
Okay, no problem.
But also, I think the jungle matchup is something we haven't talked about, and Ethereum was the champion that I was going to bring up. Both junglers has played this recently and to really good performance, but you know, first pick, Taliyah open, Azir's already banned, not that you would pick it into it. But yeah, that's the big one.
And the Varus was banned both games by KC on the blue side. I think they really showed that they prioritize this champion because it is just the prime AD carry in lane, and it just gives you all that push that you need.
I have a question for you two as well, because Taliyah is usually paired up with a Pantheon of I, that setup. With the jungle pool being trimmed in this Game 3 of Fearless, what are we really looking at?
Ooh, this is tough, because now it's mostly utility in the jungle. I feel like I don't really think that there's any particularly strong combo. Because now the Skarner got taken away. I would say that it's probably we're looking at Wukong or any sort of AD bruiser in that case. I do think the Skarner snatch was very, very smart and very clever from K-Corp, because they can still go for the Victor on 3. There's no threat on them to pick the mid lane.
That was yesterday, this lane, I think.
Yeah, and they do lock in the Senna and Nautilus, which is a really strong lane matchup. You can kind of match the early power of the Varus. The problem you run into...
Grief.
You think it's Grief? Yeah. I mean, I think the main problem you run into right now is that your jungle pool will get pinched even more. And when it's already being so hard to find a good jungle champion as the Victor gets locked in, it is the Vladdy champion as we talked about. But now, Elyoya will get pinched in the 4-5.
I would still like to go back to the Senna pick, because I feel like this is a little bit nonsense in the sense, because particularly Senna's base stats are extremely low, at least the HP, because she's always this mix between support and ADC, so she's balanced around that. And when you're playing against a champion like Varus that is primarily poke, you don't really have any sort of engage rate on him, and passively, as the game goes on, you lose more and more impact because the Varus will be able to poke you out.
And Senna has been one of those champions where, yes, the souls are dropping more frequently now when you're killing the minions, but we've often seen Senna as being played AD carry, not even make that 100 stacks at the 20-minute mark, and you need range, especially when you're playing against the Victor and the Varus in the same team composition.
Hate the Senna.
I hate
it. Hang on, wait, unless MKOI
I think it can work, but you really need to make sure you can at least get your stacks early game. So when you get that level 6, level 7 mark, you actually have some stats to contest, because you will lose the push early, but eventually you get to that point where I think you can kind of out-sustain the poke of the Varus and kind of hit him back.
Clever bans from K-Corp here, because they identified as well as Jarvan, Wukong. They're probably the best setup champions for Taliyah that enable her to either, play through the mid lane and enable her to move around the map. So now I'm curious about what MKOI is going to pick.
I wonder if we're going to get an Ivern, perhaps.
Ivern could be very interesting as well. You already have that frontliner in the Nautilus. I'm also looking at a potential Braum, because MKOI left that open, but that would at least allow Senna to stack in the early game, so maybe they would just want that and open it up for them.
I feel like this Alistar is needed, because you do want a little bit more proactivity. Braum is a little bit more of this reactive champion that you want to tempo the fight and play it slow, because you just stop the advance from the enemy team. But I feel like when you have Senna, Nautilus, Talia, you don't really need to stop anything, and you benefit a lot more from having the proactivity coupled with the Varus, coupled with the Victor. And right now we might be seeing something like Ivan Renekton, because you do need a bruiser top lane, especially if you're going to Ivan role. The Trundle is actually a great pick that I have missed. We have seen some resurgence of the Trundle pick. Pretty much played around the world into this playoffs patch. I think it is extremely strong.
It was played yesterday by G2 into the Sejuani, which is the classic counter. Against Skarner, I find it a little bit harder because you can't just ultimate take all those free stats. I think you have a tendency to get locked down sometimes in late game fights. See a lot of lockdown on KC, so it has to really make work of that early skirmishing power of the Trundle, and that pillar is paramount. As we see a Nidalee blind pick in the top lane, which is so Mirwin.
Oh, but this is so hard to play though. This composition is so difficult. You barely have a front line with engage. Nautilus is your best bet, followed up by the Talia, but there's no like hard CC outside of that, and you have to play around as Senna into the composition of KC.
I like it. I was criticizing MKOI's draft, but I feel like they found pretty much maybe the only way where they can salvage this team comp and make it actually really good, because I think when I look at mid game, you have so much zone of control with Talia E, Trundle Pillar, Nautilus Hook. It feels like it's all of a sudden so much easy to close this gap and play and nullify the range advantage.
Okay, who's gonna break the tie? Goldberg hates it. Odoamne loves MKOI.
Oh,
Where do you like
I'm
it?
back on the swing here.
Well, I feel like when I look at KC's draft, it's just pure comfort all around. It's Kana on Gnar, it's Vladi on Victor, it's Targamas on Alistar. All these champions they've had so much success with all across the year. I do like MKOI's innovativeness, but I do really give the edge to KC.
Okay, KC have that warm winter jacket you've relied on for year after year after year, but MKOI perhaps have the new shiny shoes. Casters, who wins the next one?
Even Shox is talking about feet. Like, come on. Like, look, game 3, the shiny shoes. I have a big question, because on Koi's side, that draft, if we're talking about comfort, they're just like a massive pocket pick of champs. Dagda, you telling me you like it? What do you reckon?
Well, I think the question is, do KC have the blue suede shoes on? Because when I look at like the fact that like Nidalee from range, it's going to be 18. Nidalee can do a ton of damage. You've got Jojo that's actually got a good bit of range as well there. Super too. I think that's where you can try and play through this as MKOI, and I like the point that Oda brought up, which is the zone control to try and enable that for a lot of MKOI. Whereas for KC, trying to get value out of some of these picks, I think it's going to be relatively tough. Like, you kind of need Targamas to be very flash reliant to find engages and set you up. Otherwise, it just becomes very tough to try and play at the fights.
This is not what you would normally see on the Rift for League of Legends for MKOI. I think we can all agree with that. It's not necessarily what we call a standard comp in League of Legends. However, if you are the team which has practiced this stuff and you believe you have a mastery of it, obviously that means that the enemy team, less practiced against it, has a little bit of a disadvantage with that in mind. I think in this game, one huge thing which I'm going to be looking at for MKOI is how well do they combo their half-engaged tools, like the Senna W, with the Trundle Pillar, because everything gets so much more threatening for MKOI. If a pillar is into a choke point and suddenly, you know, Yike gets knocked up out of his Ixtal's impact, or Targamas is caught in a choke point, and then suddenly the W lands, that can really open up some big windows. That can be your engage.
The thing is, I'm pretty sure this is how the interaction will work. I'm going to try and keep an eye out for it. But I'm pretty sure if you just have the Unraveled Earth down and the pillar comes up, it's the same with Yasuo, where it counts as a shove. So you just get the stun off
It's a tiny displacement, and that's enough,
Yeah, so you get the stun as well.
Because you can see that sometimes with something like a VIQ, that's more obvious, right? But yeah, there's a lot of ways you can quite unexpectedly get put into a full CC chain. So if KC lose control of an area of the map, they allow MKOI to stack up and just look for that one fishing skill shot, things can really go wrong quickly.
I'm curious about the build, because a lot of time with Sennas, we've seen things like Black Cleavers as well, and in this comp, as we know, things like Trundle and...
It would more than likely be the static shiv first.
Yeah.
Just because you do need the ability to contest Varus on that mid wave, especially when it's the poke Varus into then Black Cleaver, Rapid Fire Cannon, these sorts of things. But otherwise, I think you'd be relatively okay. But MKOI doing great work on the bottom side right now.
Yeah, and also, I got to remember, stuff like this, Super, what he's trying to do is not hit one target. You're trying to get that double tap onto each target to get that soul on cooldown. It's like an 8-second cooldown per target. And when you're the farming center, which you almost exclusively are now, you want to get as many hitting champions like this as possible.
Targamas is a magnet. Alvaro must be a pretty good farmer, because right now that beef looks pretty BO. Now, let's quickly talk about mid.
Why are you the way that
you are? An old German joke. Let's talk about mid. If it could ever come up, I think I broke it. Jojo likes this champ. Now, we've kind of come accustomed to like what Jojo is really good at. I feel like this series has broken the mold a little bit, but Talia is something he's hovered towards quite a lot over the course of this split, as you can see, and for good reason. It's probably one of his best looking champs at the moment, outside of maybe the comfort of things like Yone and the Ahri.
I think it does play in towards what Jojo has kind of found his niche as on the MKOI side, which is much more of a facilitator style. It still can carry. This isn't like a dig at him. It's just that I love seeing him and Elyoya having that synergy of, like we saw the Vi and the Ahri, right? And he can really pop off and setting up those plays. And this kind of facilitates that once more. And I think it then, as you start to get towards team fights, just sets up MKOI for some fantastic fights using that Weaver's Wall.
Particularly when you've got a comp with the champion on screen here again, the Senna, later into the game. Oh, Zeke, nice drop there. Nasty poke. But as soon as you get later into the game and, Jojo's flying across the map to get that ult in place, Senna can also contribute to that as well. It is like a global and a half,
Just looking at this bot lane matchup, Targamas does not look comfortable in this matchup at all. Obviously, the hooks landing is one thing, but there is a timing window where you can get the Pulverize to knock up the Nautilus as he goes to the hook, but Targamas hasn't really found the timing down correctly thus far, and Alvaro is often just using the hook and then walking away and enabling Super to get an auto Q combo. So going to be a little tough now.
And now with all those chunks,
you've got the potential for dive from level 4 Trundle.
With the last Embrace, easy soul collection as well. Alvaro is just waiting for that flash to be used. Targamas bobs away. He'll sacrifice life. Dredgeline doesn't get him out. It's a whiff, but this time heading towards KC is Super the new target, but under turret, Elyoya comes to fix the play. Double turret shot matters not as Jojo looks for the last Embrace. Flash to match. Targamas bops him away, but an auto will all it take. 2 kills for Koi. That's a win.
Now they still walk away with the win. It is a teleport on Kalist, so he's not going to miss much of the wave in terms of the people that get the kills. One onto Trundle, one onto the Talia, so it's not really in the bot lane matchup where it comes through. The root lands, but Targamas splits from Kalist to make sure there's no guaranteed CC onto him. This is where things go a bit awry. You're tanking the turret with a half HP. Trundle then, the Nautilus rather, who doesn't hook the wall, has to stay under that turret.
Oh, so that time around, Targamas, good job on the Pulverize timing, because as that auto attack to root comes through, immediately gets the knock up, and Jojo, good hands on the flash, just making sure he can get it. And I think a little unfortunate for Targamas. Might have been able to just walk that one out, but ends up going for the Pulverize on the back of that headbutt, which means that he ends up going down.
Nice step forward from Bloody there.
Vladdy, of course, on the other side. We talked about the comfort from Jojo on the Talia. I think it's only right to mention the comfort from Vladdy on the Victor as well. This was the kind of champion where, something that Betty was talking about actually when we were in our meetings for this week, as actually Yikes going to do a bit of a drive-by. Look, this was a champion which Vladdy had banned away from him by international teams, international champions at first stand. Like, this is a champion which you have to respect. He was playing a lot more of the Victor in the last split with alongside the other mages. He's gone more towards, he used Zachary to be joking about the melee playmakers, but this Victor is an instant classic from him.
And also, not often you get to talk about a Greek god in the LEC, is it? Few and far between. It's important to note, Dave.
We need to get Vizichachi back so we can talk about that in regards to Age of Mythology. He was like the faker of Age of Mythology.
Everyone's the faker of something, aren't they? I mean, if we're talking about overused terms, like even last night hearing about Palafaker in the LTA, bro, we've got...
Everyone wants to be him, man.
Everyone is the faker of something, If you get caught outside of League of Legends, if you're the faker of something, people will be confused, but that's like the highest term of endearment, isn't it? Now, as we're trying to become the fakers of casting right now in this third game. Dragon's
been faking it for years.
Dragon's going to go down. At the very least, it's 6 minutes 30. Ocean Drag in the back pocket. Grubs far off. And the one thing we haven't talked about this game, which is going pretty even, is top lane. Now, this is first. I was looking through because we've seen a bit of Nidalee top. We've seen Dorat over in T1. We've seen a lot of LPL top laners. The GOAT of all GOAT top laners actually started playing it most recently. But we were also talking about it before getting into show today, that Mirwin was playing this last year, and I remember he was playing AD Nidalee top before it was cool.
And he was playing into matchups like this too. What you're meant to do is dominate the lane. You then just pretty much always get shoved. It's harder to play out things late game because you transition more into a bit of a diving bruiser, but it's very hard to play that out. You do always have the attack speed and the chancing though.
Committing for this with the frozen domain down as well. Targamas loses his healing, but Elio is up against the wall again. That last embrace is so good from Super. With the last remaining mana bar, he secures one, but they're looking for more as Yike is just cornered here. He wants to use his Ishtal over the wall, but an Impale instead comes through. However, heal onto Elyoya, buys time. Primal Surge, nicely done as Mirwin made the long journey down.
TP'd in to make the play. May have been a bit overkill to get him involved in the play, although it looks like they are going to start rotating their bottom lane up to the top side as Void Grubs are about to spawn. But either way, great roams again from Jojo, and Targamas trying to look for the play here, but Alvaro gets the stun. You get the root coming through from Supa, then the pillar on the exit as well. You've got absolutely nowhere to go, and Kalis just can't get in to deal the damage in the position that he's in.
Trundle is the king of trapping you into plays you weren't quite ready for. If you ever find yourself a little too far, you have the pillar, you have the ultimate, people you thought were tanky are absolutely not, places you thought were safe are absolutely not. Getting a kill onto a champion that Elioya has a good history on too. I remember back in 22, 21, this guy was absolutely insane on this champion back when he was a bit more of a I want my individual leads kind of era, and he was very, very good during that time too. Giving him an early kill, especially against a champion like Skarner, which can be dealt with quite effectively with the Trundle ultimate later, that's scary for KC.
And again, like, going back to something that Odo said on the desk and be kind of echoed, the zone control that MKOI have is absolutely insane. So if you are now looking at this kind of position, it's not going to be great. So if MKOI are getting these leads and start to take the towers, they start to take position on the map, trying to recontest positioning on objectives is going to be really difficult for KC. So I think Yike going to need to start pulling out his bag of tricks, because last game he did a good job of keeping Elioya in check, but Elioya is back on the troll and looking pretty damn good for it.
Better early game.
And if they get themselves the grubs here too, that is a big win for MKOI. You do have the Nidalee, which is very hard to stop them from hitting turrets because they can kind of hop in, hop out. And got champions like the Senna, which can occasionally tap it with the Q as well through the wave. So MKOI getting these, good value for them. It also stops the Gnar potentially getting some cross-map value himself is another good tower taker for KC.
The unfortunate part is that Mirren did end up TPing down to that fight, so the CS lead is already there for Kana.
Alvaro just flashed for that, by the way.
Yeah, forced the flash out of Vladdy, I think. So it's a flash of flash. Yike going in.
Good engage. Now that Alvaro has that summoner down, but Vladdy won't be able to follow up just yet. He's out of range, but the rest of KC brought back in by an Impale, a gravity field, and Alvaro free dinner on top for Gliss.
Teddy Wissy had the flash there, unfortunate, as a good collapse from KC. But yeah, again, Vladdy having control over that mid meant that they were able to move in towards that river, and MKOI trying to fight off a little bit more when they needed to off the back of the play.
Kind of take a second now to gather ourselves and look at the state of things. You know, the Nidalee hasn't got a CS lead in top side, but did get that first kill, so maybe not the laning performance we'd want out of this pick. I think it's, you know, not easy to get laning leads over Kana in general, though, so that's definitely something to keep in mind. I'm keeping an eye on that jungle matchup, though. Getting that kill participation definitely helps, but the later this game goes, the more worried I am that that Trundle ultimate and the pillar can pin what is normally a very tanky champion into the play. I might overestimate that a little.
Gliss, wrong brush. Alvaro sees him, flash away. Alvaro double flash out of key carries now brought out by some pretty good plays. And again, we were glazing Alvaro last game and the game before, so deservedly so. On his Nautilus already, he has been a hook magnet, or at least creating people who are hook magnets.
But also, we got to see it yesterday, like, as this game goes on, Alvaro is just going to be such a tanky lad. The fact that you end up with all these shields coming through from the Senna, the heals as well, you do not die in the same way that a normal Nautilus would. So the fact now that you get to play frontline with 20 seconds until Dragon, you can start to rotate them, as you see now, down onto this bottom side. And even Supa getting some alone time with the mid turret as Targamas trying to make a play on Mirren.
He's a fast boy as well. Boots of Swiftens gets him in nice and early. Kana's about to go into Mega Gnar as well. Senarok comes down, buys him even more time though. Kana flashes away. The engage is there before he turns into a big fat beastie boy. Targamas also speared to the face, and Mirren is going to grasp him for the kill. The sidestep backwards was so clean. Now it's Mirren's turn to take over the early game.
Exactly what we talked about in Sham Select. You think you are safe in these plays. Trundle Pillar makes a safe area, not, and the Senna ultimate comes in from across the map. KC fall apart, lose 2 kills, and suddenly what we're saying was a bit of a neutral matchup for the Nidalee, not far enough ahead. That's 3 kills.
More kill, more blood, more blood. Let's see where's Jack coming from into the war world. It's an easy push into Mirren, and Mirren knows he's probably going to die. He's going to take a plate with him, and I think Baus would call that worth. That's 250 gold as Targamas rejoins the alley. Mirren's just about how he dies right now. Kill given over to Gliss, which is nice.
But that was both TPs the bottom side to make that play happen. You still lose the Dragon, you still lose 2 plates, 3 plates, and you're going to lose a top plate. I'm not calling worth on that for KC.
And it's going to be, I mean, they are at least bringing Vladdy towards topside. But yeah, absolutely. It feels like with all of this happening, with all of the plates as well, you're losing minions, you're losing a cannon minion here. The overall value of the play is much, much lower. I guess they felt, okay, we've got to make a play while the center ult's down. They don't have that global pressure. Maybe now's the time to go for it. But they are overall losing out.
It just goes to show you as well the value that when you get all 3 grubs, when there's no other grubs in the game, it's just immense, right? Yeah. And at this point, like, you know, Koi using it so well. Early gold lead, 1,500. Now, Kana, he's going to ult him into the wall. He's going to say, I don't think Kana wants to be here because with a pillar up again, even with the spear dodge, he's just dead. Super gets in on the action finally, and Koi are running away with this.
MKOI are playing this fantastically, catching out KC again, and it's kind of coming back towards these picks that we haven't really seen from MKOI before. Game number 1 was the Galio that felt like it caught KC off guard. Now this one as well, the Trundle pick doing work in these early stages. 100% kill participation for MKOI. Sorry, for Elyoya.
Yep.
It has been a great game, and now looking for one more.
Weaver's Wall comes out, but unfortunately, Jojo a little bit late on it. Vladdy gets out alive, but hey, turret's going to go down on the bottom side. It's the first turret of the game, and it's so funny because each and every early game, Kana was coming out with a lead, or at least looking pretty stable within his lane. Mirwin is bollocksing over this one as Super. He's going to survive. Good cleanse away. Meanwhile, Yike brings the action in to impale. Jojo could be in a lot of trouble with the range added in. Oh, Targamas got the shutdown. You silly cow. That's for adults.
That's actually that's a big problem there, actually. You would have liked that to go towards Vladdy. Not exactly sure why Jojo thought he was safe on that side of the map. Obviously wasn't being on weak side, but will go down, sadly give over a shutdown towards the enemy team. But yes, it does go over to that Alistair. Guess it could have gone into worse hands from the perspective of MKOI.
I think it's the fact that he gives over the kill because Alvaro was nearly in that top lane. Like, if he'd been a little bit more patient, hadn't given the kill over, Alvaro's then there to help defend. They can hold on to this top tower. So even if the kill goes cross, I think there was still ways that MKOI could have defended the top tower. Now, though, a lot of gold into Vladdy's hands, and we know what this guy can do when he does get some lead on towards the victor. Now, it's not a lead, but he's able to answer for, you know, the kill that has already been picked up by Jojo Pyun.
Worth noting as well, game 1 when MKOI got that very early soul, it was a Hextech soul. It's the same here in game 3, so Casey will definitely have to keep some eyes on that.
Oh, mid-air! What? Kana's knocked back? Yeah, Squelch indeed. Gets away. Hot damn, that's a game of League of Legends he was playing, wasn't it? Holy crap, I can't believe that.
I think it was, what is it, Bop the Mole? Every time they pop their head up, he got just knocked them.
You know that kid who preemptively whacks the mole? That was one of those.
But now KC, a lot of members grouping up on midway, but only Kalist is the real carry here, so I think it's more of a bluff on both sides, as they just want to look towards top lane with Mirren. Should be able to take that tower if he's left alone with it.
See what happens around the Herald as it spawned. Of course, mid lane, often very important. Turret's going to go down here. Super is not going towards the Black Cleaver second, importantly, on this center. He's gone towards the Shiv. Definitely helps you contest for that mid wave. Gives you good wave control. Alvaro has the flash.
He maybe just holds on to it. He knows he's dead. No, burns it in the end because Trundle's here. Elyoya coming to help out, but the last embrace doesn't connect. Slowed down as Targamas with his own control. Chain Corruption comes out for the Impale. Used now on the melee AD carry. Super flashes away, but as he runs far, there's no range anymore. Vladdy gets in range. Targamas takes care of him. Another shutdown to the Cowlock. Koi are left with 4. KC have 5. That's basic math for you as Koi run back. And now it looks like the Herald will be taken by KC in the end.
Targamas played that fight really well. So already he gone for the follow-up with Yike as he came over the wall. But as you get the Impale from Yike, Targamas had already walked forward so that then when Super went for the flash, you see it at the back, he ends up immediately being in position to pulverize him and send him back into it. But Alvaro not expecting the ward here.
No, he does have the flash, but as soon as the grab field goes down, you must get out. It will be a free kill otherwise. I think MKOI think that they have the power in the Trundle to get a good kill here, but the problem is Super doesn't have quite the good positioning behind his front line. He's a bit on the off angle. Kalist sees it and kind of pins him into the play, allows Targamas to eventually get that second shutdown. That is some Wagyu A5 beef.
I understand what KC stands for now. It's carry cow. That makes sense.
Sure.
Obviously put a K.
Yeah.
Otherwise we got CC.
Otherwise it wouldn't make sense.
That's right.
Yeah.
Now we understand. Look, he's 2, 3,
in French, that's le vache.
Ah, well, that does not
carry,
make KC. Yeah, that's right. I need you to work with me here. That's French. I don't know. I don't understand Spanish either. That's why I'm so partially neutral. This is. You know, if Vladdy does get a turret, I can be happy about that because we got a close game yet again. This series is delivered in many different elements. Many are unexpected. As Dragon comes in, and I'm sure it'll deliver once again as Koi are looking for their third. KC, there ain't no way they're leaving a Hextech Soul for Koi to just lather up.
MKOI don't exactly have the best terrain for this. Blue side, particularly with the center with no flash, don't really want to be served against that wall, so they're not going to walk immediately into it. They're going to shove up mid lane, maybe get an entrance through river if they do want to contest.
But it's all about the cross maps here for MKOI. Nidalee now demolish on towards that top tower. You've already got push in mid. MKOI are using the buffer of these 2 early dragons that they've got to make sure they can keep up the play.
Oh, double roots. Chains just out of range, though, now that they don't have it. Super, death meat, or rather Kalista on the other side. Super's one is doing absolutely fine while John gets buffed away. He doesn't want to be under this turret. KC going to take care of him while the Impale is doing a little bit of that on top of Alvaro. Somehow Jojo was left alive, but for how much longer, I ask? Even the center ulti comes through and the Dawning Shadows can't save it out as Koi lose another couple of more, and now we're getting a bit iffy on the blue side.
Oh, spear hits. Cannon needs to be careful. Flashes away.
He wants the prowl, the pounce, and he finds it. Solo kill for Merwin with a bit of help from Super.
Members of KC on the way, though. They want to stop him from getting this top tower.
Cow.
But the jungler, Elyoya, is here.
There is good damage. TP going to be burned. Targman's going to get the stun up, but how long does he survive? As you said, Guy comes in as well. Merwin, he's a bit of a bruiser, but he's eventually going to drop on down. They want the kill to go to Vladdy, and I like that this time, Targamas moves away, and Vladdy gets some more gold on his Victor, while Koi, in the meantime, just take the Herald out from under their eyes.
So the Herald goes, but come on, Targamas. Yeah, maybe it is carry cow. Maybe that's it, is it? So another kill set up by him. Last minute has been hectic, to say the least. Initially, you would think a double route into the mid lane would be so good for the side of MKOI, but Canna comes in at just the right time, blocks off the front line, fantastic mega ult, and gets the tower involved.
I do think, though, it's unnecessary from MKOI. They could have just gone for that tier 2 tower on top side. That was already where Miriam was going to go. Get a ton of more gold on towards this Nidalee. Also, you could have then fed yourselves into the Rift Tower play and use that wall then to try and dissuade KC from committing and still getting this Rift Tower for yourself. But now you've given a ton of gold back over into KC's favor. You're not going to have control over the map. And it just makes things a little bit more difficult, because a huge amount of what MKOI need is playing through side lanes and playing out the map, but now it's KC with the tempo advantage.
We love ARAMing a bit in this series as well. We love objectively just fighting it out. With 20 seconds to go for Atakan as well. Mid turrets are so damn important, and again, I just want to bring it back to the point where Koi, massive underdogs in the series, still have been having some outrageous plays. But, I mean, Merwin, this guy pulling out his champion pool, finally feels like we're getting back into the Merwin talk, you know?
The thing is, though, like, MKOI have looked fantastic.
Yep.
But it has been these small mistakes that we looked at in game number 2 that let KC bring it back. And now MKOI again pop off in the early game, look fantastic, but it's these small mistakes that are letting KC drag themselves back into the game. MKOI just need to be a little bit more patient, because they can win this game from this position, especially with the Rift Tower. Like, just wait until you can get some pressure on these side lanes, but it's the impatience that is coming back to bite them.
Walks back.
Trundle Pillar. Of course, we said we'd keep an eye on that when it comes into this series. How is that Trundle Pillar going to be comboed up with the likes of the Last Embrace from Super? It's not necessarily been game-changing so far. Actually, on the other side, it's been KC who's largely been winning that random skill shot warfare. The Varusol being very, very important. So Yike might go for a wall.
The Rock Pillar. Nicely done. Yike's just going to be free soul usage, and Super actually whittling down his Impales down as well. Look at the spot with Trenchline too. KC have just walked into this choke, and it's gotten from bad to worse. Yike gets out from the side, big shove, but Targamas, I can't say the same on the other right side of the screen, who flashes out. Trenchline flash to match it as well. A one-man Nara ulti just won't cut it. A double shove back, a double kill for the Canadian mid. The import works again, as Koi have just secured themselves another couple of doubles.
Just as it is asked for, the Trundle combo comes through, the Pillar catches out Yike, and then the ultimate seals the deal. Vladdy might flash forward to Jojo, he doesn't have his own. Jojo with the rock surfing will get out safe.
And that's going to be Atakan for MKOI. KC, the ones that overextend on the mid play and end up giving that advantage over to MKOI. KC will get the mid lane tower, but the fact you have Atakan, and again, positioning it looks like for this Dragon should go the way of KC, but still, huge play.
Yeah, this is the biggest thing here. Just the Pillar onto the Skarner, the ult immediately afterwards, and your Skarner is no longer a tank. Often Skarner has been just unkillable in the front line for so long now, the last year or two of League of Legends. This is without a Black Cleaver as well, and just Yike completely So solid out.
But it's also just how far away KC are from the play. Yike has gone over several walls to get into that position to try and look for the impale when Kalist is still trying to make his way out of mid lane. Like, that was way too far of an overextension, and KC, like we were just saying, hey, you've gotten control of tempo. You can now play for these objectives, but now giving a lot of that advantage back over. Now, KC, because MKOI went for Atakan, have got back out of the map first. They're the ones in position for the Dragon, but I think if I'm MKOI again, like, give over a second Dragon, look for that tier 2 on top, look for the play with the Rip Tower onto the mid lane tower, and crack open this map a little bit more.
Yeah, especially since you have that ability to use those globals across the map. Why don't you Rift? Why don't you do the little more? Herald has been summoned up by MKOI as well. They'll take the towers instead of the Dragon.
Double turret though, and that's almost a 4K gold lead. They've also got the inside track to mid. Kalist gets there, but the Weavers wall out. Almost caught out. Their backs against the wall, literally, but they're going to be okay. Turret stays standing with the Herald getting a charge, and now nothing to do for another minute and 50 seconds. Look at bot. You can see that Kana gets to push in, but he doesn't get the turret because there's an Italy on the prowl once again from Mirwin.
And you lose a very large wave onto that top side. Answered a little bit by the wave that was missed by MKOI on the bottom side, but still, MKOI, this is what they need to do, just try and play through these sides. Keep KC in difficult positions, but hang on a sec. No,
pillar.
Good pillar. But this is what I was going to say, is that the insurance policy that you'd built up as MKOI has now kind of been paid out. 2 dragons apiece now. You don't really want KC getting to that third, getting towards that fourth, especially a 3 hex dragon or even 4 hex dragons is going to be very painful to try and deal with. So this is where MKOI now need to start playing towards the objectives, which is playing into the hands of KC.
And now there's going to be a lot of people at home who maybe haven't seen enough in Italy top. I just want to inform everyone that the longer this game goes on, the more grass stacks, the more health stacking items as well, the more one-shot capabilities with Demolish. Your side lane presence with 3 grubs as an Italy is one of the most powerful parts of Mirwin's game plan. When left unchecked in a lane, this bro will start pushing like a Tryndamere.
And particularly when you are this tanky with this kind of build, because you get a bunch of HP off of all of the items that you build, because you build the bruiser stuff.
Yep.
If you are isolated against the Nidalee, she doesn't have to give a damn about you turning around much damage onto her. She will largely win almost every 1v1 in the game, particularly when you have the Talia and the center ults on Velden that 2. KC, it removes their options to play isolated, especially if you have that Gnar as well. Gnar needs to be very, very careful at points in the game, especially when you're 2,000 gold behind, to not give that opening to Mirwin to open up on you.
I'm also just keeping my eyes on the vision that MKOI have at the moment. You can see how well they've set up on this top side. If I can hit my buttons correctly, there we go.
That's a button.
That's 1, 2, 3. They also, like, it means that then every time, if you're KC, you've got to take this long route back around to try and defend the top side turret. And it just makes it very easy then, on the flip side, for you to just drift through here and back over onto the other side as MKOI. So that's why KC, you can see them now grouping as a unit, trying to get control over mid and clear out some of the vision that has been established. But as you do that, you're now getting pushed on bot, and it's just making it difficult for KC to try and set themselves up the map. But with only 2.5 minutes now, KC have kind of weathered this storm. It's 2 more waves that you can play off of as MKOI before you have to reset and look towards things like Dragon.
We're actually getting very close to 100 stacks on center as well. You can spy that in the corner of the champion portrait. That's the stacks, the mists, as they're called. And of course, the increase of that range, having the rapid fire cannon. This isn't going to be the Black Cleaver build. However, if someone gets Trundle ulted, I don't think you care nearly as much about that, and that single tap into that Q is going to be very, very high damage. Again, particularly when you're building a lot of HP but less armor, on the case of something like Canna or something like that, you need to be very, very careful. The Senna is going to be quite surprisingly high burst. Also, another change that came through to center stacks, you get more crit per demarcation, like every 20 amount as well. So you're actually very high crit. I'll have it exactly check what the crit chance is. It's high, I can tell you that.
We'll go off high for now. We'll wait for that answer, because yeah, 100's getting really, really close, and maybe Super with a 14% increased chance that we get on this patch. Should be able to find a couple more souls throughout this wave.
Extra 40% crit currently.
Not bad.
It's a lot.
That crit means more with an Infinity Edge. Okay, 96 for Super. Baron sits there and waits. KC moving on the opposite side of the map, and being red side makes it harder to face check here. This Baron, but he's done a good job of forcing off while Koi puts their resets into action. While again, Mirwin in a side lane is just trying to use that range to get some free grass stacks. They're not starting it, surely.
I mean, I think they are. I think they want to try and get that TP from Mirwin and make him less of a threat in the side, but hang on.
They found Kalist by himself again. Isolation. His ulti doesn't work out. That was janky as anything. Okay. We're playing Minecraft here in the mid lane as seem to be some kind of relocation device.
I mean, nice job though, because Kalisz being able to escape away from that could have been disastrous. 30 seconds now until the Dragon is up and available. Kalisz will be able to reset, can even TP if he really needs to get back out into the map quick enough, but you've now taken that ultimate away from Jojo, and I'm trying to keep my eyes on Vladdy as well, because they're trying desperately to give him as much gold as possible to finish that Rabadons before he comes in.
So that is your 100 stacks on Super. Next range increase through there as well. Of course, Varus has typically been a good Mancer into the center. Notoriously quite squishy, even though it does have the healing and the shielding. Doesn't have any extra HP with this build. Yes, that center will be dangerous as the game goes on, but KC have their ways to blow him out of the water. Dragon started.
You'll be surprised if it's still standing by the time KC get in for an engage. Having said that though, it starts off first from Alvaro, the shove back beautiful from Jojo, the Dawning Shadow as well. Yike about to die, he's getting ignited down on Targmas, he's isolated. Mirwin came in for a flank, quickly flashes out, but he's done his job. He's also isolated, Kana before he goes into Meganar. Mirwin right now top gapping Kana. Not something I thought I'd say today, but in this game, this Nidalee is on a tear.
Nidalee has been doing so much damage, but the setup from MKOI is the real winner here. Again, we talked about the zone control as you come in. They're just picking them off bit by bit, making it so difficult for KC to mount any offense in these fights.
It's going to buy them not only the third Dragon and the Soul Point, it'll get them towards the Baron as well. Yike is around, does have Smite. He'd have to use that W to get through the wall, though. I don't think he'll get a chance to.
David Attenborough would love his hands on this one with the Tiger versus the Scorpion in the back line, trying to keep Yike from getting in at 3k. A flip back now to burst it down, 2.9. Yike still in with a chance, but no flash. He has to get over the wall. However, Koi have zoned him up long enough. Baron goes down. Meanwhile, Mirwin wants to go in. Ulti forced out, and he pings him with the Pengu to let him know.
MKOI finding the success that they need. The patience coming through, and you get to see in this fight, right, as you're trying to move through as Yike, it's about being able to control the areas where you can attack. You send him into the middle, the zone control on towards Vladdy, with Mirwin being able to force him out on towards the top side, and it's just these hooks after hooks that follow up the shielding, the healing, making it nigh and impossible for you to really get through anyone on MKOI.
The front to back feels impossible for KC in a setup like that. If you're going into a hook, into the combo, the trundle onto you as well, you just don't have the damage to fight frontline to frontline. And MKOI, they realize that, they do get themselves the good terrain, and KC, they'll need to find another way to approach this MKOI team comp. You must somehow get the Talia or the center out of position and stop them doing optimal damage and comboing onto the front line.
But it's difficult when you just don't have control. Elyoya jumped on.
Engages to start, isn't it? Elyoya, though, tanky enough, and he just pops the ulti in response. Yeah. Trundle, ladies and gentlemen, with Super getting the kill. Elyoya getting away, flashes in the end with the dredge line re-engaged. Alvaro's been on point. Who else wants to get hooked on in as Targmas stands there to deliver? Kana with no Meganar can say nothing. He's slowed down. Mirwin with no spear, but Super's just going to keep running and running. Going into Mega. Kana finally maybe in with a chance of the Dawning Shadow mixed with the spear. Yes, it will be a Meganar, but Mirwin is going to play with him for as long as this game keeps on going on. You look at the death timers, and Kana right now is fighting a losing battle.
They're just playing with their food. They just want to keep him away from the base. Kana will escape. But it doesn't matter, the base is still going to be in tatters as you got mid being taken. Bot next to fall as Jojo will escort that wave in. And MKOI coming out once more.
It's a 10,000 gold lead. It's Soul Point for MKOI, and they're getting 1 million stacks onto Super as well by point into the game. Yes, when you're the farming center, you get a little less of them, but you've got way more than enough at this point. The Lord Dominates Regards means that he is over 100% crit rate with the amount of stacks, which means it starts to flow over into other stats as well. Super standing behind the front line is so strong. Look again, they try and engage onto the front line. You think, oh, it might be okay. Pops the ult, gets a shield, gets a heal. The Trundle does not die.
I'm also just, if I'm a lower bracket team, I don't want to play either of these. Like, my God. MKOI have leveled up so much coming into playoffs, and it has been off the back of sweat and hard work over the course of patience, finding plays, setting up their lanes correctly. This is a team that has really worked hard to get to the position they're in, and if they can take down KC, all there are is just one win away from putting themselves into that upper bracket.
Step in, and it seems like the deal is done. Kana, the impact isn't there this game. Here's Nah, this is one of his favorites. He is 0-6 on one of his best champs this game.
And this is coming off of the Ambassador game he just had before this as well. The top lane matchup has been very volatile. Very rarely do you see someone like Hannah put to 0-6 here. in the LEC. And this kind of series, this kind of contest is why the regular season was so fun to watch, so great and so entertaining.
Oh, Alvaro does it again. Seismic shot back from Jojo. He's also been on point. And super long range all the way down from the other side of Germany. This 80 carry's not missing a beat. Yak will be free soul usage is at 140 souls. Koi are going to run this into the basement with the death timers. This could be moving to match point.
MKOI taking everything, and they will fall back and reset for a potential soul for themselves as well. KC just don't have it in them. This Garner is not tanky. Everything has been stolen by Elyoya. Kalis doesn't really get into these fights because they're over before they start, and Kana just isn't enough in these fights to try and carry anything.
Yeah, real credit to MKOI and their creativity in the draft. I don't think the wacky picks have really encapsulated MKOI's play this split. I think it's been their fundamentals. But having this to add in, like Elroy's Trundle, a champion which he's played so much over his career, like the Nidalee top, it's nice to be able to throw that in the important Fearless draft moments.
But I don't think this is prep from MKOI. They had a Galio for the Rumble. They have a Nidalee for the Nard. These are picks that they planned, and now they're executing.
Here comes Jojo. Playing to slam it into the ground. 10.5k gold separates KC fighting a losing battle with Jojo's ulti. It sections off Kana, and only Kana. He's given a new wall, but it won't matter as Kalis is separated from all the spears. Again, Elyoya puts a pillar out, and that championship trophy, he will spout. Into the air they fly as Targamas gets a good engage, and maybe there's an option here for KC to sway. There is indeed. Even with a big Chaos Storm, though, is it enough? Near-one run, Kana in the middle of it. Super now outranged, finally. That's Bloody, he got his time to play. Dawning Shadows out. Near-one running for his life. Bloody wants it over. Kana the range. The center scaling is here. Super separated by a flash, and that's going to be the end of it. An equal trade. But the fact that KC won a fight and went even at 11,000 gold disadvantage is nuts.
KC separated like wolves looking at their prey. But MKOI weren't limping. They were in ways, and they pounced at the end.
Serious shout out to Targamas again. Somehow manages to punch Jojo into the KC team and into that Chaos Storm midway through that fight. I thought initially again, look, it's another front to back. Surely you're just going to get outvalued at this point. But this combo coming up right here after the hook saves things for them. Flash forward, quadruple knocker, gets the Talir back into the team, and that gives them a fighting chance. Chaos Storm pops off, and it gives them a platform to fight from. Insane from Targamas.
And then, as they follow through, KC think that they have it. MKOI running for the hills, but the shield here buys Mirren time, and then the separation. As you end up sending Kalis over the wall, Super Mirren finish off one, and then you have to run for the hills. So in the grand scheme of things, it's still sold for MKOI. It is still a difficult position for KC. And now, Super Minions starting to push in the base, and there's only that top lane inhibitor left.
With the wall out yet again, KC is separated this time. Bloody will not get his time to shine into the wall. It's once again a good run, and Kana might have found Jojo. He's taking a while to dive, but he's sent into the air. KC still have 3 members in a choke, but all their tools are down. Dreadfire zoned out over the wall, even with a flash. Kana can't do much else, and the Hextech Soul seems to be too much. A triple over to Super. Kalis left wanting, and you could say the last fight was beauty, but Koi bring back the beast.
MKOI finding the success that they need. This comp might have been a little wacky, a little different, but MKOI executes so well.
MKOI pick up a second win versus KC. They are on match point, even coming in as the lowest seed.
Unexpected, but also delighted. Can we go to the 5? Can KC thrive? A lot of questions left up as we go to a break.
He doesn't like that. Look at him, he's a good boy, but he don't like that.
Maybe we could play some A rounds or something like that. I mean, this is map, right? New tower, new objective.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Red Bull gives you wings.
When darkness falls, you are my light. You take my hand and hold it tight. You are my home, I know it now. Don't let me go, we're safe and sound. I see your beauty shine, you radiate with light. Our hearts dancing time, you're one of a kind. Shine on and feel my heart. We're never lost, even when I'm gone. Like circles on, from near and far, above the flower bed. As we watch the stars, and we'll never be lost. You are my home, you feel my pain. My soul is yours, two souls the same. With you I'm everything, you never asked me to change a thing. They set our world on fire, but our hearts will burn for miles. I see your beauty shine, you radiate with light. Our hearts dance in time, you're one of a kind. Stars shining with us, your fire is contagious. I feel the moon on our skin. Love glows out, love streams in. Your eyes shining through me, light the way so that we can see. I feel the warmth of me.
You know what Targama said? How we celebrate game one? That he thinks that we cannot win into them.
Who, Targamas?
Yes. Probably the only comment he said in like 2 hours.
Double turret shot matters not as Jojo looks for the last embrace. Flash to match. Targamas bops him away, but you know an auto will all it takes. 2 kills for Koi. Dredgeline flash to match it as well. A one-man Nara ulti just won't cut it. A double shot back. A double kill for the Canadian mid.
Good job. Good job.
Good job indeed. Job's not done. One more, and it's MKOI who moves on to the winner's match tomorrow versus G2. Casey is up against it, and my beautiful analysts behind me, Finn and Odewamne, are going to do the draft, the mock draft, what they think is going to happen, basically. Going into game 4, Odo is blue, Casey, your MKOI on red. Where do we start?
A lot of pressure. Well, the thing is, let's go, Finn.
Let's get it.
Now we're in dangerous territory because there's a lot of junglers and supports are out. So now it's up to us to scramble and find the best course. So let me think here.
Where are your main priorities?
Yeah, well, what's your main priority? Just tell me.
Hey, I don't want you to outdraft me just like
That's
that.
true, actually.
I think you should open
Well, I think perhaps you want to target the enemy top lane a bit.
No, well, he's the one who has to react to me because I'm still Kana.
I'm gonna take out Kana Jace. I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah.
I don't want to give him Jace in game 4. That seems like a good idea.
That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, thank you.
It's actually surprising we haven't seen it yet.
Yeah.
So smart pickup.
So now we might be griefing because there's not a lot of priority picks left. But I'm already setting up a cooking plan here for
He's
Finn.
cooking, he's cooking,
is he trapping you
Let's see what I want to ban here. I need to take out the Maokai still, because that is still up and available on the board.
Okay. Now if I'm thinking maybe I want to take out this so I have an easier time blind picking my top lane, because right now we are in dangerous territories where I feel like top lane doesn't really have a lot of prio picks in that sense, so I'm looking mostly at tanks or maybe
Are you
Aatrox
worried
or anything.
because the pool is pinched for Kana or not?
Well, I wouldn't really say so because I still feel like we're at the point of the draft where he still has plenty of picks. I think he has 2 or 3 picks left here.
I will take out that Seer from Vladi because I think that's the highest priority mid laner still up and available. And I don't want to give him that first pick because I think that's just too powerful.
I'm going to go for something a little bit basic here and react. I'm going to go for the Orianna first pick.
Good, very stable.
Very
Something Vladi's good on. Don't take any risks there.
Yeah, it's Vladi's playground here. The Zeka arc is gone, so now he's back to the original Vladi arc where he's playing control mages. And I feel like right now, as K-Corp, for example, I would have a lot of options with the stuff that I can be picking.
I'm going to respond with a natural counter pick. Another control mage in the mid lane. I think Georgipion has shown premise that he can play away pretty well. And I will also take the only good skirmishing jungle, according to me, that's up and available. The Wukong for Elyoya. I think in game 4, he will look very good on that.
I'm really quickly going to go into Renekton and Nocturne because I feel like this way I secure probably the most stable top lane and also a good combo for the Nocturne Orianna. It is deadly, especially this late into Fearless. And 4-5, I feel like on blue side, it is a little bit easier when it comes to finding a combo. I think it's a little bit more difficult for red side with the bans and having to isolate the picks 1-on-1. It's a little bit harder for red side to find something.
You feel caught off guard by the knock?
I mean, the Renekton is strong. It's a strong blind pick. I think I was going to go with a Sion. I can kind of neutralize that top matchup because my Wukong will want to farm and get that level 6 spike. So having a top lane that's kind of stable, we'll lose slightly in the 1v1, we'll still be fine.
Are you arguing against yourself? But at the top you were saying that Mirwin needs to be more creative.
Yeah, but I think, against Renekton it's hard to pick something creative just because how strong he is in his own lane. If you pick something creative and you have a jungler that won't really want to help you, you might end up in a really difficult position to be in.
Great point, yeah.
Exactly, and now as blue side, I kind of want to take away the Renata and maybe the counter pick supports because I feel like this is the only advantage red side. Going later into Fearless now that all the melee supports are out, I feel like this is going to be the traditional red side situation where they want to use their 5-pick support to get a strong enchanter, enable a hyper carry for the ADC. And now I'm probably going to be taking out maybe the only utility ADC
Another
left.
One. Not many left.
Yeah, the AD pool is getting really pinched here.
Yep.
So I think I will just take an AD carry that Supa has shown that he likes in the past, and he is very comfortable on the Seri. I think it's one of his better champions, and I will just have to take it away.
Yeah, makes
otherwise,
sense.
I think he'll take it.
Yeah, makes sense.
And now
Great
going to 5, I feel like it's a little bit problematic because as blue side, you know that he wants to go for the Lulu. So now the question is, do you want to deny it? And I feel like the answer would be yes, because right now it is pretty much a front to back fight. And I do feel like Lulu, when it comes to the enchanter supports that Renata is out now, I feel like it would be probably one of the better picks. And it feels like it's obviously not a great draft if it would be game 1, but going to game 4-5, these are the sorts of drafts where you'll be looking at where there's obvious imbalances when it comes to, the structure, but you're in the territory where you kind of need to do what you can.
I'll come back to you about those imbalances once I see how he balances out his comp.
There's not a lot of good supports left in the pool there, but I think I'll take someone that can kind of fill the void that Lulu left, and that still is pretty relevant in the laning phase, which is the Karma. I think you have to kind of take something, because you can't really go and engage support, because all of the good ones are out, and picking Braum isn't really something I want to do.
Why not?
Because I think Braum into Ashe Lulu will just not have a good time in lane together with the Seri. So I think the Karma is going to help the Seri scale a little bit better. I think it's going to be good speeding up the Wukong and really shielding that Sion. I think the new shielding build on Karma has been popping up really hard in solo queue, and I think it's something that's going to help our front to back
I'm really liking the story he's spinning.
You just got sold really easy because as blue side, if we do end up seeing something from the source of Nocturne Orianna with Renekton, which I think we will see maybe on the different sides of the map, it just still provides you a lot of win conditions. Sure, for example, in this draft, you'd be having a lot of, tankiness, front-to-back power. But at the same time, when it comes to playmaking on side lane and even skirmishing overall in the river and neutral objectives, I still feel like the more proactive team will be winning. And I feel like that's something that blue side can be looking to get.
Talking about being proactive, thank you so much for this draft. We'll see what comes through, and we'll see if Supa gets Zeri or someone else. And Ginny caught up with him.
Okay, Supa, quick question ahead of your next game. I mean, you're already 2-1 in the lead right now. You are locked in today. You're having an incredible performance. What's going through your mind right now? Because you're so close to going against G2 with one game away from actually being able to go to MSI.
I mean, first of all, I'm not thinking about facing G2. I'm just thinking on the next game. And what happened today is I started visualizing. So I played like 1 million fights in my brain these 3 days before coming here. So how can I lose fights if I play 1 million fights before, no?
All right, I like that mentality. Thank you so much, and good luck with your game.
Thank you.
What a goat. I mean, for solo queue, maybe I should just play the fights in my brain, play 1 million games of solo queue in my brain, and then I'll just carry the rest of them that I actually do play.
Well, I mean, it's been working, and it feels like KC had 1,000,001 opportunities to try and get past MKOI. Because MKOI, we were chatting before, it was like, I've just been the better team today. Like, it has been on MKOI to make a couple of mistakes here and there, but it has not been KC getting control. It has not been KC who have, like, opened up an insane team fight. It's been little mistakes from MKOI that have given KC that window back in, but MKOI have been in the driver's seat.
And I love that they start to show this now, and they show that they can not just, compete with top teams, but, get really serious advantages with them as well, because this is coming off of the back of a regular split for MKOI, where they did have 3-game series versus pretty much every single contender I can think of for the LEC title in terms of our upper echelon of teams. It has been very, very exciting, and MKOI going from strength to strength.
And I think a huge strength of the team has been Alvaro. The guy has been absolutely insane today. Yeah. He's been setting up so many of their plays, and he's been insane all split long. And I think the fact that he has been able to dictate how so much of the map has operated because he's been able to roam around, found success, has really helped sustain MKOI in these early stages.
It feels like we're seeing Alvaro from last year, the Mad Koi lineup that could always make it through despite that as we get into pick and ban. Alvaro, stats are kind of crazy so far. The one I want to pull out is that this dude is like honestly on the board every single early game. In fact, KDA 4.9. That's a fun stat. Let's move into pick ban. Let's see if KC can bring us to all fivers. They simulated the ban before, or at least the draft, I should say. Wukong was one of the first picks on red side here as a response. Now taken off early by KC.
One of the things which I'm keeping my eye on is a lot of our lane dominant supports, AD carries rather, are gone. I think there is an angle for a misfortune for KC. Kalista already plays a lot of it. I wonder whether they'll set up a wombo comp.
The other thing I'm keeping my eye on is what happens with Gwen. Because the first pick, Gwen, opens up things like an AD mid, an Ivern that can come through in the jungle, and then like a double AD carry comp, like these sort of things that just become very difficult to play. So Gwen going to be taken off the board, but especially when you're starting to dig deep into those mid lane champion pools, AD champions become a lot more viable alongside the Orianna that you saw Odo in the draft immediately take up.
One of those few taken off the board already as well, waiting for that last ban to come through. About 80 champions, or at least on-hit champions that Azir just not let up in this series so far.
Azir found us that last one. So another one of those blind pickable mid laners. This is the point where you start really figuring out, okay, what are your actual pick priorities later into the draft? A lot of your traditional quote-unquote OPs are done with. I did question whether there would be something like a wombo combo draft coming in for KC in a bit. Maokai, EU, really valuing this so far. It's helped set up for so much stuff.
Neferi response could be there as well. EU still looks at this, and Neferi is a jungler to make it up here.
Yeah, I think it's a very strong pick and definitely something that you can look to try and play around.
You want AP solo laners though, don't you?
Well, actually, no, I think if you go towards it, you're fine, but going to prioritize the Lucian instead. So trying to get something like, well, we've seen a little bit of Lucian Nami in other regions, hasn't worked out quite so well, but still Lucian a very strong pick. But I think for MKOI, I like going towards the Neferi if you can try and find something to play supportive on that mid lane towards it. Okay. What I do like about KC's draft, though, is getting that AP jungler still now gives you a lot of value in opening up for these AD mids. Yone's taken off the board, but something like a Tristana that can try and punish through that mid lane is also something you can go for. But you can leave that for that second rotation and still have that flexibility available in your draft.
With Lucian locks in, normally you would really like to go for something like a Zeri Lulu, but MKOI, they've banned away that Zeri. So they do go towards that misfortune. We did say, hey, maybe they go towards a wombo draft. Looks like they are going towards Maokai ult forwards. MF, Wei, chucking down their big skill shots on top of that too, so which KC found some success with. You could go for the Nami right now and just say, right, good luck Lucian, Nami, good luck dealing with that in mid-game.
Yeah, I think the problem for MKOI is that KC have kind of gone, okay, you've gone for Lucian, apart from the Culling, relatively short range. Inferi needs to get into fights, so let's just go for range. So you've already got the Wei who can deal damage from a very sizable distance, same with the Misfortune, set up for the MKOI. So now it becomes a problem for MKOI to find ways to close the gap. Sion can help in some regard as he is unstoppable as he runs through, but I still think you need more engage for MKOI if you're going to try and avoid just KC keeping you at arm's length.
If I'm Koi, I love the fact that I am a Sion running into a Misfortune play. Yeah. You know, like rotation of spells, also the fact that Misfortune can't constantly hit the same target because her passive falls off her love tap. So, I don't know, I feel like Mirwin being pretty smart with this.
Right bomb ban as well, because the Misfortune would very quickly run out of steam in those kind of fights as well. So I think it's helping out quite a bit. And there goes Anami. So now what do you like? Milio was something that we saw a little bit, but I really don't like. Milio can do well into Maokai, but I don't think it's the position for it.
I feel like you already have good engage coming through from the Sion, so if you can find a little bit extra elsewhere, it could open up for that and say, well, you're not going to get your best value ultimate because you can cleanse off that CC. They might keep it until last pick just so they can see what will win them the lane. Of course, Lucian with his passive changes with the Vigilance can go with hard CC supports, not just the enchanters anymore.
Renata is also still open, so if they end up trying to open up with the bullet time, can go for the Renata lock-in as well. So there's options here for MKOI. And then for KC, I wouldn't be surprised if they actually try and take something that's a little bit more carry focus for Kana, still in that top side, so you can try and push and get some advantage against the Sion.
Mickey's Tarek yesterday with the Kalista was unbelievable. Are we really going to get a Tarek?
Oh, blind picking Tarek is kind of risky though, because if you get range supported into it, that is a problem. Camille coming in for Kana, his first one of the split, I believe.
Jax is gone. I'm thinking about all the hardest matchups for this Camille.
I mean, it's into the Sion, right? Unless.
Oh yeah, sorry, you're right.
It's like now we did get Giant X playing the Sion mid, so we could technically go Aurora top, but I don't think it's the end of the world either way. And Jojo, even as he came over from what was LCS now LTA, had a very, very large champion pool, so maybe there's a bit of tricky business going on for MKOI.
Middle support. Oh, don't do that. Gragas instead.
Okay, so the Gragas not going to be as lane dominant as something like that Fiddlesticks, but definitely a lot easier to play safely. You can also, you know, kind of blow people out of position as well as the Lucian tries to hide behind the Sion, or you can separate the Sion out away from his backline as well. Now, look, you have been given, last pick, Karma, very lane dominant, and does give the shields towards that Lucian. Lane dominance from Alvaro, the champion he's played a fair bit in his career, looking to brutalize through that 2v2 if at all possible.
The issue that I have for MKOI is just lack of engage.
Yeah.
Like, sure, Sion has that ult, but if that doesn't connect, kind of in a bit of a difficult spot, and sure, Aurora can slow people, but actually setting up some of these fights in the manner that you want to can be relatively tough as MKOI. At least having that Karma building Shirelias will give you some of the speed up that you need to try and close that gap and slow people and give you a way into the fight, but as Nightmare was already saying, like Gragas to separate out fights with the cask makes things very tough. The Maokai ultimate, I think KC just have an easier to execute all-round composition alongside good side lane threat with the Camille.
Yeah, I think KC, they have a very coherent identity where you have the Maokai and the Camille setting up for a big Wei Misfortune combo. They really like playing that Misfortune. It's their most played AD carry so far, so it feels like it's comfort for them. On the other side, a lot of this comes down to the Sion. If the Sion hits the right targets, the ultimates, gets a good engage, that can maybe fix things for them, but it is a bit of a needle to thread, hard to find that engage.
Well, this whole series has been a needle. This whole series has been like a needle in a haystack trying to find out the winning play because it's been a little bit messy, but it's been very mechanical in a lot of these mid lane fights that we've had game and game again. KC came in as heavy favorites. They're the first seed. And for the reason that we saw them finish 8-1 in the split, have incredible games, 2-1 against G2, which was an exceptional series, where they once again poirate their insane skills. This is a mechanical team. In this series, they've made mechanical errors, which Koi have come in and trumped over them. We were talking about it before. Super and Alvaro are performing out of their right damn mind. I could go through the whole roster, but right now it just feels like, again, there are some big differences within these lanes.
But think about the statement MKOI would make. Pushing KC, the first seed coming into playoffs, the defending LEC champions, down into that lower bracket and potentially landing themselves, if they can beat G2, a ticket to MSI. This would be a phenomenal start for MKOI into this playoffs, and one that has been well earned because they have played an absolutely insane series today.
And for those of you that didn't see yesterday in the pre-show, we actually have a giant golden ticket to hand the person who wins tomorrow as well. It's just a fun little thing. And, you know, given how close this is and how potentially we could have the lowest seed winning both of our round 1 upper bracket matchups, that would come after a regular season which came right down to the wire. Yeah. Every single team within playoffs contention up until the very last stage, the very last weekend of the competition. I love to see the LEC so competitive.
When the stakes get high, it's crazy how MKOI just level up. I remember this same conversation around season finals last year. I remember the same conversation around winter playoffs as well, where they managed to make it all the way to the finals. Like, they're full of surprise, and that's the most exciting thing, is KC now trying to fight back and feel like it'll start in this lane. We talked a little bit about it. We talked about this 2v2. It's not what Super would like, I'm sure, but Alvaro, early on, good engages coming through from KC, as they're just trying to make their statement here in a lane that has been highly contested.
Barrier pop from Super as well to just try and get an even better trade on off the back of that. So MKOI playing very heavily to try and get this level 1 push, and they will get it, but Summer's fell down.
Yeah, I think one of the things which really doesn't help that is the fact that Alvaro missed the mantra Q right at the start of that. I've got ourselves a pause first one of the day as well.
Oh,
so
that's
moment
nice.
To catch our breath a little.
It's okay, I'm sitting down anyway. I don't need to catch my breath. But first pause of the day, and we're 4 games deep. Not bad. Guess when Fnatic's not here, we don't really need to stop. So that makes a lot of sense. But we're going to find out what that is for you. It does look like maybe Vladdy, question mark, has a bit of an issue there. What did you do, Dagda? Was it
what did you do?
What did I?
What did you do?
Did you do anything with the pause?
No. There's not that I know
That's
of.
exactly what someone who'd done something would have said.
Well, we'll have to see exactly what what's happening, but I just want to say, like, I think as we start to come through into the early stages, I think a lot of MKOI's chances of getting to a position where they can play out the game is by using, hey, we've got a ton of a push on bot side, let's try and look for plays down there. Because you can see Aurora already, decent trades, trying to push in on mid, see if you can move her down into this bottom side and look for dives. So, like, if you can get the plays onto Kalist and Targamas and you're just able to play through this incredibly strong Lucian, push someone completely out of the fight with the culling from the get-go, I think that's how MKOI can try and play it out. But if you start to be in a position where you're behind in the play and trying to contest space against the zone control that KC have, I think it'll be difficult.
Just looking back to see what happened, I think Jojo was saying, because he got the control of the first few waves and Vladdy dropped a couple of CS, mid-CS bug in all chat. I was thinking, is that genuine? No, it's just, hey, I'm winning the first few waves and I'm going to let you know about it.
Which, to be fair, has been all of today, where Jojo, I think, has been winning a lot of the lane. We are resuming back in the game, so for whatever the bug was or whatever the issue was in the end, we've solved it. And no, to confirm, it wasn't Dagda. He didn't do anything, guys. Just leave him alone.
That you know of.
He's a very nice... Yeah, okay. That we know of in
Why
this
did you
pause.
say that? You're out scot-free.
I just wanted to be a little ominous.
I mean, he was in scot-free as well, to be fair. So
guessing.
he exited the same way he entered us. In our match of the week, we return, and we return to a bit more dominance from the 2v2 lane that we were just chatting up a little bit there. Alvaro finally getting some levels, and that does mean Inspired is, you know, the E, not the player, is now up and available, I believe. Yes, it is.
Yeah. Again, this bot lane should have actually been doing a little better at that level 1, but the first mantra Q of the game, not getting missed on the body slam.
Good space, and with the heal as well, Targamas, not in too much trouble. He's going to get some damage reduction thanks to the W, but those summoners coming out for a big barrel of a trade.
Because what he ended up doing, using that heal to activate the Vigilance passive of the Lucian, get the even stronger double tap on the next couple of ultis.
The only lane doing that as well. Vladdy just got chunked a bit and misses away from the W, but Jojo already, we saw, having a pretty good state of it as well.
Yeah, for those of you that like think, oh, why are they throwing out those summoners so easily? Hang on a second, this could be actually a bit of mission topside, I guess it'll be fine. But yeah, popping the barrier, popping the heal, activates that Lucian passive, which gives you the increased damage on whether you get a heal or a shield, or someone is hard CC'd by one of your teammates around you. Just means you get to take a harder trade at the cost of course that's up as well.
But it's also just to try and keep Kalist and Targamas down, because again, look at where Elyoya is, right? He's just finished his clear, now he can start to get vision, he can start to look for potential plays on towards the bottom side. I don't think he'll do it now. I think it'll be after like his next reset and he starts to clear down towards the bottom side, but the more damage and more pressure you can put onto KC, the better that will slowly become.
laning phase continuing. Jojo, really good mid lane laning phase play from him this series. I really liked his Ari play versus Silas, got very far ahead in that matchup. Played quite well in the early lane versus with the Akali as well. Right here, 10 CS lead after the first teleports came back in. His early phases have been very good, especially since we've been praising Vladdy so much, and he has had an incredible split for himself, particularly towards the back ends of it. Elyoya might go towards bot side plate, level 4.
Elyoya can turn invulnerable as well. The power of a Nefiri dive makes it so easy. Onto Kalista, going to tank it up for now. Remember again, that button just needs to be pressed, but he does not press it. Targamas puts a big belly into the air and makes it a trade.
It is a good trade, not able to get that invulnerability down, but at the end of the day, Kalista still falls. At the end of the day, Kalista still loses that CS, and the kill went across the super.
Really well played by Targamas there, making sure that you could get that CC under turret. Wins the mind game against Yoya by being melee range with the Greg. It's very hard to dodge out. You have to predict when the E's going to come through. The wave, importantly here, not actually going to be lost for Kalista. One of the biggest things when a bot lane play happens and the AD carry dies is, do they lose the wave as well? Kalista picks up that cannon wave. Targamas making sure that the next wave didn't hit that turret. It will be a wave slow pushing back out, so there's the potential actually of a harder trade coming onto him as he goes back across that lane and away from his turret without flash, but still.
When you look at it, the 1-for-1, as Super comes back, pickaxe in hand, but the wave you talked about means that we're not too far off. The early game's going to chill out a bit. And the crowd ramping up a bit as well. It's okay, you guys can let out your feelings. It's been a really nice night. I think this weekend I was expecting some fantastic series of League of Legends, but so far, both nights have really delivered, and I'm sure tomorrow will as well. Remember, the winner of this goes up against G2 for our first spot at MSI, for our first finalist for spring. And what a series it'll be. I think G2 would be looking at this series and being like, actually, this is going to be a hard opponent. You know, this is actually going to be a really competitive opponent.
Yeah, not to mention the lower bracket teams, which Jack mentioned earlier. Wow, this is going to be rough. It's going to be harsh for GX and Heretics in that lower bracket to face off against one of these teams going down towards their matchup.
Good dog.
Yeah. I mean, MKOI have had a great start to this game, just off the basis of getting control on bot side. They're going to get the dragon. But KC, you don't have level 6 on Yike. This will be tough.
The smite is very low at this point in the game. Elyoya gets chunked a little bit. Casey looking for the... Oh,
Yike!
Walks in, Bramble smashes, takes it. He's already burned his flash, so he'll die for it with Targamas also ready to sacrifice his own life. The feat of warfare down, but it doesn't stop there with Kalista having no mana and no way out. A double over to Super. When this bot lane has been carrying, I think KOI are okay with that.
You never should have tried to commit to that as KC. The steal isn't worth it. It's a Chemtech Dragon. And now, Yike flashing in has put himself into such a horrible position that the kill goes across to Jojo. Targamas and Kalista trying to help out on the bottom side, which means they fall as well. The one way that MKOI had for trying to play out this game was bot lane getting huge.
Yeah.
Bot lane isn't huge. They are titans of that role.
And if you are going to go for that steal, at least make it a one-man, one-way trip. Don't bring the rest of your team into the equation. Giving up one kill for a dragon, okay, maybe we can talk about the value of that, and that might have been okay. But giving up, suddenly 3 kills towards Super from this early game, that's disastrous. Lucian has forever been about the 1-2 item spike. You hit that mid lane with your enchant or whoever else, empowering up to jump forwards onto the enemy team. If you're ahead of the game, you feel unbeatable, and if you're behind it, you feel very toothless. MKOI get the lead on that Lucian, and that's not going to be a huge issue going into mid-game for KC.
Kalista cannot contest Super anymore. If you walk up as this MF, you're just going to get cullinged and immediately have to go back to base. And it just means that now trying to contest on mid-wave becomes impossible. Trying to contest for so many of these objectives becomes really difficult. And even you can see it here as well, like, the wave is about to crash in towards top side. And they're just going to push in the wave, maybe get turret plates, as it looks like Targamas is set up to at least control the area, but I think KC, or MKOI are just looking for gold.
Level 6 hit for Elyoya as a way to pounce in. One grub already taken, second on the way with a Bramble Smash to make it quick. Yike does exactly that. The third up for contention is on a ward, or rather no lack there of ward. That's going to be 3, all in the pocket for KC. And exactly that, KC have also found themselves some grubs. Back-to-back games now, I believe, but hasn't really decided the game.
The more I think about this game now coming through from the early game, going in towards that mid game, talking about, hey, the value of that Lucian going forwards, KC do have the tools to deal with Illusion jumping forwards if Super doesn't jump forwards with the right amount of vision. If you jump forward trying to use your power spike, and now we're getting towards the point where with the next few minutes we'll see them trying to jump forwards with that culling.
Yeah.
KC can throw a Maokai ult across mid lane. You can throw, potentially, Callista, not Callista, saw that earlier today, the Camille off of a side lane, dip into mid lane to try and win that mind game. If Super's going to jump forwards now, we can pounce on him. KC are not able to contest 2v2 in that mid lane. They must bring someone else in the coming minutes to do that. So watch out to see how KC dip off of side lanes, dip out of that jungle, and try and make sure Super has less options, because the more we talk about, look, we talked about this an awful lot now. You should know Super's really scary.
And we've talked a lot about 80 carries in the series, reason being because coming in, you know, Kalist was on that mine for still, while not having as good of a split as Winter, he was still on the mine for, you know, best 80 carry of the split. Now, also, probably MVP of the split, we don't know yet, but it's in the discussion of, like, who was the best. Kalist had to be around that 3rd, 4th, 5th mark if people were watching throughout, you know, the course of KC's spring. However, in this series, for sure, if I saw this and had to vote, I'd be like, well, outside of game 1, I think Super's been the better 80 carry by far.
But I also think for Super that is going to mean a huge amount, because this is also a rivalry between the 280 carries that existed from EMEA Masters.
Yeah.
It was Kalist who beat Super in EMEA Masters finals, who then moved on. So Super moved on to the LEC first, but since Kalist has joined, Kalist has a title. Super has not actually been able to match Kalist in a lot of these early laning phases as well. So I think for Super, being able to kind of kick KC to the curb would mean a lot.
There was a quote from him at some point too about, hang on a second, we do have junglers hanging around the corner here. Just want to be careful because Yike does have that ultimate. Super. Okay, jump forwards.
Not overcommitting yet. Also, there's a dog by his side. Elio is moved in, culling out. Explosive cast from Targamas and found Alvaro for a bit. Yike doesn't want to make the commitment, especially when Elio rears his head and Super steps on up again. Jojo's going to pounce and onto Vladdy. There's a good fear out. Jojo going to take a heavy chunk, but it is ulti for ulti in the end. That is now down for mid laners.
So, bot side, yeah, always feel a little bit strange when you don't have something like a cleanse against a Mark ult. It's going to explode pretty quickly. But yeah, there was a quote from Super saying, hey, you know, I want to have a finals versus Kalist. I think a lot of people want to see that.
Yeah.
And a lot of the replies when people post that on Twitter, particularly from the different fan bases, like, well, you know, KC just went to first stand. Is this really that we want to see, you know, Kalist versus Viper or something like that? Fight the bot side.
I can tell you who let the dogs out as Elio goes invulnerable for the time being. Double pierce comes through, and while Nature's Grass is rolling down the hills, Elio is very far away. Yike twisted advance is going to flash eventually. Bullet time lands, and Elio has no way to get away. Cliff finally on the board here as Super jumps forward into Targamas. He's isolated. Bramble Smash helps out over the wall there. The range is found. Great damage here from the Lucian as Super gets number 4 with the help of Alvaro.
The shield can come through though. Super looking for a little more, but shield to try and step away. Yike managing to get the flash to get a kill on towards Elyoya, but gives his life in return. And again, these are the issues that you face when Super is this strong with the Essence Reaver already completed.
You still have the barrier through that too, so when you're watching this clip out, yeah, you have to keep that in mind. So Yoya jumps in, realizes there's more teammates there than they would have liked, and we said, hey, there are tools from Karmine Corp to punish someone diving in a little bit too deeply. And in this case, it's Yoya. Used that W a little earlier, didn't have it to avoid the Maokai ultimate in this case.
And unfortunately for Super as well, because Targamas was defending Kalist, he couldn't really just go forwards to try and get onto the ulti in MF. Meant that he had to play a little bit safe, so MKOI turn one back around. It'll be second dragon now in their favor. Yike not going to try and get anywhere near this.
Yeah, no flash steal this time.
I mean,
he doesn't have the flash to steal this time.
I think there's a lot of regrets. We're talking about it before, but Super being this far ahead based off the fact that Yike wanted to steal Dragon. Maybe you could argue KC shouldn't have committed alongside with him, but one apiece here. It's going to be Hextech Soul. And on the match point for Koi, they are 3,000 gold ahead at 13 minutes into the game. You look between Super and Misfortune's explosive cast. Found Alvaro, maybe a kill, maybe a pick over to Kalist. The burn might be enough as well, and eventually he gets it. Kalist slowly crawling back in the game, and Targamas starting to find some really good picks here on the Gragas.
Yeah, it's also some overextensions from MKOI, right?
Yep.
Like you look at the potential dive underneath the tower, well, Yike in position to try and cover. Now we get MKOI trying to establish vision in the spot side once more, and Alvaro now is the one that gets caught. So Yike being in positions to help out his team alongside Targamas to get some much needed goal back in the favor of KC and slow down the pace that MKOI were starting to play at.
It's absolutely key. We did say KC, they have tools to deal with MKOI jumping forwards. They've used them quite well so far. Not
Yike's ult.
does. Super does have barrier flash, though, and he's really strong. So I don't think they want to go as far.
Power of Camille to use a Hextech ultimatum to reset aggro, but they're not going to pull it off. And as he walks past, Kana gets the back in the end.
This is what I say though. You're saying like Camille on the bottom side with the TP to try and come into it, but Mirren just ends up getting that tower on the top half of the map. So he's going to be a fairly tanky boy. 1.4k gold for Mirren in the grand scheme of things.
0 kill participation between either top laner. Individual 1.5k lead.
It's the use of the TP. So they had like Mirren pushing in on bot side, collected a big wave. He immediately TP'd up to the top side when Kana was still trying to clear out these waves to collect it. So Mirren has just been effectively using that TP in better positions to get the CS lead. And now, because Kana TP'd to the bottom side, he's now in a position where, well, Mirren now gets that top tower as well. So it's just been better positioning on Mirren to collect waves in these early games.
And often having Kana in your team is a bit of a cheat code. He just destroys matchups when he gets ahead in them. And Mirren, I think his value has not necessarily come out of laning phase in this split. He has fallen behind sometimes in those laning matchups. For him to be ahead in lane and now on a Scion, which will be playing up against a Misfortune that's also 1,000 gold behind, Mirren has got to feel very, very good about his position in the game. He hasn't had any kill participation just yet, but when he does, he's going to be in a really good spot.
It's, I think for me, more about Kana just being kind of crappy with the whole situation. Let's get a kill on Alvaro, but you kind of want your two items here as
Flashes. Didn't want to get lathered down, and now the teleport from Mirwin. He doesn't have his ulti, but he has his position. Nate just grabs out onto Jojo, who pops the ulti himself. Yike up against the wall. Kana tries to find him, but the Hextech ultimatum is down inside the ground. And Yike drops first. Now Kana's slowed down. Jojo for the chase, culling out as well. Explosive cast doesn't stop it. But Koi now thinking about if they can go again. Elyoya also, let's not forget that this dog is out to bite.
You see there, though, MKOI, they do get the kill on towards Yikes. I don't think that was the target that KC should have gone for, but it's the after fact where they are struggling to try and chase down KC even when they're low. Kind of shows you where the rapid target is.
It's okay, he's a Gragas. He gets poked out a little bit, though, and it means for Koi that this Herald is just going to be taken like that. I didn't see Kana's ulti. It looked like he ultied Jojo mid-movement of the Happy Funland circle.
Between worlds, yes.
Yeah. So while he was at Disney, I have to ask myself, what happened to Kana's ulti?
Yeah, I think it was, as he said. I think he tried to use it and just ended up popping around.
Yeah, got good eyes there, Jake. It was.
I was just like, where did it go?
Yeah, basically because when you're traveling, like, you know, hang on a second, Super Jump, that's dangerous.
Bullet time, and he ran into it, almost dies, but he lives for now. Bullet time ain't gonna do too much apart from send Super backwards. Heal burnt from Alvaro.
Still kept that barrier, good discipline on that summoner. Alvaro uses his heal instead. Just a quick hang on.
Jojo flashes away, but Yike is going to be able to follow this with the Bramble Smash. He's caught out, and Jojo can't be making that mistake in a game. 4 versus KC, shut down, and Kalist from 1,200 gold down is now back in the game.
Yeah, Kalist, you know, use that ultimate under the mid lane turret. Maybe Jojo thought, okay, no, bullet time, this is a time for me to play around mid lane, but goes way too far. And Yike in the right position this time to punish. Still going to be a Herald put down into the mid lane. Super still very, very strong despite Kalist catching up in terms of gold. That Lucian getting some gold off the mid lane turret.
Small mistakes again from MKOI, but still, mid lane tower taken. Control over this area now as well as Dragon is about to spawn. Potential for MKOI to start to move in towards that bottom side and punish Kana, who's a little overextended, but good defense from KC and making sure that they can bridge that gap, but still have to be pretty careful here.
Force doing work now, though. Mirwin is taking a heavy chunk, and it looks like Grass is also building up in its own right as Koi continue to hover. 15 seconds for that spawn. 3rd dragon of the game. Koi start building up this soul here. Seems to be like the obvious choice, as moving in and controlling vision right now is easy to say.
Unintended consequence, I think, of that kill onto Jojo. Trading flash for flash with Aurora means you no longer have a flash on the Malachi to deal with the Lucian. That could be quite impactful here. Jojo doesn't have his, of course, but, you know, he's an Aurora. Can throw that ult forwards to be a bit more happy about that. Next fight, KC need to find a way to deal with this Lucian.
Also, Mirren, he ended up taking a bit of a rough trade against Khan on that bottom side, but now in a good spot with his health bar, good mana, and Dragon has been starting. Kana now starting to move up from River, or from bot side.
Lift sitting on the same components as Super right now, so 80 carries all intents purposes even as Nature's Grasp comes out. Mirwin in the middle, though, has to flash away. Great ulti from Jojo, but again, Yike finds his number. Jojo runs into the middle of the whole KC squad. Now Kana has a chance, has an angle, has an ultimatum. The bullet time lines them dry. Making it rain is Kalist. He's back in the game.
It's a swing and a miss from MKOI, and KC happy to catch that one, immediately turning it back around and finding the success they needed.
KC using that ultimate from Camille to really set up well from Misfortune. Didn't think it was going to be a fight about the Misfortune. I thought it would be about the Lucian instead, but call me a liar. MKOI could not get super enough into that fight. It was all about the Camille and the Misfortune.
And in a game that's so important, Jojo starting to crumble a little bit here with his setup.
Well, the problem is Mirren doesn't hit with the ultimate. Jojo is then stuck because he's been jumped on by Yike. He dies regardless of where he goes. And it's just a case of, hey, maybe I can regroup, but MKOI not setting themselves up for success. That nether grasp as well, just the end, holding everyone from MKOI into the bullet time. And here you can see again, we highlighted in draft, difficulties with engaging, mean that KC can play around it. They avoid the first punch, an immediate haymaker after.
I think Jojo got a little bit flustered. He used his E while his ultimate was still up, and the backswing from that E kind of blasted him back into the ultimate and put him over to this side of it. I think the Mark IQ might have done the same thing, actually. But Jojo not able to get the positioning right there. And you're absolutely right, that is an important loss. Team fight in this game. This was a huge lead for MKOI. This game should have been about the Lucian. The Lucian is now down. Kaliss is ahead in the AD carry matchup.
Love to see the reaction right now from you know, individual co-streamers of Spain and France.
It is. It's also just difficult for MKOI to try and play around this Lucian, because when you thought about Lucian being his most successful in the AD carry role, it was, hey, look, I have a MKOI that is paired with me, or a Vi that is paired with me, that is going to lock you down in the mid lane. I'm going to culling, and I'm going to make sure you die, and we immediately win out on the fight. Because someone has to go back to base, or whatever that form looks like.
Yep.
When you don't have that setup here for MKOI, the ability to actually try and set up Super for success becomes so much more difficult. And you can see it, KC just part the Red Sea as MKOI try and look for the play. And now KC knowing again, hey, we've got pushing everywhere. MKOI are nowhere nearby, are immediately going to take the objective. TP from Mirren to the mid wave, but is he too late?
6K, moving down to 5. Teleporting response. Kana's going to come a little bit late. LEC sits from over the wall, but they're committing to this. KC want to flip it, and Nature's Grasp lining down. Mirren in front, blocks a lot of it. Explosive cast from Targa, but it goes down. The Artican into the ground as you see Jojo plays with them for a bit, but he's just going to drop. Mirren in the front line, and his tank as he wants to be is already. Kaliss is cleaning up again. Following his Kana, he's got a target onto the dog. Alvaro and Elioya running for their dear lives, while Kaliss is absorbing all the money.
The alley-oop onto Super is 10 out of 10. There was no counterplay for the Lucian. Got knocked into the fight by the Cask. Maybe should have flashed that one, but you just didn't understand how much damage was coming through. The Lucian, once again, not able to determine the fight. Watch this, Cask. Look how unplayable it was after Super got hit by that first bit of CC. Cask, massive damage from the bullet time after Super out of the play.
And just great timing from Kana as well. Delayed his TP so then he could actually be behind MKOI as they went to try and contest the objective. So even when you try and look for this big engage, it's perfect.
I'll translate for you guys. Hell yeah! We might be going on game 5. Nice one, Bloody, I agree. And Koi, I mean, sent miserably back after such a promising early game in VOD. The fact that Kaliss is now 1,700 gold up, it really shows you not only the improvement Targmas has shown me this year, but the setup and the cleanliness of their CC has just laid it down like this guy's on point guard.
But I think it just does highlight to me how important engage is. Because if Sion was Ornn, okay, cool, you're good to go. Super gets to play the game. You get set up, you get the follow-up, but it's just not there.
It's something you said in draft, we talked about it. The engage in this comp, it's not as easy to play. Koi's comp is not as easy to play, and you're seeing all the tools. Look, even Kana has a way in. Elyoya has to pay respect, gets over the wall, but they keep losing zones because KC always have a way to snap them down.
Elyoya forced into that bot side, going towards the Grom. Doesn't have to blow the flash there. In these kind of games, someone like the Neferi feels like it's never getting the split fight which the Neferi wants. When I look at a Neferi, even if they are ahead in gold and they have that 2 kills, normally want them to chase down and onto one target. KC are clumping really, really well. I feel like Joy, much like the Pantheon game, struggling to really find his first target in a couple of these fights. We know exactly how good he can be. Look at the Trundle game, for instance, but this Neferi struggling to make the impact we want to see from him. Mirren's caught in the boss.
Mirren's in a lot of trouble. The whole team is here. KC brought the Avengers. I don't know how you say that in Spanish, but it's got to be a hard word to hear when 5 members are running into your turret.
It started with a roar, but it's starting to look like a bit of a whimper for MKOI in game number 4. Game number 5 still there for them, but MKOI now trying desperately to push waves off their towers, look to trade for what is more than likely going to be an inhibitor turret on the bottom side, picked up by Kana.
Elvaro going to try and stop rotation back into mid lane. Kana very happy to just keep hitting that bot side turret. MKOI, if you got it, hang on, they find a Kalist.
They do indeed find Kalist by himself. Big shutdown over to Super. They're going to open up mid with that as well, potentially. Teleport behind them. Yike is also there, but Kana got bot side turret. Super has to flash away from Vladdy, who burnt his own.
Dragon was being started by Yike, but now he's had to kind of run for the hills as MKOI moved through. That TP is a little far forward.
Okay, but Kana's not there yet. He's got to back away. He has no TP. Maybe an opportunity for Koi to find something back. Vladdy's been targeted and found with the culling out as well. He's shut down. Koi keep doing this. They just keep finding plays out of thin air.
They're finding the picks that they need. I thought maybe they'd have to try and look for some miracle TP plays with wards, but KC just walking into them. Now
Jojo's angle as well. Yike went in blind, but this time they've got numbers on their side. Nature's Grasp will give him a way to escape, as well with a phase rush, but teleport now burned. Khan's going to try the unthinkable, while Dragon, number 2 for Koi, evens the stead.
Both teams in the lead up to this Dragon were really trying to play smoke and mirrors, and I feel like KC fell a little bit slow behind that. They couldn't find their play before MKOI pulled the trigger themselves. Kind of still in the enemy jungle. Not exactly sure what he can find. It's hard to really play as the Camille onto the Neferi. You can just press W on your ultimate.
Game's not secured for a game 5. That's the craziest thing about this.
I think KC, though, have an advantage to try and play through with the TP. Yep. So you can already see Kana setting up on this bottom side. If the rest of KC just continue to put pressure on towards Baron, it becomes this really difficult game to try and play. At this stage, that Kana can just end the game solo and also could kill Jojo. So you kind of need 2 people down on that bottom side, but you just don't have that luxury with that TP now gone. And you can even see like the pink ward set up there from Kana is just ensuring that nobody knows he's here. And Jojo, I think he's about to die.
The flash also up in 5 seconds. Gate going to be used. Kana gets out. Sees that the whole of Koi coming to defend. A quick think.
But this should be the go button for KC. Clear out the vision that's around Baron. Try and pull MKOI back in towards this position once again. Just continuously play off of this TP advantage. Elyoya was spot on the bottom side, but at least the Scuttle Crab and the ward at the back of the Baron pit, making sure MKOI are aware that KC haven't started this up.
I think the top lane matchup flipping around into Kana's favor is so crucial for that. Mirwin going towards the Titanic Hydra build, wanting a little bit extra quick wave clear. Of course, gets the HP scaling from the Titanic Hydra as well, which is really, really good when you've got the Soul Furnace stacking up to over 1,000 stacks. But Mirwin, not exactly controlling the areas of the game as he'd like to. Killed the last time he tried to pass shot.
Oh, Elyoya goes invulnerable though. The pain is there as the ulti sent out Targamas. Once in, there's a Spiraling Despair and a good launch into Mirwin as well with the body slam. He's stuck in place, he's dead. Kalist picks up the kill, and I was worried about this guy being too tanky. He ain't tanky at all versus KC.
Especially not versus the Wave. The Wave does a hell of a lot of damage, and Mirwin has precious little magic resist. Goes in, quickly taken down, and MKOI must retake the Baron.
Base checking, Elyoya can do that. Kalist walks forward first. Is it a mistake though? The dog's sent out, and it'll be merely that. KC have started off the Baron, and it's going to start going down quick with no top laner and no TP.
They kind of need Vladdy to do it quick though. He's got the percentage health, and MKOI starting to move back in towards the pit.
Zone controls there. Elyoya getting sent away by Targamas. Jojo doing the same. Targamas might have sacrificed his life. He's going to die first. Culling comes out as well. Baron now finally down. There's a flash on top of Super. This 80 carries once so fast. Here's nothing more. Elyoya will jump in. Casey is taking so much damage from the dog, but Elyoya will finally disappear. A shutdown, yes, but Baron over to 3. Casey will walk away.
MKOI are grasping at straws, trying desperately to get any of these Baron buffs off of KC, but the setup for KC is just so good. Kana being able to lock down Super, set up for the rest of Carmine Corp to wipe them off the field. Mid tower, top tower soon to fall.
Serious credit to KC. After everything which went against them in the early game in bot lane, when MKOI started getting those picks in the mid game again, they found ways back into the game. They have the Baron in hand, and they may be poised now to push us to a game 5 if they can capitalize on this Baron buff. This is after the front line has already been deleted from Mobstar. Koi makes this much harder. Yoi does win the mind game with Targamas this time in terms of the belly stamp to at least get him off the table, but that doesn't make it any easier to try and walk forward. Super uses his E, doesn't have to escape the Camille.
But again, this is the lockdown. It's Kana locking down for the bullet time, sets up then for Kalist to be able to deal the damage he needs to the Super. He falls, and then KC just chase members down. Now with Baron and a minute, well, just over a minute until the next Dragon, KC can just continue to push in towards the base, fall back to Dragon if they want, but with the range that KC have, honestly, the siege is kind of disgusting.
True. The dive threat is always there as well. Their tanky members are so much tankier. As we continue the discussion, there's even enough help on Kana here as moving up mid. Baron in hand, 4K gold lead, breaking down the base. Seems to be the necessity with the last minute 20 of this Baron, while Jojo's just getting what he can in the side lane.
Feels like one of the first times I've seen, well, I've been talking about Jojo for the last while. We've talked a lot about Super and how he's failed to impact the fights, even from so far ahead of the game. The setup from KC and the lockdown has been very impactful. Jojo also struggling to impact the game the way we would have liked to on that shotgun bunny in the mid lane.
Approaching the turret for now. Koi back away. Baron's just going to do the damage. Walk him out. Now the base is in tatters as KC use that pressure to just walk across inside and look for yet another turret.
Jojo's reset, there's some decent poke that's gone on to KC, but I don't really think it's enough to write home about as Cask sends them flying.
Ewan does a mini ulti to make sure he's not one of them, but now his ulti's down for the engage that we talked about. Koi doesn't have too much to go on in now. They're going to play defense. Nature's Grass sends them in a game 4 to lead us to the finale as Koi lose their turret. It's getting closer. It's getting closer and closer, but KC haven't finished the job yet. The minion wave
But
is
how do
thin.
you engage? How do you actually close the distance onto KC? Kana's in mid, collecting the wave. And MKOI are kind of just staring at KC going, like, could you come over here? Like, if you could get over here so we could fight, that would be great.
I don't think it's very convincing in this game. I don't think it's very convincing at all.
Sion ulti again, I guess.
KC, have they played the older brother in there, keeping the hand on the head of the little brother, keeping him away arm's length. MKOI, they have no obligation to walk into MKOI, and they played very, very well around the openings that MKOI have given. When they get a bit frustrated, jump forwards and leave themselves open.
I reckon Yike is now saying worth that Dragon Steel. So, in all seriousness, third one goes down. It does feel like Koi want to fight this. Jojo flashes over the wall. He found 2. Bullet time, though, lays him thin. He'll find his end. Yike, though, almost followed through. Kana jumps in, and Super's the next target. They're burning, and they're dropping. Meow in a tank. He's not. Nate just grabbed a pause, and before this game meets its untimely end and goes to a game 5, we got to figure this out.
And it was Jojo that ended up pausing it, I believe. And look, let's be honest, you see the interaction between the Hex Gate. I would imagine that has something to do with that. Obviously, that's speculation right now. We'll give you more actual information when it comes through.
We are gathering information.
Yeah, I mean, either way, it feels a little bit like Salta's met wound in this last fight. MKOI tried everything. Jojo flashing over the wall to try and set things up, but KC just too far ahead. And again, you're not really touching Kalist in the back line. He's just able to open with the bullet time every time. Kana's got that lockdown. There's just too many factors at play here for MKOI to be able to overcome it, even when they find some decent angles like this one.
As we said, we've said so many times in the LEC, like the ease of execution of comps matters so much. And as you get late into Fearless, a lot of comps get a little bit wishy-washy because I think people get into comfort, people get into like, you know, what can we actually play here and how does it synergize together? And those two don't always come in hand, right?
Well, the problem now is we have to go to a game 5.
Yeah.
So you've got to try and find this once more, find ways of easily being able to play the game. And I mean, a ton of your tanks are taken out. You've got like things like the Lily and stuff that can still be played as like carry junglers or even the Ivern and stuff. But your mid lane, you're starting to go right the way down the pool. AD carries, Caitlyn probably becomes very, very high priority here, because you imagine like you're still going to get your Azir ban, you're still going to get your Gwen ban. There's still going to be a lot of these picks that are still at the forefront and just will never make it to the table.
Wouldn't surprise me if Lulu's a priority ban too, to open up some of those hyper carries now that a lot of the engaged support's gone through. Of course, that's if KC capitalize. We expect they will at this point.
I mean, look at Elyo here on this pause. That dog is dead. Like, there's a TP also being channeled currently by Vladdy. And that's going to top the top ward that was placed in an open place. This is the end, yeah. And so it's just about, again, how KC end from here, as in how quickly they can end. It's a very strange pause, because obviously when something goes wrong, like you want to get it sorted as soon as possible. So we are investigating, and I'm being told that there's still an update waited for, but it was Koi who asked for the pause.
And I'm going to guess it's when Yike hexgated over, you had Yoya channel the Neferi ultimate onto the person just before they went through the Hexgate. So you normally expect the Neferi to follow anyone, basically.
It's not like Leona Zenith played, you know?
It's a little bit like that. When you target someone and then they teleport away, what happens? And basically Yoya ends up like basically being plopped in the middle of the river, which is not what you expect to be because it's halfway through the Hexscape being channeled. I'd imagine that's what it is. But hey, we'll look through that quickly and see.
Yeah, we'll get an official, I guess, bug report. But what we are waiting, I mean, people getting their money's worth today. I tell you what, came for one best of 5, they got a best of 5.
And you didn't even get any popcorn.
I'll go to the lobby after this, get some popcorn, I think.
It's been a great weekend so far. We've still got a day left.
I mean, even G2 Fnatic yesterday was very entertaining.
Yeah, and
I mean, the fact that this is just a teaser of the rest of the playoffs, because this is just the top 4 teams, but we're still more than likely going to see some combination of these teams playing off against each other as well in the lower bracket. Also tomorrow, with G2 still waiting for them, then you still have the finals. Like, it feels like we have been gifted in the LEC this split.
Yeah, for sure. It's been one of the best LEC splits which I can remember throughout from beginning to end. You know, I'm sure we've had occasional more hype games and more hype series, but as an overall unit of play, every single LEC team has given me reason to watch, and particularly when we get towards the top end, where we've had games taken off of them by different teams. We don't just have one out-and-out team smashing people, which means it's kind of a foregone conclusion. It means I'm very much being engaged by pretty much every series.
Yeah, and I think the fact, again, that coming into a Game 5, you've got to dig very, very deep now, I think is going to put a lot of pressure on towards MKOI, because it felt like coming into this, there was like some ideas of where they want to take the draft, but definitely not fully aware of how they want to try and set up like combinations in their draft. Whereas when you look across as KC, it's, hey, we've got like the Camille MF combo. That is a strong combo. We've got the MKOI as well. Strong combo.
And as saying that, we're about to get back into game as well. Now, I'm not sure what the bug is. I'm going to wait for an update. Obviously, the AD as well. We'll find out what that is so we can give you an update as to why we pause at the end of the game. But Vladdy just TP'd to top. By the way, Elgoya got away. Vladdy is low. Alvaro doing damage, but as he flashes away, we waited a little bit to sort out the bug, but now we know we get our rightful conclusion. France ignites, and from the brink of looking like a 3-1, KC will make it all to 5.
Takes a little bit of the momentum out of it, but it is still going to Game 5s. Sounds a little bit like Silver being scraped.
It does indeed. We'll find out what that bug was. We'll get back to you and update you, but ladies and gentlemen, we get all 5 between KC and Koi. That's the back of our heads. That's our lovely audience. They're ramping up for what is the final game to decide who faces off against G2.
Exactly, they're winning this game, and that's exactly what happened from that point on. Nothing happened in between. KC move on and bring us to
Smooth sailing.
Smooth sailing all the way. Regardless, though, super strong showing again from KC, despite, I say that, and I almost had forgotten, that MKOI threw the game multiple times again.
It's been kind of the story of the day, because I feel like, what was it, Game 2? K-Corp did the same thing, so...
They love throwing these teams.
Well, when you play pretty much so volatile game, especially going later on in the series, there is some weird stuff about to happen. Maybe the nerves as well.
I mean, I'd love if we could actually just jump into the throw immediately, just to actually see what happens with MKOI. Well, the first one, where KC actually comes back, because it's just straight up a bad fight from MKOI that allows this to happen.
Yeah, and I'm gonna break it down. I want you guys to look at the Sion here. We don't have it by me, but it's fine. I'll just tell you, Sion goes way too deep in this fight and then completely whiffs his cube ability. And I feel like when your Sion is a flash out in the beginning of your fight, suddenly, now everyone is running into the shield phone and the bullet time goes crazy wild. Target was touched in and suddenly the game is just not over, but the fight is just went
But it's what it leads to, Finn, as well, because it's immediately after that it's just straight up an Arakan fight. And once again, it's an MKOI that's split. And you're right, it's the bullet time again, where there's nothing MKOI can really do to navigate this team fight in a way that's actually going to favor them.
This is just a game of discipline. We saw how strong MKOI was in the early game. Their draft facilitated this sort of lead where you get a couple of thousand gold on your ADC. The Sion is unkillable. But once you go away from this win condition of, just pressing S, not doing anything, just looking at your Lucian, because he's the big carry of the game. Once you do that and go away?
Yeah, I feel like they really complicated the game so much. They have the winning front-to-back team fights. You can just play slow and play in your zones, but I feel like MKOI once, time and time again, they just got so impatient and they felt like they needed to close the game out way faster than they actually could.
Yeah, but to me, it just speaks of a team who's not practiced with a win condition like this, where it's super standard with a tank in the top lane. It's very old school League of Legends. You guys will know that.
But but literally in game 1, when we had the Galio and the Rel and the
but that's
Ari,
so much easier with the follow-up because he's pressing RNA. Yes, you can clearly see that Mirwin is used to being the main engaged in a situation like this.
But
And
in
multiple
game 1
times,
he did it.
Yes, but that was a follow-up on Galio. It's not the same thing.
No, he played the disruptive role. This is the tricky part. In game 1, they did it. They did an arguably harder job where all they have to do is buy time for the ADC to pump out big loads of damage. But what happened now? Now it feels like pressure gets to them. You're game 4, heading into game 5 now, and this is where it doesn't really matter the fundamentals, everything that it doesn't really matter. You throw that out the window. No one cares about front to back, and everyone is just pure instinct, and it's League of Legends in its rawest form.
Yeah, so at the end of the day, we actually agreed. It's one of those things where, like, for a top lane there, it's just like, it's not as easy for them to actually make it happen.
Yeah, cue that long Reddit quote that always gets reused when this is not... Someone knows what I mean. Regardless, as we go into game 5 now, you say it, right? Because that's the thing, Finn. Things that have felt familiar, that you think you're very practiced on, all of a sudden become harder.
Look at me.
Okay.
I'm gonna explain to you how to win the game 5. If KC and MKOI are listening, I want them to listen deeply.
Ooh.
all the engaged champions are out of the table. Every way you can reach enemy carries are kind of off the table. I want you to draft a solid front-to-back team comp. Whichever team picks Jinx will win. Trust me on this.
Just like that?
Yeah.
That's it?
Pick
I
Jinx.
like it.
Guys, we go back to
Okay,
EU
like
Classic.
it.
Listen, no.
Cooking.
It's easy. We go on and we go Jarvan. If enemy goes Jinx, on Jarvan into Jinx. We've seen the trap laid out
it sounds
before.
so good.
I mean, now you have all of these hyper carries. There's no engaged champions. There's mostly enchanters. And right now, I'm looking at top lane, where the big boy Ornn is there to call the horde. And realistically, game 5 going in with so many bans from Fearless from before, and also this game, this is pretty much the only role where you can find any sort of frontline or any sort of engage. And at that point, it's like, are you really gonna get countered? I feel like not, because everything's going out the window.
Let's pull up the graphic we had in the beginning of the day of the top lane. I think that's the one you wanted to see.
Yeah.
And we kind of mark off all the ones we've seen already for these two. Now, at the beginning of the day, we said, yes, Mirren has a bigger champion pool, but Kana, the fact that his champion pool is not as big, shouldn't be as important because he doesn't really get challenged that much. He can do as much on those basic picks as Mirren could on the special ones. Where are we now, if we can get this graphic up?
I mean, I'm kind of hesitant towards the Ornn because I look at these two teams and I don't want to see Mirren on Ornn and I don't want to see Kana on Ornn. I would love to see Kana on something like the Renekton or the Jace. Obviously, the Jace will not get further draft with the AAA trucks. But here, on the other side, I love his Poppy, and I love his, where is it? Where are you? The Gwen is right there in my face. I love to see them play towards their strengths. I don't want to see these two players on Ornn. I want them to lock in and play their best champions.
I love it. We gave him a pointer and he doesn't stop.
He does not, because going into today, we were looking at, thank you, we were looking at Kana, and we were thinking that he's the top dog coming into this matchup, but I feel like now, deeper into Fearless, this was also, again, our biggest criticism of Kana is a lot of his prior picks are out. He's gonna struggle to find impact. He already brought the Camille out, but now depending on the side selection that we have, Merwin might be in his prime playing ground.
We gotta go to check in with Kamito, but Super Kalist in game 5.
Ooh.
Quick.
I don't see.
Super, wow.
Kalist.
Okay, let's see what Kamito
no
thinks.
Way.
Okay, we have the Silver Scripts playing. We know what that means. Only one game left in a best-of-5 series. You're here supporting your team. How nervous are you?
I'm not feeling great today. We are not playing the best this game against KOI. They are playing amazing today. They are giving us a tough fight. But I'm feeling a little bit nervous right now. But I trust my team.
What do you think is the biggest issue right now when it comes to how KC is playing?
I think we lack synchronization. Our early game's been shaky today, as it was in the regular split. And like today, we are not connected to the same page.
So if you have like one word of advice for the team, like say you're the coach, you're with them right now, what would you say?
I'm the coach. What would I say? I don't know. Okay, guys, play against G2 in Paris. Play, I don't know, play like last playoffs. I don't know.
Lock in, bro.
Yeah, that's why I'm not the coach.
But either way, how has it been for you to just see KC do really well? I mean, they had an incredible regular split. They even chose this matchup because they had the opportunity to do so. So I'm assuming you're very proud?
Yeah, of course, I'm very proud. The team has been playing great. Today is like an off day, I feel. We are not playing our best. So I just have to keep trusting them and tell the people that they can trust them and we will come back.
I'm sure the people trust them, the fans do. They're loud, even though, you know, it's a bit of a Sunday. But if they do win this game, they have to go up against G2 tomorrow. And if they win that, it's like straight to MSI.
Exactly.
Does that make you more nervous?
Yeah, that's what I've been saying in my stream like the past months. We need 2 best-of-5 series to go to MSI, and I dream to go to the MSI, to the World Championship. That's my dream, so I'm really nervous. I'm shaking right now.
Okay, well, hopefully they can make your dream come true. Thank you so much for your time. Good luck to you guys, and we're going to be heading over to the
Bye.
Meadows right. I mean, coming into this, KC not performing their best, but still it has been a bit of a slug from both ends. KOI have given their due diligence and coming into this final game. This game number 5 now, it's all on the line to see who goes up against G2 and who has an option tomorrow to make it to MSI. I think the first region in the world, the first team in the world to lock in their spot.
And you can tell, you know, from that interview there, it's great to hear from the man himself, obviously, that emotion the tenseness is felt behind the team as well as on the stage as well. I love that it's come down to the distance here between these two teams in this matchup particularly.
No surprises thus far, realistically. Jace, Azir, Gwen, everyone's saying that these are never going to make it through the draft, but there are some picks that I'm curious about. Like, when we look across at other regions, we've seen things like the Annie rising up as a champion that you can play in the mid lane, something that Mirwin has also played in that top side, something that could be flexed around on the MKOI. Also looking at things like Ashe, still a very strong AD carry. We talked about the Caitlyn that could potentially come through as well. There is still a huge amount of combos and threats, and even things like a Kennen in the top side that can still come through.
Lulu.
I thought that Lulu was going to be a kingmaker, so MKOI not willing to lock that in first, because if you're going towards what I assume to be more enchanters in bot lane, Lulu empowering a Jinx or a Zeri, which is currently unbanned, that is absolutely terrifying. I actually wonder whether it's the last ban Zeri. I feel like Zeri's the most powerful champion between these two AD carries.
Right. I mean, on Desta talking about the fact that the engaged supports as well and pairings with something like the Zeri are quite limited here, so we go towards enchanters. Now limited with things like Renata Milio maybe coming up.
I still think it's the jungle that I'm high priority on. The thing is, if you go towards something like a Zyra, okay. I was going to say, with the Zyra, you end up opening up for something like a Mundo on the opposite side. I think for KC, though, flexing into something like an Ivern could actually be really good here. Open up an AD mid in that mid lane for Vladdy that he can try and bully this Rise. Could work out really well. Wukong still up and available though as well, which has kind of been one that we were expecting to come through.
Did briefly see a Zed over there, and I was actually wondering for MKOI. Look, when you have a Rise mid lane, you want to set up for something like a Wukong, which is locked in for Yike now, which of course is one of our best early game skirmishing champions when before game 4 actually, something that Finn highlighted in the draft.
Shame that Orianna's gone here, because with Wukong would have been a nice pairing. Banned away by KC. Do we get a mid lane match here? Do we go priority AD carry? I know you're talking about Caitlyn before, Dag. I'm going to start wriggling off champions. 3 seconds to lock in here, waiting for it. No.
Oh, okay.
Zoe.
Zoe got some big changes earlier this season. Her Q splash damage no longer falls off, which means she actually gets some really strong wave clear very, very early on. We've seen precious little of this champion. I think it was Showmaker that played a game of it over in the LCK, but don't quote me on that one. Zoe has had some pretty good quality of life buffs. Still, very rarely seen for a reason. If she can't stand to be an artillery bot, fire bubbles through a wall, can struggle.
I think though you're setting, okay, I was going to say you're setting up for a position where you could take something like a Jinx and then try and play for this super long range, because there's very little left in the pool that can actually contest the Jinx. Again, Caitlyn kind of something that could, at least from a range advantage, but Braum taken, Poppy taken. It's a very defensive composition thus far from MKOI, basically saying, hey, KC, you kind of want to jump into us with the Wukong, but honestly, I was going to say, I think at this stage, you just play for artillery range from KC. Jhin, great answer as well, and you almost use the Wukong as a defensive line, using that Cyclone to buy space for the backline.
MKOI need a way to either not care about the range and instead use like the Rise 1 more to go towards side lane, something like that, or close the gap very, very effectively. Zoe's good at firing from range, very, very bad at protecting you if you have a way to ping her on the way back to her return.
Also, terrible at killing tanks. Again, terrible at killing tanks. Ornn, pretty damn strong, and KC very quickly realizing we suck at killing tanks. So I think it'll be an Ornn ban as well, because I think the Braum take sets up so well for the Ornn in the early stages here, and even taking the Bard away as well. I think it's just like these compositions that can try and interrupt you as to close the gap. So Ornn, I think, should be the last ban here. Otherwise, I think Kana, if he's comfortable to play it should be the immediate take.
I think on the other side for the AD carry for MKOI, I'm actually wondering if Sivir looks pretty good here. One of the better things against something like a Zoe is the Ashe would have also been you need something to be able to just really force this Zoe from not feeling comfortable standing still. Sivir can run at you, Ashe can throw the arrow at you. You need something to force the fight, and I really feel like a Sivir could help you get that Rise into range, get that Poppy into range as well.
Vital, going to be the last ban. So if I'm Kana, I'm looking at either the Kennen or I'm looking at the Ornn. I think the Kennen can work in this sort of situation because you've got the Wukong to initially set you up for it, and then you can try and follow through. And then looking at an Ornn to just be that big setup, but obviously with the Braum on that side, it makes it a little bit more difficult. So I am curious what they want to do. It looks like it will be the support answer here.
If this gets locked in for the Jhin, I mean, I understand the logic.
They've played it before. Pike! Okay, Target. That is if you mess up in the early levels now, a Super and Alvaro, things go to hell very, very quickly. Tristana potentially on the table as well. We did call out the Civ here. Tristana can buffer out of the bone skewer. You let it hit you and then you press the W just before it hits. You're pretty good with that. And Tristana can jump on the Jhin and the Zoe. It's another way to force the issue.
Okay, so it's going to be the Tristana. The only thing is, generally when I want Tristana on the bot side, it is with something like a Pyke. Something that can play very aggressive. You can try and bully through the 2v2 now. You can definitely follow up if you ever land the Winter's Bite from Braum, but definitely not the hyper-aggressive bot lane. But into the Jhin, maybe it's not the end of the world, but here comes the Ornn.
You were talking about it, Dagda. I love you. Like, there it is, obviously. And again, you said they suck at killing tanks. Do you remedy that? How do you fix that? What do you have in a soul? And like, Yorick time? Is it volley bear time? Like, what do we do here?
Yorick's not at all, Fletzer, if you want to kill some tanks. I love the Aatrox here, though. I really like that. Allows you to kind of play towards winning against that Ornn. But as opposed to something like the Yorick, I feel like your team fight value is better. You can handle the flanks
It's just, I don't like the Aatrox into Braum, into Rise, into things that can just lock you down and just make it a miserable experience, right? So it's kind of a good for lane. Good for comp, though? I'm not entirely sure. Like, this is the opposite of it nearly feels like game number 4, where it's MKOI that have really solidified this strong draft with great CC tools, good engage, good defensive tools, great DPS, whereas KC, I can kind of see the idea, but a huge amount of this relies on Yike getting great engages with the Wukong, which can be kind of tough against MKOI's comp.
And I tell you what, these better be some damn good bubbles and damn good panel stars. If you're going to pick a Zoe like this, into now a team which can realm warp onto you out of position, to Ornn onto your return pad as well. Vladdy, you picked a Zoe, which is not picked very often. It can be very easily abused here by Mockstar Koi.
But it's just the unbreakable value from Braum is sky high. Those paddle stars into the shield, the Jhin shots into the shield, and then in case he managed to slip through one, Ornn just kind of body blocks and says, "Get down, Mr. President." So it feels like so much of MKOI's comp deals so well with what KC have.
It is a bizarre game. It is a bizarre series to end out. I'm glad we've rounded out here. Seeing a Zoe from Vladdy after his day of the Zeus, or rather, sorry, Zeka-like champions hasn't been stellar. Will he be able to show up big on the Zoe here? Our concerns about the comp been rounded out. Our game 5 laid down to bed. Winner goes to G2 tomorrow for a spot at MSI.
If KC don't win this game by 15 minutes, it is done for. Pyke needs to snowball. Zoe needs to snowball.
Oh, yeah.
You need a ton of pressure in this game if you're going to hope to try and win this out whatsoever. And unfortunately for you, Wukong is not exactly a champion that does amazing pre-6, so there is a slim window for KC to try and take over this game, and they need to take full advantage of it.
And on the side of MKOI as well, I mean, you have what I like to call the full build Poppy. You hit level 3, you have a red buff, you need nothing else in life. That can be absolutely what MKOI can use to diffuse some of these early plays from the Pyke. The Braum, also incredible in those early levels as well, if you can make good use of the passive. Do need to see jungle tracking be good from MKOI. Need to see them make sure that Yike and Targamas don't somehow, even with the Wukong not always able to influence early, at least track where he's going to make sure they diffuse those early plays.
Like Targamas' engage's last game on the Gragas. We're going to have to like him again. So well put. KC just throwing the biggest spanner into the works. Now, we haven't seen Zoe for a while. The quickest note I'll add is that, again, if you haven't, it feels weird talking like this. If you haven't seen Zoe since you've entered League of Legends, big range, control bubbles on obstacles are great.
Oh, so probably like Chad is fan. Yeah. Just to...
yeah. She's
I'm a
300
Zoe,
years
mate.
old.
I hope Zoe wins. I'm a Zoe, mate.
Oh, yeah, those were the days. It's been like 5 years, I think, since Zoe's been mega meta.
Yeah.
Back when I remember, like, 28. Yeah, that's right.
It really was 2022, and the advent of Wukong Vi coming through into the pro meta, which really stopped Zoe being able to stand, play poke, and get infinite value out of these kind of delayed fights. Now, Zoe still does have value if you can get to that situation. It's just so hard to do that against really big engaged champions so across the meta. In this game, I mean, we don't have the buy and stuff. Fearless Draft opens up those angles, but you still got the Ornn all the same.
Yeah, I think it's just... the problem with Zoe is that because you need to hit things from afar, like the further away she is, the more damage you do. you need to be the ones in control of the game.
Yeah.
Because otherwise you're just not getting the value because you're hitting people at melee range and doing 0 damage. So a huge amount of KC revolves around them having the space to open up with this composition. The same when it comes towards the curtain call too. So Targamas already trying to get some hooks down is kind of what you need. It's Targamas roaming around, finding maybe kills in towards mid, working with Yike to try and make plays happen on the bottom side. If that can be the case, you're in a much better spot, but it's still a bit of a difficult ask when it's just all on basically this jungle and support from KC.
Go back a couple of years ago, before MKOI and KC joined the league, though. It's fantastic to see that they've come in thinking, okay, well, you know, these teams got a load of hype around them. Let's see if they've got what it takes to actually make it in the LEC. We've got 2 of them in our top 4, one of them being a champion and the other one reaching finals before. It's really good to see both these teams backing up the promise they had when they came into our league and giving us such entertaining series like this.
Again, it's a new rivalry, and a lot of people have talked about it. You know, like, there's obviously a bigger fan base with the Spanish fans and the French fans, a lot of them that are here today in the studio, but it is nice. You know, it brings a breath of fresh air into the league, because again, it was like G2 Fnatic fans, and then some organizations fell off a bit. And it is, again, nice when you consider that for League of Legends in its later years, like, having these fan bases really drive the energy into such expanding player base. You know what I'm trying to say? It's been 5 games. The brain's just not there. These are bloody good players, and it's nice to see that, you know, there's fan base behind them. Just driving the force of league is a good trade here. I
think it's also incredible to see the newer players coming in and getting their chances at internationals. Well, obviously, everyone's going to look at KC for first time, but even MKOI, when we look at Worlds last year, getting their chance to kind of go and show up and learn from that experience. And we heard like Supa and Alvaro on Euphoria talking about what that experience meant to them over the course of last year. KC in a similar spot now. It feels like this is really the new blood and the new names that are going to be etched into trophies in years to come. It's just going to be a case of, can this series set these players up now to be in a position where they're already on the doorstep of going to MSI?
Seeing our bot lanes change their lane allocation, Supa going towards that top side. Importantly, what that means is that you don't get to sit as Jhin Pyke just throwing skewers at them, but it does mean that Targamas can potentially go for plays like this.
Really good block though from Alvaro. Gets in front of the bone. Skewer after the Sleepy Trouble Bubble connects. Saves his mid lane as we swap lanes once again. Midwin just gets traded for a bit, but you gotta give credit to the support. Alvaro is back at it again.
And that's exactly what he needs to do. Just make sure that things don't explode on the map. Dagda really framed it well. If this game is not out of control by 15 minutes, KC have got a huge issue. The fact that Targamas goes mid lane, Char goes onto the slept target, that could have been an issue. Alvaro's there to match, and that's what he needs to do.
All they're going to do is continue to move around as MKOI. Supa has decent push and already a decent CS lead as well, thanks to some of the movement that they've had and been able to control that bot side. So it just means that if this game can continue at this pace, you're okay. But Kana is having a bit of a...
Time for a bit, he's gone too far! In comes Elyoya! That's the anti-dive you need from Koi.
And that is the early game which MKOI have really needed. Neutralize the Pyke, get the Poppy on the board. Elyoya strikes first in an all-important game 5.
Because Kana was destroying Mir with a 20 CS lead in that bottom side already. Every time we seem to flick to that lane, it was Kana getting the better of the trades, but now evening that out just a smidge. Still a nearly 300 gold lead for Kana, so I don't think Kana's going to let up anytime soon, but at least getting some control back as Yike will get the dragon.
Greed for the trade, greed with the ulti. The fact that Kana's punished, as you said, we come back to it again. Anything that stymies KC in this early game is a huge win for Koi, as Dragon is being taken by KC regardless, but Elyoya now setting up the top with the lane swap, now looking towards a minute 10 for the Grubs. They may clap, but do they know? They must listen to us.
Movement from Elyoya towards his top side, but I don't really know if you can get a huge amount done. Looks like it's just going to be an attempt to rep up steal.
Deadly Flourish, little hop jump from Supa, cute one. Targamas' bone skewers haven't really amounted to much so far, and Kalist damage obviously not going to do the same.
And the thing is, you need to get enough of these bone skewers in a row to make sure it's not on Guardian timing. You need to get through the heal and the flashes and stuff. Realistically, Pyke needs to be hitting so many hooks in the early levels in a game like this to make sure those summoners aren't there to defend against the plays which you make just afterwards. That's not been the case so far. And again, that time bomb, that time limit on the game, KC at 15 minutes, it does draw closer.
Yike hitting level 6 though now means that he can be a little bit more active on the map though and actually impact these lanes. So I think this is where my eyes are going to drift towards Yike to see, hey, can he get use out of that ultimate to get some of the gold that they need. Also, Jojo, just roaming down to the bottom side to put a little bit of pressure on towards Kana, make sure he's not able to continue tearing through Merwin in the manner he has.
Grubs spawning. Of course, for the side of KC, they managed to grab them, allow that to get the Aatrox into a winning position. Could be very, very powerful. Start lands. Yeah, that's going to hurt more and more as the game goes on.
I miss Zoe. I miss Zoe hitting from like half a screen away. Trouble bubble. Flatty really nicely done. It's bedtime for Elyoya with the Bone Skewer as well, and Halo Blade. A free kill over to Yike. Flatty smurfed that sleep.
Level 6 hit, and Yike doesn't even have to use it, but this is the activity that we wanted to see. Vladdy and Yike working together now that they have access to their full toolkit, and even Targamas, great roam there just to set up the play.
Awesome from Vladdy. We said, hey, these have got to be good bubbles, got to be good paddle starts. Find someone at the right moment, gets to use the terrain of that. Vladdy getting another, he's got the protoball on this.
And he uses it onto Jojo, cleanses out, but he's stuck under turret. The ramp won't be enough. Vladdy survives for now. Jojo is backing up against the wall, and you're right. I see a Bone Skewer. I see Jojo's life flash before his eyes.
I did see a potential for a flash ignite as well, and I wasn't too sure what was going to be the case, but Alvaro just going to interrupt the reset as Yike will finish off the Void Grubs. But again, pressure from the mid-jungle support. KC starting to come alive.
Also, triple Grubs, I will say, Zoe's not a bad turret pusher with, you know, the Spell Thief's passive and obviously the auto you get after using a spell as well. And especially with the gun belt now picked up, also known as Ludens. It's just a gun, all right? It's the item that Yuumi gets to get Yuumi with a gun. But the main thing is Vladdy has it now, and that burst is going to be ripe.
Yeah, and I think particularly for the Aatrox, he's gone for the Grass build, who is hyper indexing into that 1v1. That slow burn out is going to be really, really nasty. The door definitely helps you shrug off some of that damage, and that will be, of course, very important later into the game. But yes, 3 Grubs, good prize there for KC. And again, something in their pocket from the early game, which we've tasked them to get a good league from.
I think it's just been the fact that Vladdy has controlled so much of this mid lane that he's got to just make things a little bit easier. Next Dragon in a minute 40, which is where I think you're kind of seeing KC now starting to set up a good chunk of vision control on this bottom side, because they want to try and lean with push from mid for Targamas to roam, try and play around Vladdy again on this bottom side, because Kana's winning completely solo. Like, if you don't interact with top side, Kana's going to win. So all the focus can start to turn towards Vladdy, and, you know, a flash bubble or even the portal into a flash, into a bubble is always an option for Vladdy as well, just to try and set up Yike or Targamas for getting to that bot lane.
Mid lane shove, largely even so far. Zoe's gone into a side lane. This is one of the other reasons why Zoe's starting to fall off a little bit, is that macro changed, particularly from about 2020, 21 to 22, where bot lanes went mid lane at a certain point. Before that, we used to see a lot more mages just kind of stick around in mid lane. Zoe in a side lane is much more vulnerable than in a mid lane.
Well, Forge God, Mirwan's got help here. Elyoya's coming in with an ulti too, but Kana's pulled out. That's the biggest part, and Mirwan getting a bit of attention. Again, for the game state, happy if you're a Koi fan to see him delayed and survive the 1v1.
I think Mirwan just wanted a chance to use the Ignite he picked up from the spell. Again, now's the time to do it. Yeah, I really just want to light someone on fire. That sounds like a fun way to spend my game 5.
Targamas is in this top side though, and Mirwan's overextended.
Let's see if he can get out of it, but he's stunned up. The Ghostwater dive was beautiful. The Fan Munto laid in as well. Dunked down. I mean, Kana's in a bit of trouble. There's Ignite. Almost survives it. Targamas marks the spot. Alvaro now, he can't get out because the troll bubble's on the ground. He's got a realm mob to help him out. Jojo survives his support. He looks for the next engage as Yike spins around a bit, but Casey won't find the retreat or rather the kill. Mirwan the only death in the end. Woo!
It's a little chaotic though, but Kana having that help from Targamas on the top side means he gets the kill, he gets the push in the wave, extending his lead. Bottom side, Alvaro barely managing to escape, but big tools used by KC. The fact that Yike now has no ultimate makes it a little bit more difficult for them to try and go for a Dragon, and Elyoya knows it. He's going to start that one up himself. Jojo going to TP down to support him, so the objective going the way of MKOI.
Yeah, again, just another worrying sign from this early game. Kana getting a little bit more of that lead. Vladdy landing more skill shots. The Dragon is going to go... Hang on a second, are we going to get a full contest? No, it's just target. I saw that thing right out. I didn't quite check the minimap before. That's what you should always do in these kind of plays. But good signs from KC in this early game, giving something to worry about for MKOI.
I will say, for Koi getting the Dragon though, stopping the stacking, stopping the, ramp up that KC obviously want to play towards. Always a good sign. But I just, this is why Fearless, Trump. If you want an example of why Fearless is better than normal League of Legends, this game's a great example. Like, only top teams will really try this out. Like, this is just such a baller comp.
Yeah, I think, like...
I'm still bewildered,
I do think it's... The thing that's been fascinating to me about this is we've kind of highlighted how much this KC comp kind of relies on Vladdy and Targamas and Yike working together. Vladdy, for someone who hasn't brought a Zoe, is clearly very proficient with the champion. He's been cracking a lot of those the bubbles onto people. He's also been hitting several of the Palo stars onto people as they move around. So I think it does make it a little bit more worried for MKOI when you're like, oh, this guy knows this champ.
I mean, when I first started casting Vladdy, he was 16 in 2022. My dude, he's not been around in pro long enough to really see the golden era of Zoe.
16 and 22 is a terrible KDA.
God, man. It was not like you, Dagda. Like, normally your jokes are sweet.
This is actually Fearless casting. We actually can't use the same line more than once in a series.
That's bad for my casting, because, man, I've been doing that every game.
That's a new word.
Well, definitely don't feel like the faker of casting anymore. Long since past that, haven't we? It's been 5 hours.
Even faker has a slump sometimes.
Yeah, that's true. Not this game. This is the game 5, and with 1k gold lead, Alvaro gets pulled in. That's good damage, actually, because he's got himself a serrated Dirk. Feliz can't get the 4th shot off, and 45 seconds until Herald spawns. That'll be my next thought, because I'm looking at what's up and available. Koi, do they just let this go because of how strong KC are? Is my other question, I guess.
Yeah, I think the MKOI side of things kind of want to try and limit what KC are able to achieve, but it makes it very difficult when you're not able to keep control of River, because the trio of KC is just so strong. Elyoya going to be spotted here as they're now just trying to make the cross map play, but...
Get dunked a bit. Good damage here. Spirit Shojin first. Targamas going to help out, but Alvaro, he went in first, and now that he's jumped in, now they're all spotted. KC playing it slow as they can. Meanwhile, topside, Cleanse actually used by Mirwin with the Unsealed Spellbook, as we see in the picture-in-picture, while this Zoe keeps hitting hard. Jojo backs away while Targamas goes into Ghost Water Dive, and Herald is spawning topside, but the action seems to be bottom.
So these support movements are getting increasingly more spooky, really. Someone turns up and the other player doesn't respond in time, so you can explode that. Alvaro and Targamas there on similar timing, though, so it diffuses. Herald going to get started up from KC. MKOI choosing to play on as many waves as possible right now. They don't want to give up too much. Right here, they're giving up this top lane turret a little bit. Sad for them. Jojo caught out.
Well, there's an ulti burn. Jojo, will he get knocked off? Flashes! Nicely done. He flashed behind the Demon King, and Jojo escapes.
And I think this is kind of becoming the crux of the problem here for MKOI. We're saying, look, by 15 minutes, they have to be hard winning. Well, it's not a massive lead,
it's not.
But so much of it being focused on Kana, the fact that he's just able to destroy in that 1v1 is causing issues, because it's opening up then the rest of KC to find success elsewhere on the map, and it doesn't really get any easier. Like, Vladdy also nearly 600 gold up in that sideline as well. Like, KC have some key carries in positions that he can do some real damage.
And how often have KC relied on Kana massively performing to see them through to victories? This guy's been excellent. This guy's been so exciting to watch here on KC, and much like the games like the Ambassador he had earlier in the series, when he gets himself an individual lead, he really knows how to leverage it.
It's been fun seeing Mirwin step to his level today, but I agree. Kana's definitely been a selling point, and KC in some of those key games, it felt like his Ambassador game that you used, Nomura, was a great example of how hard he could carry into those
It's great that it hasn't just been complete top diff, because Mirwin has actually given a lot for MKOI to play around.
The game was insane.
Yeah, but then Kana and a couple of the others, shows us exactly why we respect him so much.
I do think, though, Mirwin might be in a lot of trouble on the bottom side. I see 4 members of KC starting to move down there. And yeah, I think he just has to completely give up the Ghost. So that's going to be top lane tower down, bot lane tower down, and now a Rift Herald for that mid lane structure as well. And you can just see it's the solo lanes, the side lanes that are really struggling for MKOI, and they just don't really have an answer. And now Dragon in 20 seconds, maybe they can try and force a fight there, but KC might just see it.
Deadly Flourish dodged away from by Alvaro. The door's up nice and early here at half HP, though. They can't get super nearby to start hitting away at the turret. Dragon, as you mentioned, with that 10-second timer, KC the ones who have to walk into the river, but I see Vladdy at level 12 here with half a mana bar. I see some angles that he can start playing through as Herald comes into pressure.
Exactly, just taking that bot lane out of turret gives him a couple more angles potentially to play around for bubbles around the Dragon. KC instead trying to use the Herald as a bit of a counterweight, get that charge onto mid lane if it's all possible.
Sleepy Mirwin. He's going to use Bellow's Breath to get out of that one, but on a ward for now. They see the angle while Herald just let to charge. Dragon started off on MKOI. They want to delay the game as much as possible. This is the way to do it with Deadly Flourish. The game 5 team fight of all. Over the wall, Targamas brings in Alvaro. He flashes to the Phantom Undertow, but it won't do a damn thing. Super jumps on his head. The curtain call layered down for all 5 members as Kana in a flanking angle, but he found out first. He's getting taken through and through. Super gets a double with Yike running away. It's the ulti from Jojo to corner them. Koi played that so damn well.
Super goes Super Saiyan and jumps onto multiple targets in the fight. The ability to reposition on the Tristana really tore apart the multiple flanking angles from Karmine Corp.
MKOI bought their time, they played it slow. They didn't give anything over to KC that couldn't been taken back.
We're back in Super's territory. Jumps in again and then back out. Now that he's got reset, Kalis with a 4-shot. Teleport being brought in and Koi are starting to feel it. They got the jazz hands going as KC get reeled back in. I'm looking at Elyoya. Stops there. Deadly Flourish, Paddle Star, but no portal jump. It ends there for now, but gold is even. Oh, I should never open my mouth again. Flatty doesn't have the portal jump, and Mirwin is there to cover.
That's all you need, though, is just people to cover. Whenever these trouble bubbles land, just don't let that follow-up come through. And you can see here as the fight kicks off, it ends up a little dicey as Alvaro gets pulled over, but everyone in KC ends up locking up into his ultimate. Targamas gets jumped on by Super. The ultimate from Mirwin doesn't do what you really want, but it does at least push KC back, which leaves Kana then, who TP'd in completely on his lonesome. Yike tries to go in to help, but again, the Realm Warp from Jojo, the chase down is just great from MKOI.
I really like how Mobstar Koi assess the amount of CC they have to put onto one target in front of them. The fact that, yes, the Braum's caught out, but okay, we got the Braum mark. We can end up stunning someone through that Braum passive, doing the same thing onto Kana afterwards. Really important to shut down those first targets. And now we're heading up towards 20 minutes. The gold lead isn't really there from KC now, and that worry about, well, what happens if we get later into the game with a Pyke and then a lot of people to block out the Zoe bubbles. Is that a problem?
It's crucially the lack of control KC have on the map as well. This is you want to be in the tempo lead. You want to be the one that's dictating the play, so you can show up first, you can hit a trouble bubble, you can have Targamas there to find a pick. Not having those tools available because MKOI are the ones dictating how you move on the map makes it 10 times more difficult for KC to try and find the play.
They would absolutely love to get themselves mid lane turret down. If you get that, that's typically a really good litmus test for is Zoe winning a game. If you get mid turret first, you can fire bubbles into the enemy jungle. There's a huge value from that. Of course, KC did use that Herald into it to bring it to low HP. It's not down yet. Now MKOI are holding on to it with all fingers.
They're trying to predict where Yike is maybe now. He's been waiting in this brush and top for so long. He thought Jojo would walk up in the wave. Vladdy is now the only one on vision. Yike, I believe, not spotted out. Jojo clears the wave anyway, and Koi will just hold on.
Jojo not walking up any closer to that brush. Spidey says on point for now. He's still sticking around, though. Now his teammates are gone.
This has been a minute. This has been over a minute in the brush. Jojo walking up now. Yike sees him. Doesn't pull the trigger. Jojo walks back, and I mean, Yike, he's thinking, will he come back in?
You can see on the map, though, MKOI, they've been sitting with Ornn in that bot side jungle as well for about a minute as well. They're unsure. They want to see where Yike is on the map to see if they pull the trigger on Kalist, who's flashless in the mid lane as well. So it's kind of this, you know, who's going to pull the, like, game of chicken, who's just going to pull the trigger and find that pick.
And if nothing happens, MKOI come out ahead from this. Remember, this is the team that wants to not have things explode early into the game. We're getting past that 20 minutes, and they're the ones which get to walk towards mid lane turret a little quicker. Don't think they'll get the full turret, but it's another good chunk onto it.
Won't skewer, Bellow's Breath just in case. Getting close to being dead. Atakana's now spawned. Dragon's up in a minute 30. Koi, the underdogs of today, the 3rd seed. We cannot state this enough, and I know for fans at home, sometimes you just hear narrative, but like coming into today, we really thought, oh, KC've got everything in the barrel to try and take on G2 and be the first international lock for the LEC. And it sure felt like it coming in as the first seed, an 8-1 finish. Koi came in for underdogs because, again, we were like, well, Jojo's improved, but how much has he improved? Yeah, Super's been okay. Alvaro's tried to carry the team. Elyoya's been there. This series, I don't feel like I have the same reserves.
But it's even MKOI versus KC overall.
Yeah.
It's the very first game that these two teams faced off against each other when KC joined the league that MKOI won. Ever since then, this matchup has belonged to KC.
Yeah.
But sitting in this position, MKOI have a real chance to try and take that history, throw it in the dumpster, set it on fire, and set what was a lot of those expected results on fire with this.
He's in the depths right now. He gets hit with a bit of frost. Portal start, portal jump, whatever, you know what I mean. It flies through, doesn't connect, but KOI right now really holding this left side wing. That's where Jojo's trying to get topside turret. That would be an equal 2 turrets apiece. And Jojo's going to find it here. He's going to get the push here while KOI really add the pressure towards mid.
Now, the fact that MKOI managed to get this mid lane out of turret, and now they return to those side lanes where KC got those turrets first, is a really good sign for them. And I really want to, again, just praise Alvaro for this early game, diffusing a whole bunch of plays around that dragon fight.
Wow.
I think it's been a capstone of what has been a very good series in the support of MKOI.
It's going to be hard to pick MVP if KOI win, but Alvaro is definitely going to be a question as now their first gold lead of this game. Now as well with 2 turrets down, Dragon stands up. Just going to be taken by KC. Well, Kana tries to go in deep pot.
This is where it gets a little funky for MKOI though, because Dragon is now up and available. They aren't really in a position to contest. Kalista's actually going to take that themselves because they invested everything on Jojo to get that top lane turret. So now they kind of missed their window to try and look for a fight. Now there's obviously still Atakan up. There's going to be Baron in a minute's time, but it is now going to be a couple of minutes where Kana can try and look for that 1v1 pressure on the side. You can also have Targamas start to roam around a little bit more. Like, this is where KC can play through their strengths as there's no objective to play for.
You can flip that onto the other perspective too, where they already have the 2 dragons, so they don't have to force it, because it's not like an early soul from KC as well. It's only the 2nd dragon. But yeah, there's definitely that horse trading going on a little bit, saying, okay, we'll not get this opportunity right now, but at least we stay safe and we can buy a little bit more time to get our items into the game.
The only one with a gold lead as we crest upon 25 minutes is Kana. 1,500 still in the matchup.
It's a pretty good one though.
It is nice. But Kana, how much time is he going to be given to his own? How much time is he going to be given in this game?
Well, I mean, the question for me is, how does he want to use his TP? Because I see a ward here, I see a ward here, I see a ward here. There are plenty of opportunities for KC, if they can find their plays, to have Kana get in behind MKOI, especially as they're trying to gain that vision in the top side. They're trying to limit how much value Vladdy can get from the Zoe by being aggressive into the enemy jungle, but I think KC are kind of setting up for some of these decent flank opportunities.
I think from their vision right now, they can just occasionally see KC hover towards that top side. So they know that people are around. Enjoy being able to pop that W and move quite quickly. Braum walking up into the enemy jungle. Moments like this give you just that extra advanced warning, so you can be a little more safe to push up into those side lanes.
The thing is though, as KC try and look to group with Kana, it only benefits MKOI, because the value you get from Alvaro and Ornn in these tight corridors, as KC try to contest vision take from MKOI, is just woeful. So I think for KC, trying to play with Kana down towards the sideline again, even if he's not getting value on the turrets, it's value of drawing Mirren out of the equation, which may give KC that moment where they can find the bubble or the pick that they need.
We keep cresting for it, we keep waiting for it. Baron is now spawned, that's why everyone's up on the top side of the map. Targamas gets the hook in, Deadly Flourish as well. Good knock up, Kana. Regrets though and walks away. Doesn't want to fully commit rather as Vladdy waits for the portal jump, gets a paddle star, but onto Jojo. Not enough damage. He's got a lot of HP there. And Vladdy just ain't that one big punch that you want.
With the Seraph's Roar, Merc Treads on Rise, not easy to get the picks from those paddle stars in the way that you want.
Looking for the Searing Charge, won't find it. Portal Star again, going Drowsy. Is the support. Kana from a flank, pops his ulti. The fight begins, laying down for Yike, who gets sent into the air and destroyed. Alvaro jumps forward, he gets Portal Star again. He's gone a little bit dizzy, but Nealon's gonna block it with the door up as well. Jojo clearing mid. The fight might just end here. Targamas wants a reset. He wants his X to mark the spot. Jojo, meanwhile, dealing with Kana. He's got a root and he's got a team. Kana flashes away. This Aatrox is Korean, but in this game, he may as well be from EU as he gets stuck in place. Elioya finishes it, and MKOI are breathing in the fumes of Game 5.
MKOI are making it impossible for KC to find the fights they want. Everyone trying to get access to the backline of MKOI is struck down where they stand, and now it will be Atakan that will follow.
The damage from Vladdy just isn't there on these tankier members at this point. Atakan now going to be started up. It's 20 seconds until Kana could join the play. I mean, Vladdy might flash forward. That's a lot of damage.
The paddle jump comes through all the, either way, troll bubble land. But Alvaro, all the abilities combined, but Atakan goes down. And KOI in the most meaningful lead in this game 5. España.
Well, watch how this is played. Yike tries to move in, and immediately it's Alvaro with the ultimate that clips him. Then you get the knock up, you get the roots that could have followed, but instead he just shot down. And even here, Jojo moves across to contest, but all of these beefcakes are just standing in the way of anyone who could be in danger of the shots coming through from Kalist. Kana is next to get jumped on as well. This Realm Warp has been so well used by Jojo to chase down the stragglers of KC and just not give them a chance.
40 seconds until Dragon. Now, of course, MKOI gave up the opportunity to get Soul on this occasion by not fighting for the last one to get them their third. 30 seconds. They've got upgraded Ornn items coming in now. Already at this point in the game, upgraded Void Staff coming through for Jojo Pyun. So that's another factor coming in. KC had a timer on them already.
Tarkman's pulling him in. Was dangerous. Vladdy as well. Portal jumping in. Just got chunked to half HP. Now it's not working out too well. There's a good little paddle star set up. Jojo bone skew it in. Call the Forge God covers though, and Tarkman flashes away. KC keep looking for those picks, but now it feels like the time has passed.
Kana's still in that bottom side as well, so he has an opportunity for a flank. That's so much used by MKOI. Alvaro's ultimate really has to get value here.
Where does Kana come in from? Bloody doesn't get the Sleepy Trouble bubble. Again, all about zone control, but Koi already onto the Dragon is going to be done quick.
I think KC are just giving up the ghost set. They're saying, all right, Dragon, we don't want to fight it. Maybe we can even push towards an inhibitor turret. Realm War coming into mid, though.
And again, who does it bring? 3 members, flash immediately gone. Bloody gets out over the wall while Alvaro and Jojo chase. You're right, Kana is doing what he can with 3 grubs. He's trying to make this game 5 back into France's favor. Super jumps in. Yike is isolated. He's surely going to die. Elyoya will be the trade. But Kana still has an inhib, and no one's based yet apart from Mirwin.
Mirwin will try to hold off, but both junglers are dead. KC got so much value on that bottom side. They don't quite get the inhibitor.
MKOI really get lost in the source there. I think that they could have just backed off, not hard forced on one side, or maybe just given up an inhibitor turret. Not the whole, well, I guess they don't give up the full inhibitor, so that's better than it could have been at that point. But MKOI feel like they got a little bit high feet. We are at a game 5. It's against a rival that they, of course, value this matchup against very, very much. And for an all-important matchup versus G2 tomorrow for a spot at the MSI. And I feel like they got lost in the moment a little bit there.
They needed to find the engages, but KC had gone that a bit too far away. And the thing I was going to say was that fight that we had that led to Atakan for MKOI. We didn't even get the ultimate from Mirwin to try and set things up. But this time around, the ultimate from Mirwin just wasn't good enough to try and set up for those plays. MKOI chased too far, but it is still back in MKOI's favor. Even though this game looks close with the gold, you can see how difficult it is to actually find these fights as KC, and also the fact, as Nightmare was already saying, all these Ornn items coming through, you have so much just regular gold, or sorry, value that isn't reflected in the gold lead at the top of your screen.
Around 1,000 apiece. 3 on the board right now, 2 to go. And Koi, as Baron seems to be the objective with Dragon far off, hovering around the pit. We got Soul Point for them as well. And we said KC playing with such a dangerous composition. We have seen where it's taken them in this game. We see that Koi are the ones in the driver's seat. But as we know with this series, there have been so many comebacks. It's only defined by one fight.
And, you know, we're not at the point where Soul has been taken just yet. Baron is there as well. We are still at a point where a misstep from MKOI could be a problem.
Ulti. There's a Realm Warp again, but Jojo doesn't get out. He did before, but not again. Flashes the match. Kana, the TP's there, but he's out of queue for now. Gets out of the curtain call. That won't be all.
Is that Jojo or Soaz? That is so clutch from him.
What can you do as KC from this position, though? Kana will continue to push on towards his bottom side, but while it's nice to get the TP from Jojo, they're not really in a position to try and contest for the Baron. So now it looks like it'll have to be Mirwin who moves down to this bottom side to try and open up, as Kana has already shoved in. But if that's going to be the case, are MKOI actually giving that opportunity for KC to find the pick and the play that they need?
It's actually kind of awkward. The Kana uses the flash there too. A flash Aatrox Q3 onto the Rise, onto the Tristana could be what they need. Baron Star now coming up. What can Vladdy do with his bubbles?
He's backbot. He's going to be spotted out shortly from Koi. 4 members in front of the Baron make that 5. They're all there. They are all there. Mirwin is the only one with TP.
He has
a
flash.
flip for the Baron. Going into the pit. The 50-50 in game 5. Stunned up. Elyoya makes him his boy. With the Sleepy Trouble on the back, and Kana trying to race to the game's end. MKOI have the Baron. They have enhanced recalls. He can only get himself one until Elyoya jumps in again, but in a choke. It's too dangerous. He misses the ult. Elyoya missed the ulti, almost ranged out by Vladdy as well. Koi get the Baron on all 5 as teleport top after having a numbers advantage.
Jojo is chasing Kana out of the base, so then he can't try and go for it. MKOI want to try and make sure they can crack open the base as soon as possible with this Baron. That was as messy as it nearly could have been, but MKOI come out with the win.
And MKOI are now in a very commanding strategic point. Reminder, KC chose MKOI as their opponent for this series. They are current reigning champion. They are our #1 seed in the playoffs. And they are now down 3k gold, arguably outscaled, up against a soul point from MKOI in Game 5 of the series.
The TP in. KC looking to see if they can find those picks that they need. Now having control over this area makes it a little bit easier, but Jojo clearing it that wave on bot. No one to try and contest that and keep that pressure up. Kana isn't in that top side either. It's KC looking to fish for bubbles, looking to fish for the damage as the tank line from MKOI trudges forward ever slowly.
Vladdy not hitting any of these paddle stars at all. The Koi coaching staff a little bit stressed, as you can imagine. It comes down to the wire. Kana might have been found out. He wanted to pick an angle and had to run his way out. His flash not up and available. KC, all 5 members in front of the pit, but we know that Koi's front to back is more than truly online. Vladdy poke, not there.
The fight loss here could be loss of the series as well. Waves on bot, wave on top for MKOI. This could be the decider.
It's a front to back as it stands. No one looking for a cheeky flank. Where are these bubbles going? Where are the hooks going? So important for KC to get some poke.
Control bubble onto Jojo. Deadly fire to follow up as well, but Vladdy's blocked. Into Jojo, damage finally hits, but it's the Ocean Drake going down. It goes down to KC, crucially. They keep the game alive for a little bit longer.
How often has Yike managed these miracle steals in clutch situations to keep his teams in it? But Targamas
Jojo
has to flash
forward.
away.
Kana's in the bush, not spotted out. Targamas gets out, as you said. Flash was burned while the inside tracker mid is there. But look at base. They have to go back. Koi have Baron enhanced recalls, but the work that Kana did is at least adding some pressure.
That pick was huge. That play was huge, though. Yike denies Soul. You get the push and boss. Sure, you lose the mid lane tower, but you're keeping yourselves within arm's reach. A Ocean Soul for the poke from Vladdy, the poke from Kalist would have just nullified so much of what KC could have attempted to bring this game back from the brink. But now
flanking back Kalist. It's an immobile Jin. The follow-up there, this time hitting the ulti, but Kalist takes a while to die. Super gets the kill finally, sets it up, and Koi with our ya. He does it again.
MKOI might have just found the picks which could finally break the series.
Yike wants a flank of his own, but you ain't him this time. Jojo gets in the realm warp, takes himself in front of Vladdy, who heals, but he's rune prisoned up. And Vladdy picks an interesting pick, but he won't get away with it.
MKOI, 3rd seed versus 1st, looking to take down KC. Targamas trying to interrupt the wave, but all they need is one. All they need is the creeps that are barreling down the mid lane to take down KC.
There's 2 minions. There's Yike with a flash. He needs to get in the way, but KC will forever regret as Yike goes into Cyclone, but dead in an instant with a Nexus turret to go. The 1st seed chose it. They wanted the Spaniards, but forever they will regret the day that they crossed the mighty MKOI.
A 5-game banger in our new rivalry here in the LEC. And Movistar Koi, despite being the lowest seed, make it their own in such an important series.
MKOI has never beaten KC in a playoff. They have never beaten KC apart from one singular time in the LEC. But when it matters in playoffs, that's when they come alive, and what a way to do it.
In such stellar performance. How do you rate these players when, again, it was their best performance of the season in what was a mighty draft from KC, really trying to throw the spanner, but Koi just played that so patiently.
Our lowest seed has won both of our round 1 matchups. You can vote for your Kia player of the series, Jojo Pyun, Super, or Alvaro. Personally, I've got to big shout out to Alvaro. I think he was just a master of the support role.
It is hard, though.
In that last game on the Braum, just neutralizing that Pyke in so many important moments was, you know, just the icing on the cake of a wonderful series for him.
But that's the thing, it feels like every single person on MKOI stepped up today. You think back to the Ari from Jojo Gun in game number 1, those charms, absolutely incredible. Mirwin being able to bring out some of these insane picks that worked out so well. Oyoya being a rock and the foundation of the early game for MKOI. Every single person, and not Super obviously up there, he's been absolutely insane. It just feels like every person was their goddamn minds today.
I mean, it was insane, and again, with what an important series. Tomorrow, KOI have to come back to the studio, fight off against G2, another best-of-5 Fearless, where the winner goes to our finals for spring and also locks in MSI.
And now, KC, lower bracket. Good luck, teams at the lower bracket there. That is such a hard draw for them. What a couple of days of games we've had.
Alvaro standing by with Ginny, and all I have to ask that man is, how good do you feel when you perform that insane? Best support in the league, I think. Best support in the league.
Okay, lukewarm take from the casters. Welcome everyone to the Marriott Bonvoy post-game check-in. They're very proud. You can tell. You're proud as well, because that was an incredible series from you.
I mean, I'm proud also of the fans that come here to support us, and even also the ones from home as well. So thanks a lot for the support.
Aw, I mean, they've been cheering for you all day. It's been a long 5-game series. It's been a little bit of a back and forth. How do you stay in that mental capacity to actually be able to close out the games?
I mean, I think it's important also to say that every single team now, mostly in LEC, I will say we are screaming 8 games a day. I think the top 4 for sure. So in a way, also the frustration, also being tired, I think in a way is an excuse because you need to be ready to be prepared for the series. And in this case, for example, we have been playing a lot this past week. And I'm not going to be tired when I want to play that match because we have been waiting for two weeks and a half. So, yeah.
And now you get 2 games back-to-back because you're going to play tomorrow as well, right? So that must be exciting. But we've played all 5 games today, so you really had to dig deep when it came to some of the picks, when it came to the draft. How does that look like from your perspective as a support? Like, do you still have any pocket picks that we could be expecting?
I mean, there is for sure pocket picks. On my role, there is some as well that I didn't pick still. But also there is other ones in other roles. I think, for example, today, I would say second and fourth game could be on each hand. Like, I think anyone could have taken the win. But in the end, we kind of like to make it hard. And having 5 games practice on stage is even better, you know?
Yeah, and the fans enjoyed it, and I'm sure everyone at home enjoyed it as well. But with that, you're actually going to be going up against G2 tomorrow. They played yesterday against Fnatic, and they looked really strong. It looked like they're back, I guess, in that regards. Are you looking forward to that game?
I mean, I said, I think before playoffs started, G2 is a team that you can never sleep on. They have been always on the top of the league. And yeah, I mean, they have caps like this, the best player in Europe history. So I think they're a strong team. And I think Fnatic also is really strong, but they didn't figure out how they wanted to approach the series, I feel like. And I'm just hyped to play tomorrow because we even get more best-of-5 practice. And also...
Practice, okay.
And then also, if we win tomorrow, I'm happy because we can go MSI already secure, which in the end is important for us.
Absolutely. I'm sure everybody would love to see you guys on that international stage. You're talking about Caps, you know, being one of the best players in Europe. Today, a lot of people are saying that you're the best support. How does that make you feel?
I mean, I think if I'm playing really well and I'm really confident, I think I'm for sure on the top 1. But I think there is sometimes that I struggle and I can be on the top 4. I think there is a strong supports on the league as well. But yeah, I mean, I wanted to prove today that the All-Pro, I was the second one and not the third one.
Okay, well, you've proven them all right. Congratulations again on your victory, and we'll see you again tomorrow. Thank you
so much.
MKOI is going to be going up against G2 tomorrow for their golden ticket. But before that, let's head over to PGL with Afia as well as Odo and Supa. So, guys, take it away.
Thank you so much, Ginny. Indeed, with Supa, what a match. It's crazy. You were talking a little bit to Odo about it already, but also for us and for the viewers. What is it that made the difference that you were able to beat KC today and you haven't been able to before this year?
I mean, I think we did pretty well that we didn't get affected by week of scrim, because too much without screaming for us is not the best. Because, I don't know, my mid laner loves too much official, I guess.
Yeah.
But, I mean, I think our preparation for the match was really, really good. And I think this was something that we needed to prove Europe that we are going for the title.
Yeah, I love it. It's something that we had as kind of a quote for you going into this weekend in the playoffs, like proving that you have to be named in the top of Europe again. And I think that's probably a really big aspiration for you. Melzat is back, which how much of a difference does that make for you personally?
I mean, I think everyone in this team joined because we have huge trust on him. So he make I think, huge difference in the team. We are like everyone full confident because we have all the team complete. So I think it's our time to win or...
I see it in your eyes. And Odo, I mean, we talked about MKOI is going to have to take a step up if they want to beat KC, if they want to get really far in these playoffs. Have they done that for you?
Exactly, because we've always been on the MKOI hype train in that sense. It felt like every time you guys were coming into playoffs before, it felt like there was something that was not clicking. Maybe someone was underperforming in that sense. It felt like the team wasn't, completely gelled together. But for me, this MKOI today was kind of what we expected. And I feel like it started also with you, because we've been giving so much praises to all of your teammates for this split, while you're kind of like, going under the radar for the regular season. But right now, man,
you
had like five crazy games. Even in the losses, I felt like you were just playing flawless in that sense. It was a huge step up mentally for you, I assume, and just everyone having so much, faith and confidence into each other, because some of these games were really rough, especially with the roller coasters, with the throws, lost early games. So was this something that, pretty much just happened just because it's, as you said, the team is finally back together, everyone is locked in and together?
I mean, I think everyone worked pretty hard for this moment. So I will say everyone stepped up. We didn't choke like we did throwing a lot. I think today we throw, but it's like so little throw that can happen to every single team. So it's fine. We fuck, I think, in the second and third game in fight. It's totally fine, learning process. But I'm like really happy with the step up personally, because I feel, as you say, every game I could just solo win the game. I was popping off in the scrim sheet, so clear. I think we were 1 or 2 steps ahead from KC in fights. And I think League of Legends is about fighting.
Yeah. Oh, I love it. Put that on a bowling ball or something. I don't know. You were also our Kia player of the series, Supa, and I think that is absolutely correct. Yeah, I mean, you talked about it. I think Alvaro talked about it in the teaser as well. And I actually went back to watch some of the Montpellier games, because I know that's still in the back of your mind. That's EMEA Masters where you're playing versus Calist, and then you see this guy, Calist, winning a title, the one that you want to win. So it must have felt extra good.
I mean, I was so jealous with the KC first split. Like, they did so well in first stand, they did so well in the LEC. Like, this is what I wanted to do, and it's an extra motivation, of course. And today was Reset here, that was with me, Movistar Rider, and he was always remember me, you lose Montpellier, you choke there, and I say, this is already, no? This is the Montpellier confirmation.
Yeah.
That we should be fine now.
You got your revenge. I think that's fine. But you've been in that position on the other side of Calist. How do you feel like, as a competitor, he was living through those moments? Because he was probably, I'm going to say, pretty shocked that you played as perfect as you did, in every single game.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's really good, and he tried to step up this game. But as I say, I think when, as a team, I feel we were 1 step ahead from them, and I think in fighting as well, I think I was a step ahead of him. And with as well with the champion pool, I think we did really good in the bowling with the champion pool. I think this was pretty key, because I think KC rely a lot on Caliste, Bloody, Kana, and...
Oh, Kana.
But yeah, and enough of today, because right now, going into tomorrow, you have pretty much just 1 evening of rest. You had 5 long games, and now you have G2, who have been just chilling and just watching today's series. How do you feel that you can, recuperate, and pretty much have you set your eyes on that with prep and everything?
I mean, I think we are like 2 weeks without break at all.
Wow.
So we are pretty strong mentally. We are pretty, actually...
resilient.
Yeah,
maybe.
And chill. Like, it doesn't feel like we are working 2 weeks, but we are enjoying. We want to be here. And I think G2 didn't expect this. And
definitely not.
I don't know how, but I think they remember when we beat them in season finals.
Oh.
It's the same feelings, it's the same Movistar KOI, but we improve.
Making it happen again tomorrow.
It's so exciting. This was a sick match of the week, I gotta say. That does mean that, you know, Fnatic now had dropped down to that lower bracket, and now KC is in there as well. I'm starting to feel bad for GX or TH, but maybe I shouldn't.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting because now you have the two pretty much raid bosses down there, because arguably everyone was looking at KC and Fnatic as, you know, the favorites because they were 1 and 2 in the rankings, and it always goes like that. But now the guys at the bottom, they are sweating. They're like, because everyone was probably, oh, maybe we can get MKOI or something, and it's going to be fine. But now MKOI is pretty much the Godzilla of this tournament.
Yeah, it's really cool to see. It's like, for us, like watching, it's like something we always said, right? We're like, oh, we know they can be so good. And it was honestly getting a little frustrating, I gotta say, because especially with the throws, but it was great to see. So tomorrow, you could have a chance. Look, there's something behind the couch. It's not yours yet, but so whoever wins tomorrow, it's like a golden ticket. Well, okay, goes to the spring finals and to MSI. Are you visualizing that already?
I mean, I'm focusing the present. I'm focusing on enjoying League of Legends, playing League of Legends. This is one of my goals, and we are going for it. Lower bracket, winner bracket. We just care about doing the correct things.
I love it. League of Legends is about fighting. That's what Supa said, and we agree with it. We'll see him tomorrow again, Up versus G2. That was our match of the week. It absolutely delivered. There's, of course, more League of Legends tonight as LTA North is popping off. TL is taking on C9. That's also a fun one to watch, and we'll see you tomorrow for the last day of this first weekend.
Finally, at 19.5 minutes, it's a dive where Jojo can't move. He flashes away. Spirit Rush followed up, though, by Vladdy. First one goes over because Elyoya takes down 1, not 2, a third! The dive going wrong!
Look me.
I charm.
Yeah.
We go Nash, okay? Go Nash, guys, go Nash.
Nice. Nice.
Guys, I just want to say it. Look how they celebrated game 1. They don't believe themselves that they can win against us, you know?
Control of that bot side because of Mirman's trading patterns. Oh, hang on, Jojo.
Hopefully, yeah. Jojo gonna get hit. That's the power of shield bash, baby! Down into the ground, the Sunday slam!
Yeah. Nice, good job.
Nice, good job, good. You guys are fine?
Yeah, we kill.
Okay, we kill plan 2.
Yeah. Guys are 1.
Yes, I will.
Guys are ult, no flash, go top.
Yes.
You know what Targama said? How we celebrate game 1, that he thinks that we cannot win into them.
Oh, Targama?
Yes. Probably the only comment he said in like 2 hours.
Double turret shot matters not as Jojo looks for the last embrace. Flash to match. Targmas bumps him away, but you know an auto will all it take. 2 kills for Koi. Trenchline flash to match it as well. A one-man Nara ulti just won't cut it. A double shot back. A double kill for the Canadian mid.
Good job.
Good job.
Har vi någon Aurora? Jag ser en W också. Yes. Look for Dragon, okay? Okay, W.
Yeah, I'm looking. Big.
No flash. I go back to Drake, okay? Yeah, you need to take yours. Can we win this? Yeah, Aurora behind.
Aurora behind. I'm fine.
Lucian. Wait. Aurora too. Look at Aurora.
Yeah, kill.
More. Yeah, keep going.
Go. More.
What are they doing?
Guys, we are winning game 5 and this game. We are boosted.
I miss Zoe hitting from like half a screen away. Trouble bubble. Flatty really nicely done. It's bedtime to Elyoya with the bone skewer as well, and Halo Blade. A free kill over to Yike.
Hey, sus. I come to W. I can R. I take it.
Zoe no Babel. Están.
Nice. Guys, get vision. Look on. What the fuck?
It's a pentakill, man.
No flash on the guy yet, guys, just hit.
Yeah. Nice. Good job.
Job's not finished. We have tomorrow, and then we go in the side. We go in the side tomorrow.
The perfect teammate. They take it all. In knockback, instant combo punch. What? It's big boss. My God. Claps. Everybody, you know the story. You know the legend.